Sure. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon, you see it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
All will be strong.
Hello, we are running Berlin in Deutschland, Germany today. And off we go on the 23rd marathon. 23rd marathon in 23 days. Berlin. Going to about 5 kilometers an hour, so I'm going to start with a walk. Because I tend to start trying to run and the body won't do it. But Black Lives Matter, that's why I've took the knee there. And we are making humanity great again. That's all people, including all black people, people of every skin color in the world. And systemic racism must be stopped. So, it's always good to remember that. And we're still not there. But 7.8 billion people in the world. That's what we're fighting for. A fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. Just a fair chance. Not a free life, not a gifted life, but a fair chance. Equity in choices. As you're going through your life, as you're beginning your life, particularly the teenagehood into adulthood, where you really get on the tram lines of life. And at school, of course. And today we're going to be talking to lots of people. 12:15, very soon we will be talking BBC Radio Suffolk at 12:15, 12:40 BBC Radio Wales. This is all London times. Michael Mittermeier, I'll be talking to him, who is a German comedian who has performed in English now around the world and in America, very well known in Germany, and doing and supported U2. That's a very interesting story. We should talk about that, because the person who was supposed to support them couldn't for some reason, and so Michael was there watching a gig in Germany, and he came on and did a support. So we talked to Michael. I know Michael. 1:30 is Stefan Brandt, I should say. The D goes like a T sound, from Care International in Germany. Care International, one of the charities we're highlighting that we're raising money for. Izzard.com to donate. Just go there to donate if you want. And there's a text number 70810, and you can just write 10 in, and £10 goes off, or 20 TWENTY, and £20 goes off. Those are for UK phones only, I'm afraid. 2 o'clock today, Sophie Raworth. The BBC Wales, I should say, at 12:40. So Carol Vorderman is coming on. And Georgie Jameson is from BBC Radio Suffolk. I should have mentioned that. So yes, Sophie Raworth, I suppose. I'm dyslexic, I get things wrong in pronunciations. So that is talking to Sophie, BBC News presenter, who is a guest calling in at 2 p.m. 2:30, Sigrun Matthiesen, who is my German teacher, because today's German day. Deutschland, we're playing running Deutschland, Berlin in Deutschland. I've played it many times in German, so my gig tonight is in German. Deutsch, alles auf Deutsch, heute Abend 19 Uhr in England. So it's 1900 hours in England, which is 20 Uhr in Berlin und in Wien, in Österreich oder in Deutschland. So if you're a German speaker, German teacher, come and see my show. It's a £12 ticket, but the profits all go to charity. A few costs in there because we have to get this thing all set up. But all the charities, although profits is going to charity, which is hopefully the majority of it. That's at 7 p.m. London time tonight. Live streaming around the world. 3 p.m. today. Elodie Singer, I'm going to be talking to. He's a fan from Germany. Social media questions at 3:30, which are on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. That's at 3:30 London time. Eric Min will be talking to at 4 p.m., who is the Zwift co-founder and CEO. And Zwift we're running with now. We've got a number of runners out today. Jason Mitchell, Clive Finnemore, Jörn van der Walt, with the Umlaut Clive, I've said Clive Finnemore, haven't I? John Scordia, hello, how are you guys all doing? yeah, so a bunch of Stephen Cousins is with us. Leslie Allen is with us. Jason mentioned, I've already said. Alan Ashford. Hello, Alan Ashford. So yes, a big shout out to anyone who's with us today. And with the blue team, wearing the blue tops. And yes, so there we go. Lee Ryby, also with us. Hello to you. So a bunch of people. Where is Eddie? Where am I? I can't remember the name of the place that I'm in. Yeah, so someone on Zwift will know, but I choose it. Richard Mellick is choosing my route, and I sort of hit the button and I can't remember what it is. Something 8. Oh, it's yeah, I can't remember. Sorry. Anyway, there I am. Lots of people there, so someone will know where the hell I am. If you search for me, you should find me. Yes. So that's going on. 20. There, I've got 9 more to go. 9 more to go. Down here at Riverside Studios, just by the River Thames. People doing COVID-safe walks out there. Still in a tough lockdown, but we're raising money. We're doing our stuff. Yes, in 9 minutes, we'll be talking to BBC Radio Suffolk. So yes, Eric Min. I'll talk about him and setting things up. Was a trader. I think I could have been a trader. I think I could have worked for a merchant bank, having done accounting and financial management and mathematics as my degree, but I chucked that in and thought, no, I'm going to do this, because I was always going to do, when I say this, I mean acting and comedy. That's what I wanted to do. Anyway, 4:30, going to talk to Louise McCulloch, who is the first female to win SAS Who Dares Wins, which is an endurance program on television based around and run by ex-SAS people, putting people through very tough paces. Sanjeev Bhaskar, I'm going to be talking to Bhaskar. Now Sanjeev, I'm going to talk to him. Yeah, pronunciation of his last name. I tend to call Sanjeev, who I know, and I will be talking to actor and comedian at 5 p.m. today, and Bill Bailey, the winner of Strictly Come Dancing in the UK, and a musician and comedian and musician, who tours the world. I think. I'm sure he tours wherever he wants to. I'm sure he does Australia and New Zealand. So does he do Europe? Because he speaks French. Il parle français, Bill Bailey. Oui, je sais ça parce qu'il était dans un groupe de théâtre, un theatre group. Bill was in a theatre group qui parle que le français, who only spoke French. You know, it's a French-speaking theatre group. That's what he told me, unless I heard that weirdly wrong. But Eric is on today at Eric Min is on as a question van Zwift at 4 p.m. London time in Cornish Grammar-Zaal. Wow, that's a big long name. Ian Cornish Grammar-Zaal, BRT Wolverine. There you go. So, trying to get my speed up. And we talk to BBC Radio Suffolk in a few minutes. Got my left leg. Here's the latest news from my body. Left leg is strapped up. Sarah, you're working on Berlin stuff. There must be lots of facts and figures on.
Yes, I'll pull up some Berlin facts and figures.
We might do it after the Radio Suffolk one. I'll just go to the body. Left toenail still looking horrible. Have they put up the photo? I sent you the photo of the toenail.
Yes.
Is it going up? I'm not sure.
Oh, I'll have a look, see if it's gone up yet.
I think. So,
I think yesterday's went out.
Yesterday's went out. Yeah, well, there's the one today which looks curious. But it's actually feeling vaguely better, but I don't know if I'm going to lose the toenail or not. So that's, yeah, so toenail there. Left quad strapped up with my thigh. Because I kept pinging, kept saying, right, I'm going to go. And when it goes, I can't get into a pattern of running. So that's not good. So, yeah, just edging myself up here into the run. Yeah, those are our guests today. I'll run through once again. Do we put these up? We put this up on YouTube, don't we? The guests coming in.
Yes, yes.
well, no,
They go on Twitter, I think. Yeah, yeah.
12:15, BBC Radio Suffolk with Georgie Jameson. That's in 5 minutes' time. 12:40, London time, talking to BBC Radio Wales. Interview with Carol Vorderman. Carol Vorderman, who is also, it's quite apart from presenting, very good at maths, and many things she does maths books, and is a pilot, and was carrying a plan to fly around the world, but I think he got a little trick. I'm not sure whether, I think that's on hold, that idea. Let's put that over. I can talk to you about that. Michael Mittermeier in Germany, but very happy to be called Michael Mittermeier around the English-speaking world. He's a German comedian at 1 p.m, who I know well.
Eddie,
Yep.
just to keep you posted, we will be going live on Radio Suffolk in about 30 to 40 seconds.
Okay.
It will be, I'll be putting you through during a sting.
Okay. So 30-40 seconds going on Radio Suffolk. You don't need to tune into that because you'll be able to hear both sides here. Yep. So more people to come. You know, what's happening with my right leg? Yes, Tino Synovitis is still working on that. I think it's improving a bit. Outside of the right foot, it's doing what it does. It still aches a bit, but slightly better. And yeah, just gotta get myself running. Off and up. Oh. So.
Putting you through.
Thank you.
It's a very, very exciting time here on BBC Radio Suffolk because on the line is a legend, as far as I'm concerned. We're talking about comedy this morning. Eddie Izzard, are you there?
I am here. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. It's all working. I love it when technology works. We're talking this morning about comedy memorabilia on the show, and I have an absolute comedy legend on the line. You are doing an extraordinary thing, as you do, Eddie. Tell everyone what it is you're doing for Make Humanity Great Again.
Well, that's indeed the slogan, the title of our fund that we're raising money for, and I'm running 31 marathons in the 31 days of January, one after the other, and doing 31 gigs as well, stand-up comedy gigs for an hour at 7 p.m. every evening that are live streaming around the world. And tonight's show is in German, would you believe? Because we're running Berlin.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. So you are running virtual, you're never leaving London, obviously, but you are running virtual marathons on the treadmill. And you are doing one right now as we speak, aren't we? You are running.
Yes, I'm running at 7.5 kilometers an hour. People know about running the 5K and the 10K, and the marathon is 42K. So that's the speed I'm going at. It takes me about 6.5 hours to run the marathon each day. And we celebrate a different city around the world. Today it's Berlin in Germany, so I do the gig in German at 7 p.m. But normally the gigs are in English, most of them in English.
It's interesting you should say that, because that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, because you are bilingual and you have performed when we could go places. You have performed in Europe and done your entire set in a completely different language. I find that extraordinary because I can say about 2 words of French that I learned at school, and I'm rubbish. You can do a whole set in another language.
Well,
that blows my mind, Eddie.
Well, it's only motivation. I can prove that you could learn a language. Anyone can learn another language. And I have a logic proof, which is if for some accidental reason you were unfortunately thrown into a prison and people said, this person has done a bad thing and whatever prison, in whatever country it would be, because of your survival instincts, you would instantly be picking up words, sentences. In a month's time, in a lockdown situation like that, you'd be doing basic sentences, and in 6 months' time, you'd be pretty good at it. And you know that that would be true because of your motivation. That's all I can do, is I can artificially set up motivation and say, I want to learn this. And so I go to France, and I just did lots of gigs in France until I got good, and the same in Germany.
Well, talking about motivation, you are literally one of the most motivated people I've ever heard of. In February 2020, you ran 28 marathons in 28 days.
Yep.
You're now doing it all again this year, but it's 31
Yep.
in January. You're crackers.
Well, what it is
In a lovely, lovely way, and I mean that with love, Eddie.
No,
but
I understand.
Why? Why are you putting yourself through this?
It's because it's a time of great separation. You know, it's a time of COVID. It's a very tough time. There's even the idea of COVID nationalism, where we're saying, okay, we've got, you know, some countries saying we've got the vaccine, we should do it in a different way. Other countries say, no, we're not going to listen to you. And that separation idea of let's pull everything apart and go back to, you know, back another time, maybe the 1930s. And I'm saying, actually, the rest of us, this is the time when we should make even stronger connections. We should learn from each other, learn how people are doing lockdown in different countries. Who's got the best vaccine? Can we share it around? Because we need to make the entire world, get the entire world to a good place. Otherwise, we're not going to be healthy. We will not be healthy if some countries are dying of COVID and others are saying we're fine, actually. That won't work. So I'm trying to make humanity great again. That's what I'm trying to do.
And you're raising money
Yep,
doing this, yeah?
absolutely. There's 5.
Do you,
Sorry, yes, carry on.
I was going to say, do you know how much you've raised so far? Because we've only got a week to go of January.
I know.
So you must...
It's over. We were trying to go for £100,000. We're over that now at 111, so we're going for £150,000. And the charities that we're raising for are charities in the UK, Walking with the Wounded, and Fair Share, 2 of the ones highlighted in Britain.
Yeah.
For services people, obviously Walking with the Wounded, Fair Share, getting food out to kids who are really struggling on low-income backgrounds, but also Care International all around the world, neglected tropical diseases, helping 1.7 billion people around the world, and Covenant House helping young people get through their lives in their teenage years if they're suffering from addiction. So good charities helping make the world better in the UK and around the world. And you can go to eddieizzard.com and donate anytime you want, and do text as well.
Fabulous. I was going to say, how do people do that? But you did it for me, which is fabulous. This is all happening, obviously, in London. You're in a studio there.
Yep.
You've got a team around you. What is making you think you're in Berlin today? Is there virtual screens? How are you motivating yourself?
If anyone goes, or if even you go to Twitter, Eddie Izzard on Twitter, you can see the live stream behind it. We have the sign Day 23, Berlin, Germany, and then we have photographs on an endless loop rotating around behind where I'm running, and we have the German flag there flying, so people will know that's what we're representing, that's what we're celebrating today, Berlin and Germany, and those good people. As I perform my show this evening, Alles auf Deutsch, all in German.
All in German. And when you get off, so you're doing this every day, you're running a marathon every day, and then doing a best of stand-up comedy gig every night.
Yeah.
That bit blows my mind as well, because the energy needed to do a stand-up gig and online, when you can't see the audience and you're not getting that feed off them, is extraordinary. But you've just run a marathon as well. You must be exhausted.
I am indeed. I actually fall asleep in the middle of lines. It's not a great comedy incentive to get people to watch, but you know, the money is going to charity. But I do fall asleep from time to time, mid-sentence.
What, in the middle of a gag?
Yeah, in the mid-sentence.
In the middle of a story?
Yeah, I feel myself, well, I don't feel myself go, otherwise I would stop myself, but it goes, and I come back and I'm quite often saying a sentence that doesn't make any sense, but it's tough.
But your wonderful, your beautiful, wonderful, rambling, surreal style of comedy, where you tell these incredible stories, you'd probably get away with doing the odd sentence that doesn't make any sense, and no one would really mind, did he?
Hopefully because of the charity aspect of it, but it doesn't make it great comedy if you're blowing a punchline. But I try not to. The beginning of the gigs are actually okay. I have energy, I've just run, maybe it's endorphins, whatever. But by the end of it, I am just going into hyper exhaustion, and it's a little tough sometimes.
I'm not surprised. How are you keeping motivated? We're 23 days in. You've got another 8. I think
Yeah, 8 marathons
8
to
to
go
go.
after today.
Yeah.
Well, I get motivated because I've told everyone I'm going to do it, and there's cameras on me, it's live streaming, so I can't really give up, you know? I've just got to keep fighting and try and get through to the end.
Oh, it's incredible. I feel bad talking to you because I'm taking your puff and energy away from you. But I do just need to say that looking at your massive body of work, theatre, TV, film, your stand-up tours and everything. I have a 10-year-old son, and when I told him that I was talking to Max Axelrod from Cars 2. He got Miles Axelrod, sorry, from Cars 2. He got incredibly excited.
Yes, I think through younger kids, I'm judged through quite often Miles Axelrod role in Cars 2, and kids think maybe I am a car. That was interesting. That was interesting what you said there. When you said considering your massive body, and I was going to go, well, it's not that big, and then you went, oh, massive body of work. Thank you. So I wondered where you were going.
Do you wonder where I was going with that?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about your amazing work. No, there can't be anything left of you, Eddie. You run 23 marathons this month alone.
I know.
I think it's extraordinary.
Well, I'm not skinny as a
you,
rake yet. I'm not skinny as a rake, but fitness
must be
and
muscle.
yeah, fitness and health. Yes, and muscle does weigh more, I think, than fat. So that's the weird thing is you turn things over. But but I do encourage people to, at this time of COVID, get the app Couch to 5K. Couch to 5K is getting people up and moving, just up to the 5K run. It's a short run, it's not too long, and it's a nice thing for people. You can download it anywhere, and it just encourages you to get moving. And if we don't use these bodies, we do lose them. So it's a good thing at time of COVID, while we still can exercise, to have a look at that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, if anyone wants to be inspired, go on to Eddie's Twitter, Eddie Izzard, and look at her running and doing this incredible stuff. Best of luck with the rest of it, and wonderful to talk to you. And you've inspired me to move my poor body off this chair and start running.
Thank you very much. And it's not actually the Twitter feed, it's just eddyizzard.com, my website. Everything's down there, and you can see all details, the gigs, the everything, the donations, eddyizzard.com.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Eddie Izzard there, eddyizzard.com. She's running all these marathons, 31 in 31 days. And just spoke to me running on a treadmill.
Okie dokie. Thank you. I'm going to have a quick pee, guys. Okay. Quick loo break, early loo break. Yes, Stephen Cousins, I'm bound to stop for loo break, and indeed I am. It's the body, it's me getting older.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other.
We'll be strong.
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Going to have a chat with Cal Vorderman on BBC Wales at 12:40. It's in about 12 minutes, 13 minutes. So let's get back running. Get this body into. I do find the beginning of the day quite tough to get myself into a rhythm. It's the rhythm you've got to get into. By the end of the day, I have the rhythm, and yeah. So, mein Show auf Deutsch, and I need to remember things like Fettleibigkeit, which means obesity that just comes in somewhere, and Vorstellungskraft, that's imagination, and charity organizations, which is, okay, I have to look that one up. Charity. No, that's not charity. Voltätigkeit. Hang on here. There we go. Voltätigkeit. Organisation. Trying to remember things. I do tricks to try and remember things, like, you know, bookshop in German is Buchhandlung. It's very easy to remember. Because Buch sounds like book. Handlung is handler. And I think that's the logical word for it. And Buchhandlung is a bookshop. Because there used to be the book handler. What's that? So Offenbar is apparently and Scheiden. Oh, some of the words they go past me. Vorstellungskraft. Vorstellungskraft. So for is forward. Forward telling. Kraft is imagination. Foretelling. That's the way for me to remember it. Even though that's kind of like maybe seeing the future, but if you use your imagination, you do create things which exist in the future. And you can do that in any language. I think lots of people do that learning languages. They get a word and they find a little link to the word. Sometimes, like the word Offenbar means apparently in German. I can't get any angle on that. But there's another word that I did go for. And Shining. Is apparently. And Shining, I think shining a light. Apparently, yes, that doesn't quite link. Anyway, that's what I do. Try and link the words up there. Some words link well, because I think it's something like 15,000 words are from French and in English. They're from the Norman French after William the Conquérant came in, and a similar number, something like 15,000 are German. A cow is a Kuh. Cow is a Kuh. Hen is a hen. Field is a Feld. A lot of the agricultural words are the same because that was the Anglo-Saxon tribes and the Frisians. Once the Normans came in and became overseers, those were the words they would be working in the fields. And when it lands on the plate, bœuf is beef is bœuf, and it's not Kuh. Have another piece of Kuh. Would you like a piece of cow? We don't do that. Even though we have cows, we eat beef. Yes. Pork is French. Or is it Schwein? Well, it was Schwein, but we said pig. I don't know where pig comes from. Somewhere else, I'd assume. I like to see the links of all the languages, because a lot of people won't. I do. I like to see where everything comes from. So, yes, let's get Sarah up. Facts and figures before we go to Carol Vorderman on BBC Wales at 12:40.
Yeah, so do some facts for Berlin and Germany.
You have none.
No facts. Here we go. Right. Actually, loads. I was trying to think which one to go first. So here's one. Says there are more museums than rainy days per year. Says there are 180 museums in Berlin, and on average 106 rainy days. So that's nice.
Someone worked on those figures.
Yeah.
Things to compare. Yeah.
And
I'll give you one.
yeah.
It's, if you go to Berlin, you have the Unterbahn, which is Unterbahn, and the Bahn is the Unterbahn is a station, and Bahnhof is a station. So Unterbahn is the underground railway, and then there's the S-Bahn, which I think is special Bahn or S-Bahn, Zugbahn. Anyway, it's the S-Bahn is the above ground one, but the S41, S42, 41 und 42, they go in different directions on the same big loop around Berlin, and you can see Berlin from the S41 or the S42. It's a lovely way, and I remember doing it. I was doing German lessons in the train with a heater. We had a heater at each bank of seats, and we sat there looking out over Berlin while doing the lesson. So you don't have to do the German lesson, but if you want to see a quick round, it's about an hour to go all the way around Berlin, hour and a bit maybe. Just take that, you go on at one station and come off at the same station, so you don't have to interrupt your day, you just hop on and hop off, whichever way around you want to go. It does give you a big circuit around Berlin. There you go, there's a fact. Or interesting information. Sarah, anything else?
Yeah, it's an interesting historical one here. In 1906, at the Second International Radiotelegraphic Convention in Berlin, the SOS emergency signal was agreed upon as the standard signal for Morse code. The sequence of 3 dits followed by 3 dars, followed by 3 dits, remains the maritime distress signal remained the maritime distress signal until 1999. Don't know what happened after 1999.
Well, they just call it in, I suppose.
Just say, yeah.
But I was
Yeah,
told my stepmother was very good at Morse. She was an instructor of Morse and was attached to the SAS brigade in the Second World War. And she said that the SAS was the shortest signal, could save our souls. You know, it's what it's supposed to stand for, and it just sounds a bit, you know, that was obviously shoved in afterwards. But dit, da, 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 dit was maybe the simplest, shortest, clearest thing to put out. Dit, da, 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 dit, which is dot, dot, dot. When how long your finger is attached the connection is attached, and every time you attach it makes a da. She was teaching me da 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 da. That's A to E in Morse, and then I learnt more, but I forgot it. I can still remember A to E. But she and her friend, they would. One was better at sending, one was better at receiving, from SAS Special Forces guys who were deep undercover in the south of Normandy before D-Day, the D-Day landings. So yeah, she was receiving messages from them and sending them back. You could only send once and receive once. It was very important to get the message clear, because the Nazis were trying to track them down with vans that went around and could detect, and if two of them got it, they could do a cross. They could do a cross signal and work out exactly where the signal was coming from. There you go.
There you go.
Don't know what that's got to do. Oh, that's
Yeah.
yeah. Nazi past. We don't want to talk about the Nazi past now.
Well, here's a couple of facts that kind of link. This is Berlin specifically. Berlin is over 9 times the size of Paris, but it only has a fifth of Paris's density. So it's 4,000 inhabitants per square kilometre in Paris, as opposed to 21,000 inhabitants per square kilometre. Oh no, sorry, the other way around. 4,000 inhabitants per square kilometre in Berlin, as opposed to 21,000 inhabitants per square kilometre in Paris. So
that's because of the Berlin Wall and the war and the splitting up of Berlin,
oh, okay.
which became a backseat. I should say this on Germany. I grew up with this idea of Nazi pass. I know, Dave, we're going to be going to the interview any second. But before 33 and since 45, Germany just like any other country. Some people nice, some people not so nice. Good at this, not good at that. They're very good at football. Good managers, Jurgen Klopp in Liverpool. But for 12 years, Hitler kidnapped the country. He kidnapped hearts and minds. A lot of people wanted to protest. If they did, they were immediately murdered under a Nazi regime. An extreme right is always the problem. World War II wasn't a German problem, it was a human problem. It can happen anywhere, where people do the big lie and other people want to buy into it and go with it. So, yeah, Germany, that's why I do gigs in German. I want that connection. The German people are just like us, and they have a good sense of humour. Some of the Germans do, some of the Germans don't, some British do, some British don't have a good sense of humour. So, this is the thing. That's a human thing. Humour is human and not national. Just want to say that. Dave, are we close, or is there nothing happening at the moment?
We're still waiting at the moment.
I'll
Okay.
carry on. Yep. So yes, Berlin, very spacious. It says you can often find you feel like you've got a park to yourself, which then leads on to another nice. This is a nice custom. This is a German custom, and that is if you happen to drop your. Now they say handschuh. I'm assuming that's a direct translation of glove in German.
Exactly.
Yes, handschuh. So if you happen to drop your glove in a somewhere in a park, say. They say, rest assured that when retracting your steps in search of it, the glove may well be skewered on the branch of a tree. Doing so when encountering an item that appears to be lost is commonplace in German society in order to make it more visible when the owner comes searching for it. Which is a lovely
They
thing.
put it on a branch of a tree?
Yeah, so you're more likely to see your glove. Yeah,
That's a good idea.
it's a good idea, yeah. And also, it says taking time off very seriously. It says Germans take their leisure time very seriously. For one, just about everything will be shut on Sundays. So to be sure to do any grocery shopping on the other 6 days of the week. While the origin of the custom is religiously motivated, today it is also about reserving time for R&R and taking a break from the hustle and bustle to enjoy the company of friends and loved ones.
R&R is rest and relaxation, kids.
Yes.
It's more of a military term.
The official observance of this custom in Germany has even prompted the outlaw of using power drills on a Sunday, which I think is great.
Yeah.
We need that. Further, doctors have an astounding propensity for handing out sick days from work, even for being tired or having what the Germans call Kreislauf, a generalised term that translates to bad circulation. So, yeah, which is a good thing, to take time off seriously. Another fact, under 18s can drink legally. It says, don't be surprised if you see a fresh-faced teenager walk out of the supermarket with a bag full of beer cans. In Germany, you can buy certain types of alcohol at the age of 16, giving German teenagers an edge of 2 years over their peers in most other European countries. While hard liquor is still a no-go until 18, 16-year-olds can purchase wine and beer and consume them without the supervision of an adult.
Oh, right.
It's quite a good thing, I think.
Yep. Well, it's where you put the line, and then you think, well, just below the line, does that make the difference? But I think you could be in the army at 16, I believe.
Oh, really?
But we can't vote in this country at 16, so that needs to be changed.
Here's another fact. This is a bit of a...
Hang on one second. Dave, still nothing?
No, still nothing at the minute.
Oh, no, not even a connection?
We're in their meeting room. We're just waiting for them to...
Oh, okay. Well, we're talking to BBC Wales. It was going to be 12:40, but the moment we've also got something else going on. Talking to Carol Vorderman in a bit, so that'll be a bit delayed. Carry on, sir.
Yes, and Dave, I know you'll just cut in whenever you need to.
I will indeed. I'll keep you posted.
So this is a Christmas-based fact. This is more a Bavarian thing, and it's called Krampuslauf. And it says, between the tales of the Brothers Grimm and the many other legends inspired by Germany's enchanted forests, there are certainly some interesting objects of folklore remaining in the country today. For example, Krampus, the demonic anthropomorphic goat, is a common fixture during the Christmas season in Bavaria. He is known to devour children who have been naughty and to swat people with a wooden stick. And it says every year people dress up as Krampus and take to the streets to reenact the evil doings in an event known as Krampuslauf.
That doesn't sound so good.
Krampuslauf? Is that Lauf? Or Lauf? It's an A with the 2 dots.
Leuf.
Leuf. Krampuslauf. Yeah.
L-A umlaut. What's the next letter?
U-F-E.
Leufer.
Läufer. Krampusläufer. There you go.
The E's are always pronounced.
Okay.
I think always, yeah, pretty much always. Just if it's there, just pronounce it.
Yeah. So that sounds terrifying. There's a picture as well, which looks quite terrifying.
Just an update. We have the link now. About a minute they've said for their end, so I'll put you through when they do the link through to you. So.
Okay, very good.
You like me to carry on?
Yeah.
So here's a fact. It says, tread lightly when speaking to the police. It says, members of most cultures would advise being polite when interacting with the police, but Germans have specific rules when, with regard to decorum in the face of the law. Specifically, never ever use the informal du when speaking to the police. Always opt for the formal address. Is it C?
Z.
Yeah.
With a Z sound. If it's an S, then you pronounce it like a Z.
Says failure to do so could result in criminal punishment, including fines up to €600, as it is actually illegal to address them by du.
I think that's an old Nazi hangover.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think the Nazis did that. And, they try to make everyone in this bizarre thing of inequality of the Nazi high command. They made everyone else. They put this do thing in, and it was all comrade, but no one was equal because Hitler could murder anyone, and so could any of these henchmen. And any of those criminals.
Stand by for BBC Wales.
Here we go.
Put you live now.
To be chatting to our next guest. She is a legend. She is running on her treadmill at the moment for the 23rd day, 23rd marathon.
Goodness.
And 23 stand-ups in 23 days, leading on to 31 in total. She is the amazing, the beautiful, the gorgeous, the incredible Eddie Izzard.
Yay.
Hello, Eddie.
Hi, good morning. How are you? Or good afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, it is afternoon now. Where are you at the moment, virtually?
Virtually we're running a marathon for Berlin today, obviously the capital of Germany, with horrendous histories and interesting history and different histories. And I do that, as you may know, I'm running 31 marathons, 31 days, but also doing a gig, a stand-up comedy gig for an hour afterwards at 7 p.m. every evening. And tonight it's in German, would you believe?
In German, because you have learned pretty recently, really, in the last 10, 20 years, French and German. I remember watching you doing one of your first stand-ups in French, I was just blown away, really, because it's one thing to ask for a cappuccino and a packet of cigarettes in French, and it's quite another to do stand-up, Eddie.
Well, you'll know this thing. I'm going to link something on this, Carol. You didn't know how to fly, and then you learned how to fly, and you really pushed it, and you became a really good pilot. I think you've got instrument rating now as well, haven't you?
Yes, I have, yes.
So if you imagine before you had and after you had, all it was time. You put the time in, and you immersed yourself in flying, the test, the mathematics of it, which of course you love, I love too. And that's how you get good, and then you've learned it, and that's what I did. I just went to France, and I went to Germany, and to Spain as well. I've got Spanish going as well, and I just do gigs night after night, 6 nights a week, sometimes 2 gigs per night, in order to muck about, even improvising in French and German, which is just bonkers, but it gets you good. You get more confidence, Selbstvertrauen, which is confidence, or confiance in French, and then the more you do it, the more you can play, and the humor does translate, which is the beautiful thing. We think it wouldn't, but it does.
It certainly does. And I love what you say about that, Eddie, because, you're demonstrating it here so incredibly, I mean, absurdly, some might say, demonstrating that, you're 59 next month. I'm just 60 now, by the way.
Right.
Although I'm only claiming 37, Eddie, between you and I. But that, there is no limit to what you can do.
Yeah.
And you talked about me flying, and you came on Loose Women. I remember us chatting after, because you have your pilot's license.
Yeah.
And I said, I want to fly around the world solo. And you said, well, you can. And I said, oh gosh, I don't know, I haven't even got my first license yet, and la la la. And you convinced me, because you said, well, when you do all of your marathons, you simply put one foot in front of the other. And it's that dogged determination to say, right, I am going to immerse myself. I am going to ignore everything else. I'm particularly going to ignore what other people say I should or shouldn't be doing. And that's something. Where does that come from, Eddie?
Well, okay, bizarrely, it goes back to coming out as trans back in '85. If anyone was around in '85, they know it was pretty toxic. If you said you were trans, people gave you a lot of abuse in the streets. They'd fight you in the streets. And it was not really accepted in society. We were outside the franchise of society. But I just thought if I could come out, talk about it, it would be good for my mental health, get that to a better place. It's honest, I knew since I was 5 years old. But that struggle of coming out when I was 23, and the fights and the physical fights, or the mental fights, or the whatever it was, it means after that, anything you do is not that hard. And I think you're different. You learned to fly for a different reason to me. I was scared of flying. I used to throw up on nearly every flight I did when I was young. We flew a lot with my dad moving around. And I conquered the fear of flying by getting a pilot's license. So that's how I did that.
That's quite some way of doing it, I have to say. All right, going back to 1985, because we've just been talking to Russell T Davies, and his new drama, It's a Sin, started on Channel 4 last night, which was about 5 gay friends who basically live in a flat, and so we were talking about going back to the 80s and going back to that time, because Russell, you and I are all of a similar age.
Yep.
And I remember, when I was back on Countdown, and Jo Brand used to come on to Countdown, and I remember her telling me about you and saying it was when it turned round for Eddie on the comedy circuit, when his first night she was there, she said.
Yep.
When you came out, and I think you were wearing a skirt or something that first night, and she said it all suddenly changed. It was like he'd found his voice. Would you agree with that?
I would slightly disagree with that, actually. What I did, I could discuss this later with Joe, but what I felt was I'd done 3 mediums of comedy. I'd done sketch comedy, very influenced by Python. I'd done that for 3 years up at the Edinburgh Festival. I did 4 years of 3 years of sketch performing, 4 years of street performing at Covent Garden. Then I started to stand up in '88, and after a while, I was doing a mixture of street and sketch and stand-up. It came together, and I was taking off, and I realized that my career was taking off. And at that point, I thought I'd better not. I was already out to my friends that I was TV, trans, but I thought I'd better tell the world this. And so I told it in an interview in The Observer, and then I did my first jokes a few days later, and then I said I need to do 5 minutes in a dress, wearing makeup, just as I wish to be, and see what happens. She was at that gig, and she was asked, and I was already, it looks like that, but I was already moving. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. My career was already firing forward, and I could see the future. And if I carried on with this secret, I thought it'd be bad. I would have, had really bad mental health going forward into the future.
Yes.
Much better to talk about it, get the conversation going, and create a little space around myself to exist. But it's all about my comedy and my drama, and not my sexuality. Really doesn't matter, because who cares, really?
Yeah, who cares? I know, I'm with you on that. Totally with you on that. Well, she was singing your praises anyway, as we always do, Eddie. Now let's talk about the money that you're raising for charity, because it's well over £100,000 now.
Yeah.
And this is the hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, obviously with a nod to what's been going on in America there, more than a nod.
Well,
just tell us about your feelings about that.
Well, about the American thing in particular, or the whole charity?
No, about why you're doing this and why is it called Make Humanity Great Again?
Well, it's a time, if you think about it, in the world where there's maybe half of our country is saying, come on, let's separate out, let's pull back, and let's go back to an older way of doing things. And half of the rest of the country is saying, come on, let's go forward. It's about humanity. It's about all of us in the end. We were 20,000 people 200,000 years ago. We're now 7.8 billion. And you can be sure there's going to be another thing like coronavirus come along. And there's a thing called corona nationalism, where people are saying, certain countries, certain leaders are saying, we've got the vaccine, we've got our own system. Surely we should be talking to each other and working out what is the best system. How can we save lives around the world? We don't want our country to be healthy and others not to be healthy. We want everyone to get there. Otherwise we can't move, we can't trade, we can't do business, we can't go on holiday. And so that's what I'm saying. Some of us, the rest of us, should make even stronger connections than before and keep trying to help not only the people in the UK. Walk with the Wounded is a UK charity helping people from the forces, Fair Share, getting food out to kids on low-income backgrounds, and that's great. But also Care International all around the world. Neglected tropical diseases, the fight against that. There's a charity for that. 1.7 billion people suffering from that. And then, of course, there's a place called Covenant House, which helps in America and 6 countries, young adults who have been drug addicted and been living on the streets get back into society. And it's some wonderful charities there that we're highlighting.
That's fantastic. And how can people donate then, Eddie?
Just go to eddieizzard.com and it's all there. If you have a UK phone, you can also text to 70810 and you just write the word 10 TEN and £10 goes off, or 20 TWENTY and £20 goes off to 70810. The number is on eddieizzard.com, and if you don't have the money, please do not donate. You need to keep that money for yourselves, your family. You need to get to a good place. Other people, if they've got disposable income, absolutely help us, please.
Wow. I think it's wonderful, and I know you have the target, I think, of
£150,000.
£50,000, isn't it?
So we hopefully will break that.
So you have how many more days to go? Are you counting down now, Eddie?
I'm always counting down, Carol, because you get started at 31 and then it's only 30 to go, only 25, only 20. So now it's less than 10 to go. We're going to do a big day at the end. We're going to do an Osaka, Japan marathon on the 29th. Kigali in Africa marathon, because a lot of neglected tropical diseases in that country, unfortunately. And then there's going to be a New York marathon, a virtual New York marathon on the 31st, which will be a special day, last day, and we're going to add something in there as well.
It's extraordinary. You are extraordinary. You know I love you very much. And people can watch on eddieizzard.com. They can watch that you start at 12:45 every day.
No, bang on
British
noon.
time.
Bang on noon. Start bang
on noon every day.
Yeah.
On the treadmill. If anyone's into it, they can try and keep up with you on that. And also the stand-up at 7 p.m. every day.
Every day.
Online.
And tonight it's German, so don't book tonight if you speak German. But and if you speak French, I'm doing French on the 28th, but all the others are in English. And it's I'm doing best of, pieces for my old stuff, so they might hear some golden oldies going down there.
We'll laugh again, don't you worry, Eddie Izzard. We'll laugh again. We love you dearly, and we wish you all the very best. And through Osaka, through Berlin, and all the way to New York and beyond.
Yeah.
More power to your elbow.
Thank you, everyone in Wales. I believe I'm an honorary Welsh person, having lived
You are.
in Skewen when I was a kid, school in Swansea and in Portugal. So a salute to everyone in Wales, and everyone stay safe.
Thank you, Eddie Izzard. Just go to eddieIzzard.com to make your donation to make humanity great again.
Not bad.
That was all right.
Yeah, sounds lovely.
So we're going to talk to Michael Mittermeier, who I think just Michael would prefer to be called Michael in the English. Does he feel that's going to be easier to? Maybe I should just call him Michael.
Yes, well,
For English-speaking countries, it's probably more grabbable.
Yep.
Seeing as Mittermeier takes a little bit of a walk through. So.
yeah. Yes, that's true. Actually, yeah, it'd be interesting what Michael's or
No, he said
Michael's.
that to me.
Oh, he did. Oh, right.
Well, he
okay.
didn't actually say it. He just said, "My name's Michael Mittermeier."
Yeah.
And I do think that's a good idea because it's spelt the same as in the English.
Yes.
But in German, A-E-L, you pronounce all the vowels there. Michael. Anyway, I'll ask him, but I'll call him Michael because I think he's playing America, playing Britain,
Yep,
Australia,
absolutely.
wherever he wants to. We can talk about that. I think I should have another little break, and then Lou pit stop, and then back talking to Michael. So back in a second, guys. In a couple of minutes, I should say. Stay on the thing until it stops. There we go.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons: a glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
I am back. I'm going to talk to Michael Mittermeier, comedian from Germany. I'm going to talk to Michael also about the fact that in Britain, maybe in America too, and this is because I'm sure it's because of the First and Second World War, we say the Germans have no sense of humour. Whether he's heard that we say that because he obviously disproves it because he's a funny guy and he plays huge crowds in English or in German. And I know that, and I've played gigs there, so. And I know the Germans can get even weird. Some of my real weird jokes, some of them are quite out there.
Eddie, here's Michael.
Hi, Michael. Can we get Sarah up as well?
Hi.
Hi,
Hi, Eddie. Do you see me already?
I do indeed. Dave, can we get Sarah up as well? I got Sarah with me. You remember Sarah?
Hey, Michael.
Hi, Sarah.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
We're in the same bubble.
And Eddie, how are you? So it's amazing. You know, it's kind of what 23rd marathon.
Yes. You know me. I've done these before, so it's a little surprising, but it's not that. When it gets over, you know, into up to 20. Well, the gigs afterwards. You know, I'm doing a stand-up comedy gig afterwards. You know that?
I read it, and I think I'm gonna watch tonight
Yes.
the German one.
Please do. I would like to know what you think because we did one for Austria when I ran in Wien. Ich bin in Wien gelaufen, a virtual Wien, and so I did in Germany. It wasn't too bad. Nicht so schlecht. Not crappy. I thought it'd be terrible, but I hadn't done a gig in German for a year and a half, but all the words were behind my eyes. And so hopefully tonight's will be equally as good.
Can you imagine? It's for me always the same when I do my first English show after a time.
Yep.
In English language, it's always like broop, 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 broop. The brain is not functioning
Correctly.
first place.
And how many gigs do you feel it takes you to get into your stride? 2 or 3 or more?
2, 3 gigs would be good.
Yeah.
But you know, in the first gig, you always have to be funny.
Yeah.
At least you don't have any audience to judge you.
I
with a
know.
live show.
That is very true. That is very true. So let's tell everyone about yourself. I want you to tell everyone about yourself, a little bit about yourself around the world, because people could be watching anywhere in the world. So you're a German comedian, and there is this kind of old-fashioned racist thing, essentially. I think from World War I, World War II, that in Britain, have you heard of this? We say the Germans have no sense of humor. Have you heard this idea said?
I never heard this before.
No?
In my life, no.
No. Well, I take it you're doing that's comedy, right? So you have heard it. But you disprove it. You disprove it. And we have a guy called Henning Venn. I don't know if you've ever seen Henning Venn, because he's not known in Germany, is he?
No, he started out in London, in England. Yeah.
Yes. He just came through. So anyone in Britain might know Henning Venn, who set himself up as the German comedy ambassador, which is a nice angle to come in on. But there's a good sense of humor in Germany. It's just like any other country, isn't it?
I think we have a good sense of humor. Otherwise, I would be jobless. I do comedy for 34 years now, 35 years, and a long time. But it's true, we are not really well known out there for our humor.
Yeah.
And the main problem is that not many Germans ever came out in English language.
Yes.
So I think it was the first one doing it in English many years ago. I lived in New York. It's like 17, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And for the audience, it was really weird, because they were like, "What is he doing? Why is he doing this? Why should he go on stage? He's German. Go home, build a car." And this was funny, but it was quite an experience. Like you had the same in different countries.
Yeah. And how many gigs did you do when you were first time doing it in America? Did you just do a few, or?
I lived there for half a year, for 6 months, and I just did a few months long. I did open mics.
Yep.
Because I didn't want anyone to know who I am, because at this time I was in Germany quite well known.
Yeah.
And I just needed, for me, a pause, a kind of I wanted to, I don't know, feel what I achieved in the years before. And so I just did open mics, and it was great. And I did, I don't know, hundreds of them for months.
Oh wow.
And then I did some club shows, and it was the beginning. I was hooked.
Hooked. Very good. And so now, do you find, I've said to people, I say to all comedians when I meet them, if their language is not British, just to try to use English, because it's not even our language anymore. I think it's a bridging language that we've given to the world accidentally, but it's out there. Do you find it useful? How many countries have you played now using English as a bridging language?
I like you, I performed in many countries. Like you also did a run in Estonia or in Finland, countries like that, and there you cannot perform in German. So
Yeah.
if you perform there in English, for them it's totally normal. Or when you go to Holland, you can perform in a club in Dutch or in English. They don't care.
Yeah.
And that's great because you don't have to think whether they get everything. They and it's English is the universal language of stand-up comedy. So for me, it was great doing shows in countries. Normally, you would go with the German Goethe Institute.
Yes.
But for me, it was always like it was. I thought it's very boring to go to, I don't know, America, wherever, Canada, or in European countries and perform in German in front of a German audience.
Yeah.
Why should I do it? Because, you know, at home I had a lot of audience, and so I thought I can reach the people from the country, in the country.
Yeah. Now you went. How many times have you played at the Edinburgh Festival?
I did 2 runs.
You did 2 runs.
I had one gig. It was years before my first run, and I did it was Amnesty International stand up for freedom.
Yeah.
And it was kind of weird because the host back then couldn't. There was another comedian and he was totally getting wild, and he was announcing me because he was faking the sign language guy, and he was always doing the Hitler move and all this stuff, and he was going crazy about Germans and Nazis and whatever. And the host, Adam Hills, he was so embarrassed. He was like, oh my God, we invited this guy from Germany. It's his first gig in Edinburgh. And then I walked on stage with like a Nazi would walk, and did all this stuff. And people were very quiet because British comedian doing the Nazi walk, very funny. German doing the Nazi walk, not funny.
Yeah, but you got through it. Did you get them over to your side by the end of the gig?
Yes, it was. I don't know. It took perhaps a minute or so, because I don't know. I do comedy for a long time, and so I had the experience of how to deal with people. It's like you told me once. It's only the language. The comedy is in us.
Yeah.
Every comedian has a different spirit and has like his persona, and you just have to learn the words. And even if the words sometimes are not right, how you move, how you think, what you're doing, the topics, that's the thing, and
Yeah.
that's what to make the people laugh. So I always have this in mind when I go on stage. I think we were in Meyerhofen back then.
Meyer.
Perhaps you remember this weird altitude festival.
I do indeed.
And it was quite fun.
Yes, that was fun to do. That was fun, and I remember Montreal. We were together as well. I think. Were you in Montreal with me, or was my brain?
We hooked up for the first time in Montreal because they but it was by a phone.
Oh right. That was fun.
The people wanted to that we meet each other because there was the German crazy guy doing comedy in English language, and the crazy British guy, Izzard, doing it in French.
Yeah.
And you heard about me.
Yeah.
Because we have a common friend, Thomas Hermans, from the Koch Comedy Club in Germany.
Exactly, Thomas Hermans.
And so we phoned each other. First time on the day I left Montreal and you arrived in Montreal. But then I think we met a few weeks later in London.
Yes, I think we did meet in London. And there was this interesting thing I asked you. Thomas Hermans, if people don't know it in Germany, you'll know Thomas Hermans, very well-known comedian. And is he the host of his own TV shows? Did he do Dancing with the Stars or something, Thomas, recently?
And he set up the first real German stand-up comedy club.
Oh, that's right,
Quatsch
yeah.
Comedy Club in 1992. It was really first time that there was kind of a regular comedy club like comedy club,
Yeah.
and with a mixed lineup, because we in Germany we have a different system. Like, you know, normally in the clubs, most of the shows are like a solo performance, perhaps sometimes a support, but it was not common in the 90s. It was always like you have to do solo 90 minutes, and then you could go on tour as a comedian in Germany.
That was weird. So you had to get to 90 minutes as soon as you could before you could really get experienced.
Yeah, I had to start out with 90 minutes. I can remember, it was in 86. I did my first show, it was like about 60 minutes. And people always told me, you have to do 90, then you can go on tour. And then I did a 90-minute show and I could tour. So, but people are quite, the German audience is milder than an American audience or
Yeah.
a British audience, because they don't expect that you have like a joke staccato like in a club, like for 10 minutes in 90. It's not possible.
Yeah.
This time when you start out, so it's.
The thing I wanted to ask is, because obviously you spoke English before, but in Edinburgh you probably had to do something like 26 shows in English, one after the other. Was that useful for you? Would you advise other comedians that they should go to the Edinburgh Festival because of the practice of the language?
It was one of the best things I ever did in my life. The first Fringe was like one of the best experiences I ever had. I can only really, all German comedians go there, do your show, even if it's hard. 1 month doing a show every night, but I learned so much, and I always have in mind, because one of my colleagues, he told me, I think it was Andrew Maxwell. He said, in this month you will have the worst show of your year, and you will have the best show of your year.
Yeah.
And it was like that, and it was great. And all the spirit in Edinburgh, the Fringe Festival, it's amazing. I don't know. I met so many. Like, you remember, you brought two young, hopeful comedians to Britain. The one was called Michael Mittermeier from Germany, and the other Trevor Noah from South Africa. And talking about Trevor Noah, quite a career. But it was so inspiring, you know, all this every night meeting and going, having a late dinner, having food and talking about comedy, the world, whatever. And it was the time of my life. And it was an honor. I have to thank you very much, because when we did one show, you came over and we did one show, you did the headlining, and Trevor and me, we were like your support gigs. And it was amazing, because there were like, I don't know, 800 or 1,000 people. And I wouldn't have so many people in the audience at this time for my English shows. And it was amazing.
It was a good shop window, good to put that in. You know, when we did that group one, and we had other, I think Yassine Bellous might have been there as well, or was it not?
But is it the same for you? I think, because you told me once that after all your German shows, that you learned so much again about yourself and your comedy.
Well, absolutely, about myself and my comedy, but also it's the Selbstvertrauen. It's the self-confidence in Deutsch. That's what it gives me, and in French. And in Spanish when I do it, but above all, the improvising. Because initially my German wasn't very good, so when I got to Berlin, my brother was hearing me, maybe for the first time, chat to a friend from the Quatsch Comedy Club who was bringing us in. And my brother was going, you know, Mark, my brother, you've met my older brother Mark, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And he was thinking to himself, your German really isn't good enough. I'd only done 2 years at school. So he said, you better learn your show phonetically. So that's what I did first time. But then the last time I was there, I wanted to improvise and go, Guten Abend, Berlin, wie geht's? Ich bin Izzard. Ja, ich werde mein Show auf Deutsch improvisieren. Yeah, motherfuckers. And just fuck around, you know. And I love that childlike playing, which I used to do in English. And that gave me a whole load of confidence. And I just, you know, playing in French is beautiful. Playing in German is kind of off the scale. Because as you knew, you grew up in you're younger than me, aren't you? I was born in 62. I don't know when were you born in the 70s?
I'm 66.
You're 66?
No, I
Yeah.
was born in 66.
Born in 66.
I'm not 66.
No.
Otherwise, I would look very, very handsome for 66.
Yeah, you're looking good on 66. But we're sort of similar-ish era, but you grew up in a Germany after all that hell of the war, and I grew up in a Britain where we looked at Germany in a certain way. And then to go and play there, meet German people, hang out with them, and realize, no, this country, as I say, was kidnapped by Hitler for 12 years, but before 33 and since 45, you were just like any other country. And since 45, I think Germany's been trying to be a positive country, above average positive country. You're doing good things, you know, positive examples, and great football, annoyingly great football, but you'll be very happy about that. Yeah, you have a system there that works. And I keep saying Jurgen Klopp. I'm not sure how Jurgen Klopp is seen in Germany, but he just seems like a decent guy. And Liverpool have won the Premier League after 30 years of trying. So I think we need examples like yourself, Michael, like Jurgen Klopp, German people coming and talking in English so we get that connecting language, doing stand-up, but just having chats so that people say, yeah, everyone is bloody similar. I don't know why we have this big problem all the time. And so that's what I like. And so it's great for me to do stuff in Germany and to do the show tonight in German. I'll be interested to see what you think, because there is no audience, so I can't really get it wrong. Well, I will get it wrong, but they won't react, you know, to any of it. But yeah, I asked you this question to you and Thomas. We had a meal. We were both there at the same time, Thomas Hammonds. And I said, because as you'll know in the German language, people around the world may not know, that in the German language, in the past tense, the verb is put to the end. Ich bin an einem großen Haus vorbeigelaufen. I ran past a big house. And it's I passed a big house, did run. And that thing, I thought, that's going to be really hard to make, because punchlines are normally nouns. So I thought, how do you get the joke when the verb is at the end? And I said this to you, I don't know if you remember, you just said, I don't do anything, I just say the jokes and they come out. And then Thomas said, maybe I put everything into the present tense. The fact is, I now know you don't need to change anything, because the laugh is maybe a split second later. But as you know, even though the verb goes at the end, it doesn't matter. It seems to work whatever you say, however the jokes work. Would that be true?
The thing is, like I said, I never cared about the proper English, because my English is okayish.
Yeah.
And when I started out doing comedy, it was okay, but not really the best. And I thought it's better not to think too much. So
But
do it even if the rhythm is wrong, even if the past tense is at the wrong. The thing is that I'm a Bavarian in Germany, and we Bavarians, we have a heavy accent.
Right.
And sometimes we also speak a not so good High German.
Right.
So perhaps it was good for me that I didn't care about speaking really the best. I try to speak the best English I can, but I don't care if it's not.
But it's not the English. My question is more about the German. It doesn't matter for any English speaker who wants to do their stand-up in German. You don't need to worry about the past tense, do you? That's my question.
Oh, I never thought. I never thought about it.
I did ask you once. I asked you once, and you said I don't. You said exactly that. I don't think about it. But I thought it was a problem because quite often it's a noun that releases the comedy. You know, not a verb, not an action word, but I hit him with a banana. I hit him with a kettle. You know, they tend to be nouns. But you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, let's forget it as a question because it doesn't matter. It works. It just works everywhere. So
it worked. Everybody has to speak like it's working. So
yeah.
It's kind of. I think everyone should do it in his or her own way.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Now, do you remember the gigs we did, the Comedy Without Frontiers, in Berlin and in Moscow?
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Especially the Moscow gig was. We were all like children at a party because we really saw comedy unite people.
Yeah.
And this was amazing. All in this Russian venue were like a few hundred Russians, I don't know, 800 Russians, and they all put off this headphones where they had a
translation.
A translation, and they just listened to what we talked in English, and even if they didn't get all the words, they got enough that they could laugh, and it was amazing.
Yeah, it was beautiful. If people don't know, what we did was we went to on the 8th of May, and then the 9th of May, we commemorated the end of World War II for all the hell that people had been through, and we celebrated a peace going forwards. And so we did that. What year was that, Sarah?
Oh, that's a question. I'm gonna have to.
It's about 8 years ago or something.
Probably, yeah, probably.
It would be the 40th or the 45th or the 50th or 70th. Anyway,
Yeah.
it was good.
2
So-
years.
And was that the first time you'd played in Moscow?
Yes, it was my first Moscow gig. So
Yeah.
and it was quite an experience because I was the only not ally from back from the 40s, and so I always thought about before, can I really joke about it? Is it okay for a German? And then my first joke was a very, I would say, I dare to go above the frontier. Or across the frontier, and people laughed so hard. It was great. I will always remember this moment. And then I knew, okay, I can now do everything I want to. Shut down your brain.
And do you remember afterwards we went to the Kremlin?
Oh yeah, it was quite an experience because I have to tell the people in 9th of May, the whole Russia is celebrating this always the end of Second World War, and the Red Square it's forbidden to go there. It's really, there's a fence around. There are soldiers, guards, heavy armed, and no one has entry to this square. But some guy of our guys knew some guy, and he knew someone, and he called someone, and this guy gave his mobile to one of the guards standing at this fence, and then afterwards he said something like, yes, go in, 30 minutes, then we come back. And then we could go in. We were alone on the Red Square.
Yeah.
I think it was at midnight or so, 1 a.m. It was amazing.
It was kind of amazing. It was an Irish guy. An Irish guy got permission for us to get in. I think he was from the Irish embassy. And somehow he got us beyond the guards. And we were the only, I think we had 5 minutes in there.
Yeah.
We're the only people in there.
I think he did say a slightly worrying thing to me where he said, it's okay, we can go in, but you all have to pretend to be Irish, which was a little tricky when there was all of us from everywhere.
But it was really fun that an Irish guy has, like, I don't know, all the connections to someone who can order some guard, let this weird troop of people kind of in. I don't know. So and
we had been doing a nice thing there, hadn't we? Because we'd done a commemoration and a celebration of peace. So we were there with a good feeling in our hearts. So it was nice for them to let us in.
So we should say we were representing Germany, the UK, USA, Russia, Italy, and France.
Yeah.
I think Yes. So
Yeah,
it was-
we had a whole bunch of us, and that was Comedy Without Borders, Comedy ohne Grenzen.
Comedy sans frontières, I think we called it.
Yeah, well, that's French, but in German it's Comedy ohne Grenzen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Comedy Without Frontiers. So that was beautiful. And
Yeah, we should do this again when there is another like 75 or
yeah,
50,
the next
whatever.
one, it clicks over, we should do it again.
Yes, it was 2015. I just checked. 2015.
2015. So that's 45, 50, 65, 75, 85, 95, 105, 50, 70th anniversary. I think that's 70th anniversary. So anyway, there would have been one last year, but that had
It
COVID.
was last year, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh well.
now we have to wait for another 4 years. And
Yeah.
but you know, you never know. Perhaps it's our first gig in
Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
don't know yet.
No, we don't. I take it the COVID situation in Germany, is that similar? Are you on a full lockdown in München, in Munich at the moment, or what's the situation COVID-wise where you are?
Yeah, we have now a very strict lockdown, and no shops, no schools are closed, and in the last since beginning of November there are no clubs or no performances, no comedy clubs, whatever,
Yeah.
no music, live music. So it's and I think it will go on for 2-3 months. Especially for the live artists. I don't think there will be live shows up until April or May.
Yeah.
And but from May on, there will be a lot of open air gigs.
Yeah.
It was also last year when there was the first lockdown, and in summertime there were a lot of open air gigs, small gigs, and you could there were like across Germany, I don't know, hundreds, and so I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Well, thank you for talking to us, Michael, and keep doing great stuff with your German gigs, and I would like you to keep doing them in English as well, and keep widening that sphere, because people need to see you and see German comedians doing it in English, so they go, oh my God, these people are like us, you know, because as you said,
Yeah.
we can talk about everything, haircuts, families, life, love, death, whatever it is, we can chat about. It's most things just transfer straight over. Humor is human, and not national. Seems.
That's true.
Yeah. Very good. Take care.
So it was great talking to you. So keep on. It's a great thing you do.
Thank you.
It's amazing, and make humanity real great again. That's,
Yes. That seems to be a nice feeling. It's inclusive of us all. So there we go. So take care.
That's true.
And we'll speak to you soon, no doubt.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
All the best.
Cheers. So that's Michael Mittermeier from Germany, plays very big gigs in Germany, and is now through English is touring wherever he wants to in the world. He can go out and play because it's a bridging language. That's what we have accidentally donated the English language to the world. It's not in our control anymore. People make up their own slang, new words coming in. That's how language that works. No individual controls it. No organization, no dictionary controls it. It's just what people want to say. And then we're going to go to Stefan Brandt in a couple of minutes, who's from Care International in Germany, and I was a media manager there for Care in Germany since September 2017. Works in humanitarian communications covering countries in the Middle East, South East Asia, and the climate crisis, which I believe President Biden will be re-signing the Paris Accords ASAP, and that would be wonderful. That's a good thing. This is the thing I've noticed: when Trump is a bad person, is a bad human being, a bad person who's not really part of humanity, who insisted on lying after lying like a child of 5. So everything he did was just breaking up agreements. And but the interesting thing is, after 4 years of that, boom, we can just snap back into the agreement, and off we go again. try and make humanity great, try and make the world in a place where climate change is not going to completely ruin us, and the hiding from the science of that is just a terrible thing. So
Now's probably a good moment to tell everyone how to donate as well, I guess.
yes, do you want to tell?
Shall I do that? Yes, making a donation is very easy from anywhere in the world. Just go to eddyizzard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you can via our crowdfunder site. If you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. To donate £10, text the word 10, T-E-N, to 70810. Or to donate £20, text the word 20, T-W-E-N-T-Y, to the same number, 70810.
Eddie, I have Stefan for you.
Very good. Hi, Stefan.
Hi, how are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
How do your feet feel?
Feet are hurting bits. What happens is that something happens on one side, and then you sort of strap it up, and then something happens on another side, and you strap that up, and you just go backwards and forwards. At the moment, I've got about 4 different things going on, 2 on each side, and a toenail coming off, and a quad that's doing weird things, and tenosynovitis that I'm trying to get through my right calf, and but I'm hanging in there, just plowing on. And are you in Germany at the moment?
Yes, I'm in Cologne. I'm actually, haven't been to the office in quite a while because of COVID restrictions.
Yeah.
And working from home the whole time. Yeah.
So, and you're a German national. That's so you're
Yes.
a German citizen. Yeah.
Ich bin Deutscher. Ja.
Ich bin Deutscher. And perhaps vielleicht you know that ich mache mein Show auf Deutsch heute Abend. Do you know that? Because I do a show at the end of every night. Tonight, because of Berlin and Germany, I'm doing it in German. Did you hear that?
Not yet, but great to know.
You don't have to watch it, but the tickets go to charity. Even, I'm encouraging anyone who's a German speaker. But
Sounds great. I don't have plans for tonight, so that comes in handy then.
There you go. It's 7 p.m., which will be 8 p.m. It's 20 Uhr in Köln, where you are in Cologne.
Yes.
But it's all in German. It's my last show, Wunderbar, which has a German title anyway. So I think it's quite funny. I've already done it once, but I hadn't done a German show for a year and a half. To try and bring the German back into my mind, in mein Gehirn, it's ein bisschen schwierig. But I am very determined. How do you say determined in German?
Entschlossen.
Entschlossen. Ich bin sehr entschlossen und mein Selbstvertrauen ist nicht so schlecht. My self-confidence is not so bad.
Das Deutsch hört sich gut an. German sounds awesome.
Yeah, I think my accent is not too bad, but
No.
But I'll tell you what I do, which you might find interesting. Not that it's your thing, language in particular, but you know that you've got a masculine, feminine, and neuter, Deutschrum. You also have a nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive. And so for an English speaker looking at that, we go, oh my God, so many endings. What a nightmare.
Yeah.
And it's a großen Albtraum. But what I decided to do, because the last shows I was improvising as much as I could, I just estimate the endings. I guess them, If it's feminine, it probably ends with an E, der, die, das, I can't remember. And I estimate the endings, and I assume the intelligence of my audience that they will work it out, even if I get it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a foreigner, people will, people won't have a problem with it.
And also, it's like a child. What I'm doing is like a child. Remember, as your kid, when you learn, if you can think back to when you learned German, you didn't care if you were getting the genitive or the dative. You just said it, and gradually, parents and teachers and your friends would say, "Actually, it's like this," and you'd, "Oh, yeah, it is."
Yeah.
So that's what.
Plus, when when an English woman talks German, it sounds quite nice actually. And if a German, has a quite hard German accent, speaks English, that doesn't sound as nice. So you're an advantage there.
Oh no, that's actually not quite true. It is if you've got a Nazi bastard like Hitler screaming it, it sounds bad. But if you get an extreme right person in English screaming it, and anyone who screams any language, it sounds horrible. But
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
because I would go to Berlin. I'd go to the hotels. I'd switch on the television. I'd see one of those, daytime programs. Here we're gonna make a cake, and in the Kuchen, and it was all very, ja, natürlich, oh yeah, das ist sehr gut, und was ist das, yeah, and it was all very charming German. I thought, now where's the hellishness? Oh, it's what you're saying is the hellishness. It's not, it's not language. So
okay,
that's what
I mean. Yeah, it's just my opinion and my personal.
No. Well, I think it's my job as a trying to make humanity great again to explain, because if you hear when Arabic people are being used as the bad guys in films, in English language films, all the Arabic sounds very and it's very guttural and negative. But if you're an Arabic person saying "Come on in, and have a cup of tea," that just sounds fine. It's the harshness of the intent which is the problem. Anyway, let's forget that. Let's talk about Care International, and yes, tell everyone your position in Care International and what Care International does as well, so that people know, because we're donating.
So Care International, we are one of the biggest humanitarian organizations in the world. We work worldwide in 100 or more than 100 countries. Do projects there, humanitarian projects, and we focus on the most vulnerable in catastrophes, conflicts, and crisis, and especially fight for gender equality and for women's rights where they are systematically disadvantaged, and that's our core goal all over the world.
Excellent. And I believe Care itself started after the Second World War with packages coming into people all over Europe. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Yeah, you're well informed. So Care was founded in 1945, right after the Second World War. And actually, we had our birthday last year. Care turned 75 last year. And this year, it's going to be the birthday of the care package, which was delivered, the first care package which was delivered to France in May. And the first care package was delivered to Germany in July, actually.
Oh, wow. No, I do remember, you see, growing up in life, of hearing the word, or the two words, care package. And I thought care package was like a slang for a helpful package. But in fact, it was an organization, which is what you're now in. And
exactly. Yeah, I mean, people nowadays still use the word care package, when they wrap up food for the children for school or whatever. And they don't know where it actually originally came from. And it comes from Care. It comes from this organization, which was founded actually by the Americans, the American alliances, right after the Second World War, to provide the people who were starving after the Second World War with food and, very important items so the people don't starve and don't freeze to death, especially in Western Germany, especially in Germany and other countries where it was freezing cold.
Yep, absolutely. It was some tough winters there.
Yes.
So your communications is your thing, yeah?
Yes, I didn't, sorry, I didn't answer to that. Yes, I'm in communication. I used to work as a journalist, and now I'm kind of offline at the moment as a journalist and doing, communication for Care already since 3.5 years.
Right. And I was born in Yemen. You may not know this. I was born in Aden.
Yes, I know that. I know that.
So, and Care is working there, isn't it? Trying to help.
Yes. Yeah, we are actually Care is one of the biggest organizations working in Yemen. We have over 300 people, local staff, working in Yemen, also working in Aden, where our office is at. And of course, we are very focused on Yemen, actually, because it's, if you even can say that, but it's one of the worst, maybe the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, actually.
So you have an office in Aden?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And are the people, is it just Yemeni people working in it at the moment, or is it people from outside?
Mostly we do. We have staff all over Yemen, but in the office as well. So we have like some local staff in Hodeidah area, for example. We most of them are locals, and some are foreign people, but not all of them, because it's our focus that we help the people to help themselves, and it's best, I think, to empower the people that are there and not, don't come there and tell them what to do. But
No, absolutely. But in my head, I'm always thinking, what more can I do? And the fact that you're based there, that's I'm going to log that because I want to, I'd like to be there helping.
Yeah.
My parents met there, you see. My parents met there. They married there. My brother was born there. I was born there. It's Aden, particularly Aden and Yemen.
Have you been there? Have you been there recently, or in a couple of years?
Yeah, we left in 1963, so a long, long time ago. But a huge thing, and our mother died in 1968, so a long time ago. So you have this beautiful beginning, and then it's untimely death and this hellishness and
This year it's going to be 6 years of war in Yemen, actually.
6 years, yeah. So, but we went back in 2008. We did go back before Dad passed away. He passed away a couple of years ago. For 3 days we went back, and Dad showed us everything, and that was good. But they're having a tough time, even then. And that was before the proxy war.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, I think 80% of the people in Yemen are, need humanitarian assistance. A lot of people are starving. There's a big economical crisis, conflict, COVID, different diseases, cholera. It's horrible. You can't describe it. I mean, I've not been there, but I'm in touch with the colleagues there very, very, very often. We talk about a lot of times, and we do, try to raise awareness for the situation here and help, of course, raise funds for Yemen, so we can help provide aid as good as we can in Yemen.
Right. So now I've also got some information about you talking about the climate crisis, climate change. How does that affect things in the places you're working? I know some people ignore it, climate change, but the rest of us were looking at the science and we know it's happening, and I believe President Joe Biden is about to rejoin the Paris Accord. So
that's him or the U.S. rejoining the Paris Agreement is a big step.
Yeah.
But it's now it's just theoretically. They have to take action. They have to show their commitment.
Yeah.
So the 1.5 degree goal can be reached, and it is scientifically still possible. As far as your question goes, in terms of our work, of course, we see it in the countries we're working in, that the effects of climate change are disastrous in countries like, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Philippines. They have seen such an increase of typhoons and storms. Right now, actually, there's a Storm Eloise, a cyclone that's going to hit Mozambique and Zimbabwe, which we are very, which CARE is looking at closely this weekend. We're ready to help the people on the ground there as good as we can. And, of course, these kinds of natural disasters, they're fueled by climate change because, when it comes to cyclones, for example, the warmer the water is, the more severe these cyclones are. They increase also from the numerous. So it's not only quality, but also quantity of those cyclones.
I did not know that. That is interesting.
Yeah.
So the
IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, they already raised that issue in their latest report. And Greta Thunberg tried to raise awareness for this, but of course people don't pay as much attention to the facts as her look or whatever. No.
Yeah. It's hey ho. So we will be donating to you. So I should say to everyone, go to eddieizzard.com and you can donate from anywhere in the world, any credit card, and some of that money will be going to CARE International.
Do it.
Yeah, absolutely. The work that Stefan is doing around the world and everyone at CARE International. And is there anything you want to ask me before you go? You don't have to, but just in case you do, then.
Yeah, I wanted to know. How did you come up with this idea, and what does motivate you to do this? I mean, it's quite an intense thing that you're doing. I read about you about the marathons you did and to honor Nelson Mandela as well.
Yeah.
So it's not the first time you're doing this. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Well,
What does motivate you?
I came out as trans, as TV transit back in 1985, and if you remember, you're younger than me, so I don't know how old you were in '85. Probably maybe not born in '85, but when we.
84. I was born 84. So
Okay.
I was 1 year old.
So when you were 1 year old, it was not very groovy to come out as trans. It was rather toxic, as it had been throughout the centuries and the millennia before. Lesbian and gay communities have done a lot of good work pushing forward on rights, but trans was kind of lost a bit, or still outside the loop. So I thought I should come out, and I thought I'm kind of the right kind of character to fight this fight. Even if people hurl abuse or shout at me or fight me in the streets, I'll just fight them back. And so it's quite a big mental challenge to do that in '85. But I didn't realize that we talk about mental health a lot more now, which is great that phrase is out there. But my mental health that I gained from being open, and I knew I was trans since I was 5, was good.
Oh, wow.
So after that, though, anything you do is a lot easier if you think about it. So, and I used to want to, I used to run about as a kid. I loved football when I was a kid. I wanted to be in forces as well, special forces, in fact. But I never did that because I wanted to do all this creative stuff. So in the end, this is me trying to show that we can all do more than we think we can do. And if I do enough, people might go, well, I'll put a bit of money in. I'll raise a bit of money, and then the charities help around the world, not only in the United Kingdom, but all around the world, as you were talking about. And that, I think, is beautiful. As a kid born in Aden in Yemen, that's what I should, as a trans kid born in Aden in Yemen, I should be doing this. And then hopefully people will look at trans maybe in a slightly different way, because they say, well, I'm not doing 31 marathons. So, and they can, hopefully it can just keep conversations going, keep people thinking more openly, and help people to donate, which helps the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I gotta clap for that and take my hat off, my imaginary hat. It's just, I mean, legendary that you are using your platform to raise awareness for, humanitarian issues, and also, being a humanitarian yourself and just doing this is just amazing. I mean, the running, but at the same time using this opportunity to raise awareness for people in the global south who are suffering and who need help. So.
And doing the gigs afterwards, that's just the icing on the cake, as we call it.
Yeah. So that's just a ramp up, basically.
Yeah, that's I will fall asleep in the gig. I do tend to fall asleep in the middle of sentences because I'm so tired. But tonight it's in German, and on the 28th it's in French, and all the other ones are in English. But
wow. I'll tune in.
Thank you. It's all the details. You can buy tickets at eddieizzard.com. Anyone in the world listening now, thank you, Stefan, for letting us talk to you.
It was my pleasure. Thank you to you.
And keep up the good work, and everyone at Care International.
Yes, thank you. You do too. Goodbye. It was lovely talking to you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
As you say in German, tschüss.
Tschüss, auf Wiedersehen.
Tschüss, auf Wiedersehen. Tschüss is a nice sort of bye, like we in English might say bye. They say tschüss.
Yes, it's nice, tschüss.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I don't know how to spell it, and I think it means bye. It's the equivalent of bye. And then auf Wiedersehen. Wieder is again, and sehen is seen. Until I see you again. So
Okay.
It's au revoir is the same. Until I re-see you, voir is to see.
Right.
Au revoir, auf Wiedersehen. Exactly the same.
Yeah, okay.
Think about those two countries next to each other. They've had battles and wars over many, many centuries going back, and they both said, the same thing of goodbye, until I see you again, until I see you again. And now they can say it in peace as opposed to...
That's interesting, the direct kind of translation. Was, I think, the only thing I was able to... Well, it literally was the only thing I could say in when we were in Berlin. Was, I know Guten Morgen, just people shorten it to Morgen, I think. Is that right?
Guten Morgen, yes, it's in Morgan.
Yeah. People donating at the window.
No, I'm trying to point to the thing, but there.
Oh, okay.
Now they can read it. Because it's just like in, what do they say in Spanish?
Buenas. You just go buenas. Is it buenos dias? You just go buenas.
Yeah.
In a
That's good.
very
Just saying
casual
good.
way. Yeah, good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in German, you just say morning. I suppose we say morning, don't we? We do
morning,
that. We just go
morning.
morning. Yeah.
That's what we do.
Same thing.
There's so much of it. Dunno. We say dunno. And when I first went to France, I came back and I found this, the word je ne sais pas. Je ne sais, I do not know, and the pas is the not. I know not. Literally, je ne sais pas, but they quite often say je sais pas.
Yes.
And that just cuts it right down, like we say dunno.
Yeah, yeah.
double it up.
That is the same, isn't it?
Dunno,
Again?
dunno.
Yeah, exactly.
We will
the same.
often say dunno, and if you said, what did you just say there? You say, well, I said I don't know. If you wrote it down, but in fact we just said dunno.
That's true. Yeah, we all shorten things in a similar way, don't we?
It's like, j'ai pas. And I came back and I said to the French teacher, you can say j'ai pas, can't you? He said, no. I said, you can, they were doing it now.
They would just no. And what's the German word? Is it odor? Was it odor?
Odor, yeah.
Yeah, you were telling me about.
Well, the use of odor. Odor just means awe. But we say in a sentence, it's kind of like, you know what I mean. We might put you know what I mean at the end.
Yeah.
And we're not really checking if they know what they mean. We assume they know. But odor is, I don't know if we've got the equivalent, but basically you say, do you want to do this or do you want to do that? I was my brother was saying I should say odor at the end of a sentence. And I said, you can't, you say or at the end of a sentence in German? He said, yeah. And we were going into the restaurant above the Reichstag, actually. They got a restaurant up there, and as it was rebuilt and reopened with a British architect, whose name has walked out of my head, but does great buildings. We went into, so I was just pushing back on my brother saying, I can't say order. Machst du das order? You're going to do that or? Because do Germans say that? And we went to the restaurant and the waiting staff there, the woman said to me, wollen Sie hier setzen? Do you want to say here? Order? And I thought, oh, okay, that's it. It was like 5 minutes later, half an hour later, I'm getting the actual run through.
Everyone in the restaurant started saying it.
Order, yeah.
I suppose we say or what. I suppose that's our closest, isn't it? You go, do you want to do this or what?
Yeah, it's the old what.
It would be similar.
Without the what as well.
Yeah.
Do you want to do this or... Sometimes you float it, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to do this or... We usually do a... Yeah, it's all what. It is the equivalent of all what, and they've cut the what off. Or the was, you could say. But, yeah, it's quite logical. You've been finding things logical in it, haven't you?
Yeah, my favourite one I've kind of figured out, which is in the show. I think it's Wizard, isn't it? And it's a Hexenmeister.
Yeah.
And then I realised, it's like a master of putting hexes on people.
Yeah.
So spells. I
Yeah,
guess,
Meister is master. And a lot of these words our words come from German because of the Angles and the Saxons tribes bringing German over. It's what we call Old English. I actually talked to my brother about that, the links. And we talked to him, I think, next Thursday.
Yeah, it is interesting when you break it down. You go, oh yeah, okay, I see how that works. You know, even with no German, I have 0 German, but yeah, it's quite logical.
We're going to talk about your Spanish. You're picking up Spanish at a certain point. I'm just going to go to the loo quick. There are toilet breaks. They're talking about toilet breaks. Yeah. No, toilet break is now. Sorry. Back in a sec.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a I will. Other times a simple I do. We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change. become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted. Disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now, these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
Okay. So, we're going to be talking to Sophie Raworth, in a few minutes, and Sophie mainly presents BBC News at 6, BBC News at 10, also presents Watchdog and Crime Watch. There we go. On 17th of April 2011, Raworth completed London Marathon despite collapsing 2 miles from the finish. Ah, that's interesting, we'll talk about that. 2017, she had completed all 6 world major marathons. Has a degree in French and German, ausgezeichnet. Spent a year teaching English to teenagers in Toulouse after university. Ah, that's interesting. 2018, Sophie presented a documentary called RAF 100 Into the Blue. She talked about her grandfather, Captain Edward Raworth, who was a pilot in the First World War. Wow, I would have thought it'd been grandfather, great-grandfather. Oh, well, it depends. Yes, we're back in the First World War, and a captain as well. There you go. So that's going to happen in a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes. Yeah. Hey. And then we're going to talk to Sigrid Mathiesen, who is my German teacher, at 2:30. She's a very nice woman, Sigrid. I keep saying Sigrun, but it should be Zigrun. The S is pronounced like a Z in German.
Is that always?
I think it's always. I think it's always. And the Z is pronounced like a TS.
Okay.
Ausgezeichnet. So Ausgezeichnet, which has got a Z in it. Ausgezeichnet with an S after that. You got to hit the T, whereas we just go Z. Ausgezeichnet. Ausgezeichnet. You got to hit that T sound to get a proper pronunciation of the Z sound. So.
Okay.
So Zigrun.
Sort of basic. Yes, the basic sounds. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Eddie.
Yes.
Sophie for you.
Hi, Sophie.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm very well. I've got just for you, Eddie, I've got my Berlin Marathon mug.
Oh, wow, there we go. One of the big six, yeah?
Oh, one of the big six. I thought I'd get it out for you.
What are the designs? What are the designs in between the word Berlin? Are those people? Figures of people?
Yeah, figures of runners.
Figures of runners. There you go. And can anyone buy that, or only someone who's running it?
No, I think anyone could get it. I just bought it when I did the Berlin Marathon some years ago now. I just bought it as a sort of, I did all the 6 marathons and came back with, I've kind of got a glass or a mug or something from each one of them.
Very good. Now tell the world what the big 6.
The big 6 marathons. I can't believe you're actually, first of all, running and talking. My idea of hell is running on a treadmill. I can't do it for more than about 5 minutes.
I can't unless I'm talking. I asked for this. The 6-hour podcast I do every day, I asked to do it, because otherwise I'd go mad. But, yeah.
But it's the word stop in front of you, is the stop on that thing. And when I run on a treadmill, I see that button that says stop, and I just want to press it the whole time. I literally can't run for more than about 15, 20 minutes on the treadmill.
Think about if you're on the treadmill and you get a Zoom call going, or a FaceTime thing, or whatever it is, when you're chatting to a friend, especially if you're chatting about something, decent, and I tend to talk about make the humanity great again, and would this idea work, and what about this, and I mean, you teaching teenagers French in Toulouse, that's something I wanted. I kind of wanted to do that. I've got an idea that I want as a trans woman to go to a country I'm not alone, either France or Germany, it could be Austria, or Spanish, and then teach teenagers and how they would react to me, and probably give me such hellish time. What that would be a curious thing to try and do and try and help and see if you could. Anyway, what was that like? I'm going to jump to that and then we'll go back to
teaching. No, the teaching. Do you know that I did that when? Well, it's funny listening to you. I was listening to you just before doing the German, because I did French and German at university, and my German now is terrible. It's awful. I mean, I can understand it, but I was supposed to be fluent. I was never properly fluent in German, because I did a double honours, so I did French and German, and I spent a year in France and 6 weeks in Germany, just the year after the Berlin Wall came down, actually.
Oh, wow.
But I didn't have the same experience in France. I was completely immersed, and I spent, as you say, I was teaching teenagers in Toulouse in a school, and God, I mean, I have a whole, that gave me a massive respect for teachers and what they do. It's so difficult. And I went in, I was only 22, I think 21, 22. I went into this classroom in Toulouse with a whole lot of 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. And my French wasn't very good when I started, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. And by the end of it, I knew it all. I had all this sort of slang and everything. But it was really funny watching it, learning and becoming more and more fluent. But teaching is hard work. It's exhausting. And all this homeschooling we're having to do at the moment, I have a whole newfound respect for teachers and what they do. Amazing.
Yeah, it must be tough. But tell us more on that. It was the biggest problem with teenagers. Some of them just don't want to learn. What were you doing? Were you teaching them English?
I was teaching them English. So I was an English assistant. I was l'assistante anglaise, and I drove a yellow Beetle. And so they all knew the assistante anglaise, dans sa coccinelle jaune, which is yellow Beetle. And I became quite well known in that little area of Colomiers, it was called, just outside Toulouse.
Coccinelle is the French for beetle.
For beetle.
Ah, yes.
And so I had my right-hand drive Beetle, and I drove around Toulouse in my little Beetle. And it was wonderful. I loved it. Okay. But I loved living in France. I loved that year. It was wonderful. And as you say, I'd love to do it again now. Go into another country and learn the language and become. There's something so wonderful about learning a language and becoming fluent in it. Yeah. And I still speak French fluently, and I find that. I love it. I love going, at the moment, not being able to travel and not even be able to go across the channel. is hard. It's the idea that you can't go
C'est très
places.
difficile. Mais c'est très intéressant. And j'imagine, I'm going to do English and French. J'imagine que les teenagers, comment on dit teenagers en français?
Adolescents, les
Les
adolescents.
adolescents, oui, adolescents. Probablement, ils veulent apprendre l'anglais. They want to learn English. They saw it as useful or not really?
Ouais, ça va. What am I doing this in French or English? I do English.
English for the world. I like jumping between.
Well, you can translate for me.
Yes.
No, they did. They wanted to learn, but equally, I was a bit of a sort of novelty factor. And you know, you can imagine a sort of bunch of 16-year-old boys with a 20-year-old teacher in there from England who can't quite understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
Although I did get them by the end, so I was able to answer them back and kind of, you know, they had a laugh. They were having a laugh. And the keeping kids under control was it's hard when you're that young as well, and you've only just really come out of school yourself. It was quite difficult.
The essence of my question is this, though. I think if you were a French teacher going into an English-speaking class, be it wherever Australia, America, Britain, and you were teaching French, there would be less of an incentive for those kids to learn French, and they would be more switched off. And they might have been slightly more switched on in France because they could see, well, we can go on holiday, we can do business.
I think with me, I think I was more of a sort of the add-on. I was the conversation practice. So I think I presume they took their teachers. I mean, they were fine with me. They were absolutely fine. It was a long time ago now. My memory, but I wasn't. It didn't matter really for them whether they did well with me or not. I was just there to chat to them.
Oh, right. Oh, because you weren't.
I wasn't marking their work or giving
I
them
see.
anything like that.
Okay. Well, no, I just got this theory on things I was trying to. You know, I can understand why a lot of English speakers say, I'm not going to bother. But you're just losing out a whole slice of the world.
How many languages do you speak? You obviously speak some French, some German.
I say it's a pretty good French. I'm at 70% fluent French,
Yeah.
about 30% German. My German is survival German.
Yeah.
And I speak a basic and introductory Spanish, but I could get Spanish pretty good because I'm going to tour Spanish in Spain and Central America, South America, and Mexico, which is actually North America, but Mexico City I'll play, and the Caribbean. And by the middle or towards the end of that, I think I could be doing some stringing sentences together quite well, because apparently if you have French and English, Spanish comes as a sort of gift quite quickly.
Yeah, I started learning Italian when I was 33, because that's about the only thing I can say. I remember about 5 sentences of Italian, and I used to take myself off to my Italian lessons and try and get another language. But I love learning languages. I really, really love it. And I think a lot of people don't realise what it gives you, and being immersed in another culture and just being able to access read in another language and talk to people in their own language is really rewarding.
I'd say to anyone, if you want to learn, you've got to get a job after COVID, get a job as a waiting staff.
Yes, exactly.
That would probably be the most accessible. Even with Brexit, bureaucracy is going to make it much harder for you to work in Europe. And that's going to slow us down, but if you fill out the forms and do all that kind of rubbish we have to do now, you could get a job, and the waiting staff, I think, will help, because you're going to have to they want you to translate to anyone, tourists who speak English, and you'll be getting French in the kitchen and getting them food out. It'll be hellish first 2 weeks, but if you stick it, you'll probably get it within a month. You'll be able to go basic sentences. I think that's what I think. So anyway.
Can I just ask you something about the running? How are you 23 marathons in?
Yeah.
How stiff are you feeling? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. The body does get stronger. It gets more exhausted, but stronger. It's the weird thing. Bits of my body have gone on both sides, and as you strap up one side, the other side goes. So it's a little odd. And I had a blister, and that built up, and that expanded, and that broke, and that may re-come again, but you can strap that down as well. So everything's strapped up, and I soldier on and try and get enough energy in so I can ask these questions,
I don't know how you talk and run. I cannot talk and run. I run with. I think you talked to my friend Susie Chan the other day, who I run with, the ultra runner, who I run with all the time, and I love running with her because she talks and I listen. I find it really hard to talk and run. I like going in groups of people who chat away, and then I can just sort of zone in and zone out.
Well, I'm not going very fast. I think that Susie's probably, and yourself probably going faster. But I'm just going to say one more thing. So if you do want to see, I know your German isn't, you're only 6 weeks there, but my show tonight is in German.
Is it? Okay.
If you go to eddyizzard.com.
That depressed me. Okay, I will
if you go
watch
to
it.
eddyizzard.com, you buy a ticket. It's £12, but the profits all go to charity. It's just a few costs in there. But you will see me with no audience doing. It's quite a good show. It's in a good place. It's my last show, and I ran through with my teacher, who I'm going to talk to next, Zigrun, and she said I was doing okay. And it's but if you want to, you don't have to. But it's there. You could buy a ticket.
But are you doing it? No, I will. Eddie, I have absolutely nothing else to do. I will join you. What are you doing it though, just off the top of your head, or are you doing it? Is it scripted?
It's my show. My last show was called Wunderbar. The actual German title, Wunderbar, like wonderful. And I developed it actually in French first, and then in German, and then in English, as a salute to Sam Beckett, who wrote Waiting for Godot in French. And so it is the show. It goes through talking about humanity, our ability to speak, and then I talk about Notre Dame, where I began the shows. I was beginning my French shows in a venue that's on the Seine, La Nouvelle Seine. It's a floating barge that has a venue right by Notre Dame. I talk about that. I talk about Henry VIII, William the Conqueror, and a whole bunch of stuff, all in German. Alles auf Deutsch. Heinrich der Achte, Wilhelm der Eroberer, who is also William the Bastard, which is Wilhelm der Unehrliche. So, and I have to get all my pronunciations right, because if you get your pronunciation just a little bit wrong, you can be saying William the dancing crazy person or something, So
yeah, exactly. Yes. Oh, right. I shall join you. I shall tune in later on.
Even if you just watch 5 minutes, you've got the thing and you've made the donation, so you don't have to stay close.
I will.
But it's
Don't
actually,
worry. I'd like to practice my German, a bit of practice. It's a long time since I've even listened to German.
Das ist eine gute Idee.
Ja, danke schön.
Natürlich. Ja, ausgezeichnet. My favorite word. My favorite word. I actually used to go on stage and go, ausgezeichnet. And I love saying that because I know my teachers from old would have said, you can't swear. That's very bad, but well done for doing the show. It will excellent. No, but bad, no good, but bad. But so I put a swear word into in French and in German, just one word with a swear word in it. It's just kind of fun. That's the only English word I ever used.
That was my problem when I went to France and lived in France. I was living with a whole lot of Parisians.
Right.
Who taught me slang. So they had this thing called verlan, which is everything l'envers.
I know l'envers, absolutely.
Yeah, verlan is backwards. So I came back to I was at university in Manchester, and I went back to university in Manchester, and I started speaking verlan by mistake. I remember my teacher going, "What are you talking?" And it was all these words they'd say, do you want to come chez moi instead of chez moi?
Yeah.
And everything was back to front.
You're une meuf, a woman.
Une meuf, une femme, une meuf.
Meuf. An Arab, une beurre, un beurre.
Exactly.
Les flics, les keufs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know verlan, and I know slang. For stand-ups, you put as much slang as you can in. And I say this to the other guys, like my French friend, who does shows in English and talks about codswallop, and anything that's that was a load of, just crazy things that you could say, absolutely bonkers. If you get someone with an accent saying their words, and putain, I knew that I was doing quite good French when I went putain de merde.
I just watched Spiral. Have you seen that? The brilliant French police drama called Engrenage, which is Spiral. It's on the BBC.
Okay.
If anyone wants to watch that lockdown TV, that is fantastic. And it's all in French. Have you not seen it?
No, I'll have a look for it, yes.
Oh, my goodness, Eddie, you're in for a treat. You've got 8 series to catch up on.
Excellent.
And it's fantastic police drama. And I watched the final one of the 8 series last night, and it was brilliant. But you get a lot of putain, all that goes on.
Which means prostitutes. You're going around saying prostitute. Oh, prostitute. Well, prostitutes are that. But
exactly.
I suppose it's the equivalent of saying whore. Anyway, yeah. Everyone.
So these marathons you're doing are what, 5.5? I've looked up your pace before I came on. I'm a bit of a running nerd, so I was just trying to work out what that was in kilometres and pace. So you're doing a sort of good 5.5-hour marathon every single day.
It's a 6.5. It's probably a 6.5-hour marathon, which is, as you know, not fast, but but I have no recovery time. You know, I'm straight
It's
back.
amazing. I don't know how you're doing that. I mean, I really don't know how. That is absolutely incredible to do that day in, or that day in, day out is unbelievable.
Well, you've got to do something that's that grabs people's attention. Otherwise, they're not going to give a fiver.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to give
Yeah.
$5, £5, €5. But let's get back to talking about your marathon, the Big Six.
The Big Six.
So it was London, Berlin, New
So I
York.
did London, Berlin, Tokyo, New York, Boston, and Chicago. Think about that.
And
those are the Big Six. And the only reason I did the Big Six is because at the end of it, you get a massive medal.
Oh wow!
I'm quite motivated by the medals.
Where's the massive medal? Go and get the massive medal.
So go and get it. All right, stay there. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. So Sophie's going to get her massive medal. If you're wondering what's going on, she's run the Big Six marathons, and she's kind of medal driven. I've got one of the black ones. So here we go.
There you go. That is the massive medal.
Oh,
That's
wow.
what you get.
Wow.
So what you get is actually you can see that's my Boston one up on the wall behind me.
Yep.
And that's the one that you get with all the 6 cities that you get when you've done the whole lot. And the wonderful thing is the only reason we did this is because I did the Boston Marathon with Susie. I met Susie Chan at the Boston Marathon back in 2014.
Oh, it's fantastic, as you say.
And we kind of we met on the plane going out, and then after the race we could hear all these people clanking, and we couldn't work out what it was. And it was the people who'd done the Big Six, so they were wearing. You get this medal at the end, and you get your Boston medal, so you can hear both medals clanking against each other.
Ah, I see.
And, we looked. They have a wall of fame, and everybody who's done them. And we looked at the wall of fame, and there were hardly any women. So we both we'd just met, and we're going to do that. So we spent the next 3 years going around, or 3 or 4 years going around the world, ticking them all off. And there you go.
That's a good point, because I think women and endurance, women are pretty good at endurance, aren't they?
They're really good at endurance. There's some amazing endurance runners. I mean, there's a sort of, the spine race, Jasmine. Oh, I've forgotten her last name, but she was brilliant and did the record by, beat everybody by about a whole day, and it was the most grueling race. And women are amazingly good at endurance races. And what I always go on and on about is endurance races as well for women. When you get older, a lot of people think that, you get into your 40s and you can't really run anymore, or it's not so good. And actually, women often get stronger and stronger and stronger as they get older, and particularly in those endurance races. So, yeah, it's great.
And trans women too, I think.
Absolutely.
That's what I feel.
Everyone. I think everyone does. I think everyone gets. I think you can, as long as you don't get injured or you haven't got, niggles or whatever. As long as you do the training and you keep strong, you can keep improving. That's what I love about running.
It could well be that as we get older, our minds, maybe for anyone and everyone, your minds have lived a life. You've learned. You have a certain self-confidence, and you've had knocks and things gone wrong, and people you love died, and the determination. Because that's hopefully you'll agree. I think you will agree. This is the thing. This command module of your head, your brain, and your mind drives the body. It's not the other way around. The fit body will not win the race or do the race. Not win the race, but just do the race if the brain doesn't want to. It's the mind you have to be motivated. Correct?
I did the Marathon des Sables with Susie 2 years ago, or 2 years ago. And actually, that's the one thing that really taught me, because that was 250 kilometers, 6 marathons, 5 days. And I went out there thinking, there is no way on earth I'm going to be able to do this. And I wanted to quit. I didn't want to do it. I mean, I wanted to pull out before I went. I didn't want to do it. And I went out there and discovered that actually after day 1 I was okay, and day 2 I was okay, and kept going. And that's exactly what I came out understanding, is that it's your head. So much of it is in your head, whether you're doing an ultra race like that or whether you're running a marathon or a half marathon. It's always that sticky moment. I mean, what you're doing is amazing because you just keep driving yourself forward, but your body will be able to do it. It's actually your head that, so that's me on a treadmill wanting to press the stop button, and it's my head I have to fight half the time, not my body.
I think it's all the time. There's an ultramarathon joke which you may not have heard. I know that you're doing ultramarathons, but they told me this. I said, is it 80-20%? Because I thought it was 70% mind, 30% body. Then after, this is in the UK when I was doing the 43, and I thought maybe it's 80-20, and they said, well, we got this ultramarathon joke, which is to run ultramarathons, it's 90% mental, and the other 10% is in your head. So, meaning it's the whole bloody thing.
Whole thing.
It's completely.
It probably is. Yeah, probably is.
It is.
And you have to obviously have done. I've done a few ultras where, I'd trained for a marathon. So I'd done my London marathon training, and then I'd done ultras a few weeks later. So I'd done no extra training, and you go from being able to run 26 miles in one go to 50 miles in one go, and you just think that is impossible. I can't do that. There's no way I will be able to do that. But then you find out if you break it down into little bits, and you just keep going, and you have support around you, and you give yourself the possibility of doing it. You can do it. It's amazing what you can achieve. That's what continues to amaze me with running.
I did a double marathon at the end of the South Africa run.
I remember that. I don't think I was even running then, and you were so extraordinary. I couldn't believe you were doing all that.
Well, that was completely mine, because that was 11 hours of hell and 5 minutes of euphoria, not at the end, but actually in about 30k to go. I had 90k, so in the end it was totally about 11 hours and 50 minutes. But I stopped to celebrate two marathons, and I had to finish. There was a live link back to the UK that went off at 3:15 South African time, and I got there at 13 minutes past 3. It went off at 15 past, so I had 2 minutes to spare at the end, but I just had to increase speed at the end. That was the weird thing. I was going at this speed for...
And you can do it though, can't you? That's what's amazing. After all that running, you can see home, you can see the end, and you can actually get faster. When was it? What year did you do that, South Africa?
Sorry, what year?
What year was that? Yeah.
That's 2016. But I need to add to this that I failed in 2012. I was doing it for the Olympics year, and I got rhabdomyolysis and had to pull out after 4 marathons. So, but I swore to come back, and it took me 4 years. But came back and got it done in 2016. That was one hell of a thing. The 27 marathons, 27 days as a salute to Nelson Mandela. That was kind of beautiful.
How have you prepared for this one? Have you been running a lot?
Well, I say that you can't really prepare for these. The first 10 marathons of the 31 prepare you for the rest of them. That's what I say. But in between the last, I did 29 back in February, actually in Europe, in the cities. And since then, I tried to run a marathon every 2 weeks. And in between that, on the other weekends, I would run a half marathon. So go marathon, half marathon, marathon, half marathon. That's what I've tried to do. Sometimes you're too busy and you can't get it done, but that's what I was trying to do. But really, until you've done 10, you haven't got the brain and the body in sync. It's like the computer and the machine have to sync up, and it takes them 10 marathons to get the hang of what's going on. And now I'm talking to you, what am I, 2.5 hours in, and now I've got another, what have I got, 4.5 hours to go?
4.5 hours to go.
No, 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours, 4 hours.
And were you doing that training on a treadmill, or were you running outside?
No, always outside. Treadmill has its place, especially in COVID times. And there's people running with me. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. There's people in blue shirts.
Yes.
They're all avatars of people from around the world who've joined me and adopted the blue shirt like mine to run with me for the Make Humanity Great team. And they're on their treadmills anywhere in the world.
That is amazing.
And on the last day, we're trying to get as many people as possible to join Zwift, the Zwift app, and come in and get things synced up, and then they can come along, throw on a blue shirt and come with us.
How many runners have you got with you at the moment? Can you see?
Can we see? So, how many Zwifters nearby?
I didn't realise they were real people. I mean, I know they're obviously not quite real people, but I didn't realise they represented real people. It's amazing.
Avatars, 75 Zwifters nearby. Some of them are cyclists, so I'd say in this group, I'd say we're about 30 or 40. Well,
fantastic.
Yeah. So, yeah, I struggle on. I just keep firing away and keep things going. Well, we should talk about your grandfather.
My grandfather.
As I have a pilot's license.
Yeah. Well, yes, I heard you were talking to, was it Carol Vorderman earlier?
Yeah.
I tuned in then, and it made me laugh because I was terrified of flying too, just like you. And I've overcome it by going some of the most ridiculous, high, fast flying planes. I literally have overcome it by going in kind of, I've been with the Red Arrows and been in a Typhoon and flown in a biplane for a film I did about my grandfather, who was also who was in the RAF. He's one of the first. Well, he was one of the first members of the RAF, and I was filmed in a biplane, which was made. It just seemed to be just made of wood and not very much else.
Canvas, I think.
Yeah, wood and canvas, and we took off. And when you land, it's on a sort of. It's got a sort of almost like a rocking horse bottom to it.
Right.
But that was quite frightening, being up there, completely exposed. You know, you're not in the cockpit, you're open air, and then you come back down and it bumps to the ground, and then you feel absolutely every gust of wind. My stomach went crazy. But somehow that cured me. Actually, I think it was the Typhoon and the Red Arrows completely cured me. But
it actually cured you, so you don't get any air sickness from any turbulence at any point, or car sickness?
No, I nearly, when I went in the Typhoon, I felt sick. I thought I was going to be sick. They give you I was in a proper proper suit, and that went so fast, and we did acrobatics and all kinds of things, and they looped the loop, and that was when I was very nearly ill, but I managed not to be.
Isn't that dangerous? What you throw up into the mask?
No, because they tell you exactly what you have to do. You have to take the mask off. You have a sick bag in a pocket in your trousers. So you take the mask off and they show you how to do all that. But I wasn't sick, so it was all right.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nightmare for me on any of those rides, those that go up and down at the fun fairs. I can't do those. Cars. If it's
you still can't, or you can now?
I did the on Top Gear. They had the averagely priced car race. You know about that thing? And I did that.
Around the track?
Yeah, and I
did that. I did that too. That's amazing.
But did you feel okay? Because I did not.
I think I frightened. You mean with the Stig? I frightened the Stig, I think.
Yeah, well, no, the point was because you're braking from 110 down to 10 miles an hour very quickly. My inner ear goes way out, and I had to stop in the practice session. So when I did the actual one, I just drove just to get it over with because I wasn't feeling great. Did the interview, went home, and I had to get out of the car that was being chauffeur driven home because I felt sick. I can knock out my inner ear, those three little bones in the inner ear.
Yeah.
They go out and I can't get them back in for hours sometimes.
Oh, horrible sensation as well.
Not good.
But have you cured yourself of your fear of flying now?
Yeah, because I know there's a curious thing, and I would say this to anyone listening who is in charge of an airplane company. They should tell people coming into landing about some of the noises that come on, or they should at least have a pamphlet on it. They should say the undercarriage comes out. You'll hear this big metallic sounds. That's a good sound. You want the undercarriage, otherwise you're not landing with wheels. So don't get worried about it, because you think, what the hell does that mean? And also because you trim for the glide pattern for coming into land, and the nose comes up, and I think it's about 8 degrees. Once you've got it set with the air locks, the air brakes on, the flaps up, all you're adjusting is speed. That's all you do is throttle. So therefore, if you're getting too low, the autopilot will say, come up, and you have to increase the throttle. And so you'll hear the engine go, and it sounds very worrying. You think, why is all this noise going on? But that's how you adjust. And if people knew that, but no one gets told that, ever.
But it's about control though, isn't it? I think that's why, I don't like being out of control, so I think that's why I was always frightened of flying, and it's being in turbulence and not being able to do anything about it. And, pre 9/11, I used to fly, when I was really frightened. I started getting really frightened randomly when I was working as a producer for the BBC in Brussels, and I'd fly home, or we were doing stories all around Europe, and I'd fly off, and come back to Brussels airport, and we a couple of times hit really bad turbulence, and then I started getting really frightened. And then every time I went flying, particularly if I was on my own, I used to ask to go and see the captain in the cockpit, and they'd let me in. I mean, this is obviously pre-9/11.
Yep.
And once I was sitting in there, and the captain, yes, come in and have a look, and I'd sit there in the jump seat in between them. And once I was in there, I was absolutely fine because I could see the pilots and how calm they were, and it was all right. As long as I knew what was going on, and as you say, they explained the sounds, then I was all right. But if that didn't happen, I mean, I literally held a stranger's hand flying into New York once because the turbulence was so bad.
Yeah. Well, you see, bumpy air is like bumpy road. If you're going on in a car...
I always think I'm in a bus now. If it still scares me, I close my eyes and just pretend I'm in a bus.
Yeah, bumpy air, bumpy road. Bumpy air, bumpy road, you know? It's you don't like bumpy road, that's not good. But it stops, and then bumpy air stops.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have to let you go. Thank you
I know, I
very
can
much.
see your German teacher's coming out now,
Yes,
isn't she?
indeed.
I shall practice well, and I shall tune in. I shall come in. What time are you on tonight, then?
7 p.m. London time.
7 p.m. London time. I will be there.
Go to eddieizzard.com to buy tickets, anyone in the world. The German show tonight, as we're celebrating Berlin and Germany today. Thank
Good luck
you.
with it. Lovely
Great
to talk to you.
Sophie.
And
Take
good luck
care.
with the rest of your marathons.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, we are going to have Sigrun come up now. Sigrun Mathisen. I got to make sure I'm pronouncing Sigrun's name correctly and even getting the Z sound. Do you want to be part of this? Come and have a chat?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you start talking German, I'm going to be out of it.
Dave,
Yes.
we can get Sarah up as well on this. That'd be great.
Yeah,
So, talking to Sigrun, and we can talk about anything and everything. And then Elodie Singer, who is a Francorean from Germany. So it'd be Singer. Elodie Singer would be Elodie's name. Refuge, an internship in Johannesburg. Thank you. Someone just donated there. Thank you. Cheers. So.
Ellie, Sigrun for you.
Sigrun. Hi
Hello,
there.
Eddie.
Hi there.
Hello. Are we speaking German now?
No, we're speaking English. Alles auf English, I'm afraid.
Alles auf Englisch.
Well,
Oh,
no,
shit.
we could do a bisschen auf Deutsch, but
Bisschen auf Deutsch.
can you see Sarah as well?
I can see Sarah. I
Hey,
can see
Sigrid.
Sarah.
Hey.
Okay, that's what I want to see. How can I see just what everyone sees?
Well,
There's something in view, probably.
What?
You can- Oh, yeah, that's better.
Yeah, is that good?
Yeah, well, good.
And-
I'm not sure. It's very spaced out. It looks like something on a Mars mission or something.
Yes, we're doing with things. We have actually got pictures of Berlin. Actually, Dave, can you pull out on me a bit just to show Sigrun what we got? We've got the flags. We've got German flag here, the European flag. We've got UN flag, and we
Sehr
have
gut.
day 23, then Diane 20er Tag in Berlin, and show the pictures on the screen as well. Are they still rotating, or they? Yeah.
I saw them before when you were talking with the person before me. Oh yeah, I see
Yeah.
some.
So they're from all over Berlin, and the
Yeah.
That's great. Now you can zoom back in on me. Thank you, Dave. And what's this sign behind you?
Oh, that is. I thought I do a bit of propaganda. This is saying Rassismus ist keine Alternative. Racism is not an alternative. And
Yes,
that's
indeed.
of course directed to the so-called Alternative für Deutschland, who's anything but an alternative.
Yeah.
So I thought I use my on-screen opportunity. with you.
Absolutely. Racism is no alternative.
A good cause.
And we say that to Donald Trump, and we say that to any right-wing groups in anywhere. We're not going back. And you have a little phrase in Germany which is "nie wieder," never again.
Exactly.
Nie wieder. And and I think Germany could save the world because Germany has gone to such hellish situation from 33 to 45 that Germany knows we went there and never again should it happen. So my hope is that Germany will help save the world along with everyone else who's got a positive heart around.
Well, I'm not quite in a position to share your optimism, but it would be nice. It would be nice, definitely. What I hear on a daily basis and read in the news is mixed messages, shall we say? But yes, yes, we have been there. We should know better. But yeah, things are never quite identical. So that's why, in this situation, and it shows. I mean, it's very difficult or it seems at points to be very difficult to see who's doing what and who is. Everyone claims they are talking for the people and they solidaric and all these terms are gone out there, and everyone preys on them. So I think that's complicated. I'm guessing a little bit complicated.
Well, we should tell the world about yourself. Do you want to tell you? Well, because your English is very good that people work out, and you also have English slang and terminology and phrases that people will be surprised about because you were married to an Englishman.
Yes, my late husband was British, Welsh actually, however born in Malaysia, so that makes him a colonial heritage. Yeah. So yeah, and but we lived in Berlin, we met in Berlin, so yeah, but I spoke English because he initially claimed that my English is so much better than his German, and of course, like every good German, I like speaking English. I always loved English, even at school. So. And it helped me professionally because I'm a journalist by training, and with this English, I could broaden I've always been a freelance person, so I broadened my toolkit or my possibilities of jobs, and of course that's how I eventually got to meet you.
Yes. Now, how did it happen? Because Mark seemed to know you before I knew you.
No, Renate, our mutual friend Renate from Quatsch Comedy Club, Renate here, she told me about you, and I have to admit this is really embarrassing. I didn't know you before. So she said, well, I got this world famous comedian and he wants to do a show in German, and I don't think I can just send him some translator or German teacher. That won't quite work. Would you be interested? Because your English is good enough, you can understand what he's doing in English. So I came home that afternoon and I told Martin, my late husband, I said, have you ever heard of Eddie Izzard? And Martin was almost like, what? You haven't heard of Eddie Izzard? That can't be. So he was shocked and I was embarrassed. And in the end, that got me curious, basically, because Martin said, you've got to take this job, whatever you do, you have to. This is such a unique opportunity.
Well, I must say that it's right that you shouldn't have known me, because I was only known in comedy circles, and it's whatever, so I would not have been shocked. I would have been surprised if people do know me, but I'm gradually, little by little, getting, running things up the flagpole and getting things done. But I remember Mark was my older brother. I should explain to the world, Mark is Mark has a pretty good German, wouldn't you say?
Well, his German is brilliant. I mean, he knows more about German grammar than I do. I've always been it was good at school with German. I liked writing little essays and reports. My spelling and punctuation was all over the place. And so I really struggle if people ask me for the rules. But what I found increasingly fascinating when I was married to someone with another native language, the bits that get lost in translation and the bits you gain.
Right.
Of course, all of a sudden you realize it's never quite an exact match. It's like interlooping. So by translating, you kind of broaden perspective. By language, I always feel that's why I was interested in them. Unfortunately, I didn't learn as many as I should have done. And Marcus, he speaks Spanish, he speaks French really well. So I never was. I was too lazy, I think. Yeah.
Wie sagt man lazy auf Deutsch? How do you say?
Foul.
Foul.
Which is rotten in your. So that's exactly what I mean. So you got foul, which is rotten and lazy. So you go through directions.
Yeah, and in English it means word foul is like, a foul is something that's foul is horrible, or it's a foul in football if you do a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, foul is lazy. Ich bin faul, aber sehr very driven, whatever driven is.
Yeah, driven. Driven is.
Or headstrong or determined.
Ja, sehr willensstark. Willensstark is headstrong and driven. Motiviert. Motiviert. Sehr
Motiviert.
motiviert. Sehr
That's an
powerful.
easy one. Now this is an interesting thing because this is me looking for a word. And what Sigrun, and I should pronounce the first letter of your name as a Z, shouldn't I? Sigrun, as opposed to Sigrun.
Well, you pronounce Sigrun. I would pronounce it. Well, the S is fine. It's just how long.
But if it's German, everyone else will call you Sigrun, yeah?
Yeah.
With a Z sound. Yeah, okay, because the S is a pronounced. So what happens with Sigrun is you're not, even though I might say to someone for ease of use that you're my German teacher, it's not quite like that. We run through ideas. I say what I'm trying to say in English, and I literally flip everything in English over to German because I've designed it to work in German. And what you said there was you went through several words, and you're very good at this now. You'll say, it's this word, what about this word? And you'll become like a thesaurus, and you say motiviert. I'm looking for motiviert. Yes, I can remember motiviert because it's so close to motivated.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and that's what I understood as well, the way you learned this. I mean, initially, when I was presented with the job, I thought, oh yeah, there's a written script, and then you do a sort of translation, and I realized the script was really just a backup, and the way I find it fascinating to see how your brain works with these things, and how you plug and pull things, and how you repeat them, and how you create. I think that's what every language learner does. You create your own little bridges that help people, yeah. But you do it in a much broader way because you kind of almost like a second spring or a second river, or I'm not quite sure what the image would be, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's the comedy that runs parallel to it. So you immediately always look out for the joke that's possibly there. That is a very, I mean, it's great fun. I mean, it's great fun watching the show, but it's also great fun to see how you work on it and where the ideas come from. It's so weird.
Yes, it is a bit weird, but we seem to have a perfect relationship. And you also, I mean, Sarah comes in the morning and is making breakfast because we're in the same bubble. And you can see that sometimes you, Sigrun, you're laughing away at something that I've said because you get the jokes. This is the great thing.
Yes, I should say I have no German, so when I come in and if I hear you laughing, I go, okay, it must be all right then. That's good.
Well, by now you probably have some German, Sarah. You just don't want to admit it.
No, Sarah? What was the one you found this morning that was very logical?
Oh yeah, I loved it. So the word for in English, wizard. We were talking about Lord of the Rings and wizards, and then I realised that the German word for that, because I heard you talking about it, was Hexenmeister, and then I realised, oh, that's a master of hexes. So it's like a master of putting a curse on someone, and I thought, oh, there's the logic to it. But it's a great word. Hexenmeister sounds good.
Also, it's very English because Meister and Master are very close because, as you'll know, Sigrun and people around the world, English has a lot of German words from the Angles and the Saxons and the Frisians that came over back in the day before the Normans. So Meister is master, and we must get master from Meister. And hex, we have that word. It's an old-fashioned word to put a hex on someone.
That must have a common root then somewhere, because
it's an old-fashioned word.
It is quite old-fashioned.
Yeah, we say curse because a curse or a spell, but a hex is there. So Hexenmeister, immediately I can grab it and Vorstellungskraft, because craft, and you had the band Kraftwerk, but the craft comes there's a lot of craft and words with craft in German, and Vorstellen is imagination. And it's like Vorstellen is to put. It's putting forwards. I try and link them together so I can grab hold of them. And Voltatigkeit. Voltatics, what's the one for charity? Voltatigkeit. Yeah, this is the trouble. We have the words charity, and charity in German is Voltatigkeit Organisation, which is huge. It's this big. And in French it is Organisation de Caritatif. Organisation Caritatif. So that's quite big as well. And we just call them charities. And that's why.
Oh, you could say Karitative Organisation in German as well. So
can you?
Yes, you can. just remembered this, or I should have told you before.
Okay, yeah, no, that's going to be a lot easier. I've just learned full tactics, Kate.
Keep it.
I'm going to go to Caritative Organisation. I might go for that one if I can't get the words in.
Because you borrowed from the French as well, so did you, right? So in the end, you realize also they're not, the European languages at least, they're not so separate.
No, they're all...
A lot of words have common roots and stuff.
Yeah, and there's one in English which is the Latin base, as a rule of thumb that if the word is 3 syllables or more, it's probably pretty much the same in English, French, Spanish, and German. Like transportation, transportation, and then whatever it is in Italian, it will be similar because it's all Latin based. Organizations, that kind of thing. Comunicación, a lot of those all linked together. Hey.
Yeah, so how is this running? Now you're doing it the 23rd day. So is it getting easier or harder?
Both at the same time, I think. So my body is slightly stronger, and the link between my brain and my body is better. As I'm talking to you, my right leg has started going, which is weird, but this happens. Sometimes you just get a little twinge, and you have to be very careful on it, and then it might just go away. But I might have to slow down, but you just have to listen to the body. But I'm exhausted beyond exhausted, but I'm still firing away. And tonight, carry on, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was wondering, compared to the real run last year, or whenever I was, is this easier or harder on the belt, or is it physically different? I'm sure it's mentally different, but is it physically different?
Well, we thought it was physically different. We had an expert on last night who's a podiatrist talking about it, and Sarah doesn't remember this being said, but it was the idea that running on a treadmill and running outside are quite similar on the body, but Sarah it might be different. Did I get that wrong, Sarah? I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I was not sure actually. We were talking about this earlier. Yes, because I think there was we did have some conversations where it was saying that you could get different injuries because the belt is moving itself, so it's pushing your legs backwards, so it can affect different muscles. But yeah, I'm not actually sure on that conversation. But
so physically, I think it's in a similar-ish area. Mentally, it's very different. You're normally getting images and stuff coming in your face. And I asked if I could do these essentially 6.5-hour podcasts every day to keep my brain out, not thinking about my body. So if I'm talking, talking makes it easier. And then and outdoors, the weather changes would be a lot different.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't like it today in Berlin, I can tell you. It's absolutely schrecklich. Schrecklich. It's die Hölle. Das Wetter ist die Hölle. They promised us like a spring-like weekend. So then they took that back and they said it's snowing, which is also kind of nice. And now instead it's raining. And I had to run errands this morning and it was soaking wet. And I must say you're better off with your pictures there. And
yes, very good.
You want to be here.
So I'm going to keep struggling on. Now, Renata and the Quatsch Comedy Club, that's been going for some time now. How did you know Renata? How did you two know each other?
Well, we sang in a choir together. That's how we knew each other. That's where we met, and then we became friends. And so she's still in the choir. I have changed the choir, but all that's of course happening online now, if it happens at all. That's.
And were you in a choir back at was that you were adults then, or was it at school or university or after that?
No. Was in Berlin. So I only live in Berlin for just over 10 years now, and as Renata also lived in Hamburg before. So we pretty sure now that we bumped into each other somewhere on a pub. We both thought, we have seen each other before.
Because you were both from Hamburg.
Well, we're not from there. Renata's from Munich, and I'm born in Berlin, but I lived in Hamburg for a long time.
Right.
And she lived there, and so we both think we've seen each other there. And then we just joined this. Yeah, it's like it's not a pub choir. It's a proper choir, but it's also not very ambitious. It's just leisure time. What you do for fun. And so, yeah, and that's where we got to know each other.
Right.
And we normally, I mean, I went to one show in the Quatsch Comedy Club. I have to say I wasn't, and I'm still not very much into comedy.
Yeah,
Sad.
that's probably a good thing, because if I can make you laugh, then...
Well, you could say it that way, yeah. And but I must say, through Renate and her partner Franz and their work, I got to know a few comedians that I really like, apart from you as well, and that's broadened my cultural knowledge, which is good. And yeah, and also Renate looks after my dog a lot, which is very good.
Yes, yes, indeed. Now we did mention before, and we didn't cover it when we were last talking about whether you should be der Stimme Gottes, for tonight's show.
Yeah.
And I think I'm okay. This is the voice of God, because my brother's done it sometimes, and you could, which is like if I get things wrong, I can say Sigrun. How do I say this? But I think I'll be okay, because you have to come out of the reality of what we're talking about and talk to a disembodied voice that will be coming from Berlin, which is quite fun. But you are allowed to watch it. We can send you a link to watch it if you wish.
I will absolutely watch. Of course, I will watch.
So Sarah, you can send a link out.
Yeah. So the donations that you create with this, are they going to any specific cause?
Yes.
Or are they going to...
Yes, this is how it works. We have a fund, the Make Humanity Great Again Fund, and then we're highlighting 5 charities, but it can go to other charities as well, depending on how much money we raise. So the 5 are Care International, which are care packages going all around the world. There is one called Covenant House, based in New York, but working in 6 countries, and they deal with teenagers and young people who have drug problems, addiction problems, homeless, and they bring them into centers and into areas. I think there's 3 different ones in Manhattan, and they try and get them out of their addictions, get them clean and sober, and if they work with them enough, and these kids work with the Covenant House, they will actually fund them to go to university or to try and get them onto the next thing. We talked to someone called CB, who was one of them. She got a first degree in psychology, having been, homeless and drug addicted. So she's now working with other people like her in a non-for-profit organization down in New Orleans. So that's a wonderful one. They've got the Fair Share, which is essentially UK-based, but there must be ones in Germany and around the world. They stop food wastage, and they stop food being wasted, and they get it out to kids who need it from low-income backgrounds. And then we have Walking with the Wounded, dealing with ex-service people, and they are coming back into society. They sometimes have problems there, and they help them. It could be mental health problems, physical problems, or whatever problems. And then Neglected Tropical Diseases unite to combat against them. And these are 1.7 billion people around the world who suffer from things which include leprosy and elephantitis as things that we thought maybe had gone from the world. So those are the 5 that we're highlighting around the world. Yeah.
Well, that was pretty much everything. I mean, it's really broad. I think it's very impressive. It's really good. Because you also see now, I mean, that is exactly, so you had this in your show, you said something, at some point you said, well, I don't believe in God, but I believe in humanity. We are good, we are here. And I was thinking of that line just recently when I heard a thing on the radio about what's done in Berlin now for homeless people. And one of the things that is done is that some big places, like there is this Hofbräu house, it's like a classic stereotypical Berlin, not Berlin actually, it's a Bavarian beer place, like a huge pub. It's close to Alexanderplatz. And of course that's closed now because of the lockdown.
Yeah.
And so a charity opened it, or they got in touch with the charity, I don't know who got in touch with whom, but anyway, this is like a place now where homeless people, because it's so vast that they can get a number of people in at the same time without it being dangerous.
Yeah.
And they can just rest there and be there and be inside for a bit of time during the day.
Yes.
Beyond the actual shelters, which is really great. And the fascinating thing was, and also some of the hotels are doing that. They offer accommodation for homeless people.
Oh, that's nice.
And fascinating was some of the staff who normally works with tourists actually basically said, well, we expected these people to be so much more difficult, the homeless people,
Yeah.
but they're not. In fact, they're actually nice. Because they appreciate it so much, and they never complain, and yeah, so that I thought is one of the outcomes of this weird time now, where people do amazing things.
Yeah, well, I think this is what happens in times of crisis. I've noticed that people who want to do positive things do even more positive things.
Yeah.
And people who have weaker characters who are already doing bad things will do even worse things and sell vaccines that don't exist because they've made it up and all this kind of rubbish, or just be Donald Trump, which is like a complete life that was wasted.
Yes.
So anyway, that's changed. Are the people of Germany generally happy about Joe Biden becoming president?
I'd say so. I mean, of course, yeah, I think the times where we expect miracles are over, but everyone is generally happy that this era Trump is over. And that some people think that at least we go back to what just in terms of how you deal with each other, how you talk with each other, the rules of play are back in place. And then you have to take it from there. There will be still, like the one big thing is that the US are expecting more contribution on military stuff, which is very controversial in Germany.
Yeah.
And Biden is not taking this all back, but the way you negotiate this, and this is not done over Twitter anymore, and that this is all back into, and I mean, probably not all the rules of play before are really something that you have to support, but somehow it's just like civilization is back. That's
Yeah.
That's the feeling, I would say.
Well, that's good.
And of course, I mean, it's not just Joe Biden it's also Kamala Harris, really. I think a lot of people hope that she will play an important part in this, also age-wise, and because she's a woman. So she, I think, is more a hope point. Biden is more like the source of reassurance, and Kamala Harris is more like that's something that's pointing to the future, maybe. That's what I meant. I can't back this up. That's just my feeling.
No, absolutely. I think a lot of people are feeling that.
Yeah.
So that is good. We're going to let you go.
Okay. I'll carry on. Good luck for tonight. I'll certainly watch.
Yes.
And yeah.
What do you say? You say Halsen Beinbock, don't you?
I'm und toy. And if we could hug, we would hug and spit over each other's shoulder. That's what I learned from Renate, was what they do in the theater.
Oh, wow. But we say break a leg in theater in Britain, maybe in America as well, in English-speaking countries. But in Germany, you say neck and leg break, which is even fuller. And
total cock up.
Yeah. And in France, they say merde, which is shit. And that's because in the old days, apparently, you know, when if you have a hit show in Paris, lots of coaches and horses would turn up, lots of people coming, and the horses would poo on the ground. So they'd wish you the poo of that. And you have to say, je prends. And you say merde, you say, I take it. And then I would add, et je le distribue, and I distribute it. That's what I would always add to it.
Okay, makes all sense. Once you got there, it makes all sense. I'm sure we'll have a great show. Don't overexhaust yourself. Look after yourself and keep the spirit.
Will do.
Okay, Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. Cheers. So that was Izzard, who has been is a journalist, but has helped me a lot with my German in my shows. I think I should slow down to a walk for a sec. Do I need the loo? I'm going to talk to Elodie in a couple of minutes. Yes. Oh, we haven't done our films.
We have not, no.
God. Okay, can you shove on the first film, please, Dave? That wasn't lined up in the thing. Normally it should be lined up, isn't it? Or did I miss it?
It was before the BBC stuff, so
sorry.
It got lost.
Sorry. Just do remind me in red if I miss something, please. But yeah, shove it up now, please.
Yeah.
And I'm going for a break.
First one.
So I'm now in Germany. This is Berlin. And as you probably know, Berlin was split when the wall was here for many years. And so we're in the old eastern side. And that was the big TV tower just over there. We're going to go running all around. And it's not raining now, but it's supposed to rain. So a lot of rain is due. So, wet, but marathon 23. Every morning I get up and think, oh, I can have a line. And I can't have a line. You just can't have a line. You just have to keep going until it's done. But I think in about a week's time I have a line. I will have a line. Very tired. Okay. Exploring Berlin. Historical Berlin. Obviously, you know, a lot of history, but also the wall, the separation, and then the reunification. So it's a very interesting place to come and visit. Very cool. Alright. Bye-bye. Talk to you later. We're back, ready to talk to Elodie as soon as you're ready.
Eddie, thank you for your time.
Hi there.
Hi. How's it?
How you doing?
Is everything okay? Are you still running or are you like stumbling along? I'm very concerned about you.
Well,
I could never do that.
I'm getting there. It's bits of my body keep breaking down. So you strap up one thing and then another thing goes, and I just have to keep trying to power on. It just gets very exhausting, you know. So
yeah, I can't even imagine.
Now, how do I pronounce your first name? Is it Elodie?
So it's a French name. So if you want to pronounce it French, it's Elodie. If you pronounce it German, it's Elodie, and if you pronounce it English, it's Elodie. So you can.
So Elodie.
You know, well,
And so are you Elodie? Is it Zinger with a Z sound or S?
It's Zinger.
Zinger. Elodie Zinger. Okay, Elodie, great. Glad to have you here. And thank you for donating and helping everything along. Tell us about yourself. Originally from Bavaria, I have written.
Yeah, geographically speaking from Bavaria, but my mom's French.
Right.
And my dad's from Hamburg. So I was always the odd one out, basically, in my Bavarian little teeny tiny village.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I kind of, basically bilingual, and I sort of, when I was 13, first time in Wales and then in Australia, where I figured out that you were amazing. Was in Australia.
Oh, so where were you in Australia?
I was in Adelaide, based on a school exchange, and
Right.
so my girlfriends had this amazing goodbye party for me, and we ended up watching Dressed to Kill.
Oh, right.
And after that, I was hooked. And I actually, when I did my A-levels, I wrote an essay on the comparison, basically British humour in general. And I compared you in Dressed to Kill to Monty Python's Life of Brian.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's quite an honour. Yeah.
Well, it was amazing. And since, your connection to Monty Python was quite intense, it was actually amazing to write that down.
That is amazing. I feel very honoured because I have said to 5 of the surviving Pythons when they were doing their shows, I said, thank you for my career. And Terry Gilliam said, we want your career back. So he asked for it back. But I said, no, I have to keep it. So that was quite fun. Yeah, they are the gods of comedy on Mount Olympus for me. So
They are.
That's how it works. Now, in Bavaria, you were speaking. I was talking to Michael Mitwa just earlier, and
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that in his. So the Bavarian German will be a little different to the Hamburg German. Yeah.
Oh, a lot different.
A lot different. Is it different words or just it's the sound or actual different words?
It's a bit of both. So if you take a very Bavarian old man in Hamburg in native speaker Hamburg, they probably won't understand each other. So it's mostly if you think Scotland and I don't know Wales.
Yeah.
Yes. So basically that.
People from the rural areas. No, I was once in I had a tour manager who was from Belfast in the north of Ireland, and we were working in Cork in the southwest of Ireland, and the production manager of the show there at the theatre couldn't really understand what the guy from Belfast was saying, and I found that interesting because the Irish accents are were distinct or somewhat different, whereas I could understand them both because in London we hear so many different accents and dialects, so many different people speaking English. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and that's all over Germany.
Sorry, say again.
That's all over Germany. So if you go to Dresden, the Eastern German is very intense.
Yeah.
If you go to the West, So basically we have as many different styles of language and accents than we have states, probably, at least.
Gotcha. And there's something that people won't know, you will know, but I'm not a religious person, but in religion in general, in the Christian religion, the north of Germany is Protestant and the south is Catholic. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a bit of, there's islands of certain different religions, but mostly that's true. So in the old Eastern Bloc, due to the wall and they were mostly communist and don't have actually any religion.
Right. Okay.
But I grew up in a very, very, very Catholic area, but I'm not religious myself.
Well, I'd like to say that I'm a believer in humanity. That's my God. We are our gods because I think that God and the devil exist in each person, and you've got to encourage the godlike good part of each person's mind to come to the forefront rather than the demon that's potentially in us all. I just don't think there's a guy upstairs because he didn't come down in the Second World War, and if he's not coming for 60 million dead, I don't think he's coming for anyone. He's certainly not coming in COVID time, so it's up to us. And we will see. Donald Trump going away is very good for humanity. Him being there was very bad for humanity. That's what I feel.
Good step.
Yeah. Right. So tell us about. So that's your beginning. Working as you're working as a counselor on a sailing ship to re-socialize delinquent teenagers. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so that's mostly in the direction of social work, but we have one sailing ship that is actually only for basically community reasons. And they have mostly like short trips or longer trips. The long trips are 10 to 14 days. And during that time, mostly that I don't want to call them normal, but normal kids, and we have 4 to 5 delinquent kids who actually got basically the jury told them it's either jail or you have like this half a year re-socializing plus the 2 weeks on that sailing ship.
Right.
And they basically choose to not go to jail and to be on our sailing ship and actually have that certain teamwork thing going that works quite well, actually, since we don't have any alcohol on board because they're 14 to 19 mostly. We don't allow any drugs except for the occasional cigarettes. We have that whole that ship doesn't run if you don't work as a team. And they actually get that really, really fast, and they get that actually also normal society will accept them if they play by the rules and if they are team working. And that's quite interesting and quite cool to see. I haven't been active on the sailing ship for a while, but they're still doing the same amazing work. And so that's part of what I did. I started when I was 17 doing that.
Right. No, that sounds fascinating. I do understand. Yes, if you can get people into working in a team situation, and you also worked in a refugee centre.
Yes. During I think it was 16, 17. We had in the town I was in Bavaria, so a town called Würzburg, which is pretty famous for its wine, nothing much else.
Okay.
And I think over 70 Catholic churches in that one town.
Wow.
Yeah, but pretty churches mostly. So we had a huge refugee camp that was on the site of one of the American army barracks. So basically the American army was sent away and we didn't really know what to do with the whole, thing. And so during the refugee crisis, it got converted into a refugee camp. And I was working as a volunteer basically to run a daycare. So we were 2 people running the daycare. Depending on how many mums wanted to, the help, we had 2 to 15 kids, aged from, 2 months old to in the school holidays, mostly like the big sisters came with, and it was a bit of a bunch, but mostly up to 4 or 5 years, and we kind of helped the mums to just with documentation, the whole or just time to have a shower, time to get groceries, and we would take the kids and have them there. But it was also a point of connection where we could actually interact, and they can teach us about their culture, and we could teach them about German quirks that make no sense to a refugee who comes into the country and goes, wait a second, this makes no sense. Yeah.
That's great. You seem to have done a number of these things, like internship in Johannesburg as well. I've run in South Africa, so tell us about that as well. It's quite a varied background that you've been through, a number of jobs.
South Africa was one of the greatest things I ever did, seriously. So I fell in love with South Africa when I first came off the plane. I was living in Soweto, so in the southwestern township, and working in a Muslim area called Lenasia. And so I was basically foreign in both. So I had this long hair down to my hips, very white, you know, like I'm very pale too.
Yeah.
And I was, yeah. After like a week or so, everybody was so great to me and integrated me wholly in the community. And the work that we were doing was amazing because it was basically a women's shelter, but it ran a whole lot of community services through it, and it ran like self-help groups and reorganizational, like how to restructure your life, how to get away from that abusive husband and actually, you know, make a living for yourself. We had workshops that could basically regain the money for the women who were working, like beads, jewelry. We had like actual like groups for communication and all that. And being an intern there, being the only white person around, helped me break out of that European way of thinking about race and thinking about apartheid. And I was heartbroken that I didn't know a quarter of what history has to tell us about apartheid. I was lucky enough to I was living in a hostel.
Yep.
All the people working there were basically from Soweto, born and bred. And so I had a bunch of uncles, big brothers, big sisters who told me and taught me about history and taught me a little bit Zulu too.
Yes.
So, yeah, because I'm a big fan of languages, so I was always trying to at least do the basics in Zulu.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. What language? You speak English and German, of course. You have and French as well. So you're trilingual born.
I was born bilingual French and German. Then I learned English at school with my weird Australian English accent that I picked
That's
from
great.
Australia.
It's whatever it should be. I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
I have when anyone who speaks one language, when they start learning the second language, especially if they're older, they find it quite tricky and quite hard. And I thought anyone who's bilingual, they've got obviously two languages going on. So when they learn the third language, it's probably easier than it is for us on our first one. But I've got the impression from talking to other bilingual people, it's not that easy. So how was it coming to English? But English is slightly difficult. You probably got films and rock and roll coming in anyway. Was it quite easy getting English?
There's a fun fact about that because I was raised bilingual. My first language was French.
Yeah.
Learning German in kindergarten was a bit tricky for me.
Mm-hmm.
But once that got rolling, I learned English like this. I was immersed, as you say, the culture is very, you know, accessible. So you can just put every movie on English and try to do that. And I spent my time in Australia, I think, well, language-wise, because I couldn't talk German to anybody, so I was just...
Immersion is good. Why were you in Australia? What was the reason for that?
It was a 10-week school exchange, so I was going to school in a normal environment, and my host sister came to Germany after. So it was 10 weeks me over there, and then 10 weeks her in Germany.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so after that, I came back to Australia twice, I think. But actually, with the bilingual thing, I learned Spanish after. And with Spanish, my Spanish teacher was always flabbergasted because he told me that I have a French accent in Spanish.
Right.
My French brain was trying to translate because it's way harder for my German brain to translate to Spanish.
Yeah.
So my French brain was doing the work because it's easier. And so my based in Germany, my Spanish teacher was like, what's going on? Like, your accent is actually French, or more French than German when you speak Spanish. And so if you have shortcut languages, that's fine.
If you have what languages?
Shortcut languages, like French and Spanish is a shorter distance linguistically.
Yeah.
And but there's people who are amazing at that. Especially my sister speaks 5 and she speaks Chinese fluently.
Oh wow.
So I don't know how that came over, but she tried Arabic, I think. I tried Russian and Portuguese at school, so I think we're a pretty language family to begin with.
So your Spanish, did you find learning Spanish not too hard then?
No, it was okay actually, because I had the French going for me.
And the English as well?
Yeah, but they're a bit tricky with the false friends. Like, I do still use weird Spanish that has actually more to do with my French. But, you know, I just say it's charming rather than stupid when you do it right.
But did you have your English ability to speak English? Was that there before you started Spanish, or did you do Spanish before English?
No, I did English when I started high school, so when I was 11 or 10, 11.
So you'd already got that on, because, yeah, I've heard, so, well, your experience goes against my expectation, but then you were in a kind of a special situation. But I have been told if you have English and French, you can get Spanish easier. And logically, if you've got English and Spanish, you probably get French easier, but some of them link up easier. But it's but your Spanish teacher was mainly talking about your Spanish accent as opposed to your Spanish ability.
Yeah, that I don't really know about my Spanish ability, but I did immerse myself again to learn Spanish properly. Right. So I went to Gran Canaria for my last internship in my master's degree.
Right, gotcha. Yes, internships in a place you're doing it. You're doing the immersion thing. That is the best way, isn't it? Internship.
Yeah. I loved it. I absolutely adored it.
I'm going to tour in Spanish. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do my gig in Spanish and English in Central America, South America, and Mexico City in the Caribbean. So that's how I'm going to get our Spanish up. And Sarah as well, my tour manager, who has 2 years of Spanish. You're going to get yours. Yeah, you're going to get your Spanish up, aren't you?
Yes, working on it. Work in progress. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because that's what we did. Can we bring Sarah up for a second, David? Dave? David?
Yeah, so Dave, there I am.
Yeah, this is Sarah. And she's my tour manager. She's now event manager at the moment. But when we were playing in Madrid and Barcelona, I realized she'd done 2 years at school. So do you want to tell the story? I kind of persuaded her to do some lessons. You did 2 days?
You did, yeah. Yeah, you did. No, because so languages was kind of I was never very confident with languages at school. I mean, it's a miracle. I 2 years Spanish at school, But it was all kind of, a lost, as you do, you lose it if you're not sort of using it. And then I know, Eddie, you were saying, have some lessons. And I was like, I don't need to, go to that trouble and, Anyway.
I was going to pay for the lessons. I said, I'll pay you for the lessons because my brother's good at Spanish. My brother was there. But what if he's ill and we're on tour?
Well, yes, that story, yeah, because poor Mark... Because I think your theory was that we were going to tour South America at some point.
Yeah.
And then I remember you saying this. I think you said it. Yes, that's right. You said it to me, but in the presence of Mark. And you said, well, you're going to need to have Spanish because we're going to be touring South America, and then Mark's going to be ill, and then you'll be the only one who's. And I remember Mark going, "What's this about me being ill?" Like it was a foregone conclusion.
It was particularly Bolivia.
That's right. He was going to be ill in Bolivia.
That was only because I've been watching Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid when I was a kid, and they went to Bolivia. So it was just the idea that I had no years of Spanish and was learning it from scratch, and Sarah was already ahead of me, but you weren't using it, were you?
No, I mean, no, I hadn't used it, and so much disappears. But I think, and I can't remember if I maybe I did this more with French when we were in Paris, but I sort of just thought, why not? Like, it's sort of that thing of going, what's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen, no one's going to die if I get something wrong. The worst that's going to happen is somebody in Spain or France is going to look confused. I mean, that's sort of it, So I thought, well, actually, then I'm just going to lower the bar really low and think, well, if I even if I get it a bit wrong, if I get across what I want to get across, that's sort of fine, And it was amazing mentally adjusting to that it made it easier because suddenly I think the stress and the worry like blocks your brain, you know, and so then it was easier. So I think in the end though with Spanish I probably was like overcompensating with sort of giving off confidence in what I was saying, even if it was a bit rubbish. So I think I did a lot of shoulders. I did a lot of kind of like shoulders forward as I spoke, and kind of sounded like I knew what I was saying, but I don't know if it was totally accurate. But most of the time I kind of got enough across. I kind of got by. So yeah, but no,
Exactly.
it was good encouragement. I had good encouragement behind me from Eddie. So yeah.
Perfect. Well, and if you get a muffin instead of a sandwich, you know, who cares?
Yeah.
As long as you have like communication going on.
Yes, well, this is the thing. I believe communication first, grammar second. My brother is like different. He believes more in grammar first and communication second. But I will attempt to make a sentence, even if I muck it up, and then try and work out what grammar I should have used afterwards. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
See. Anyway, well, it's great to talk to you, Elodie. And do you have any question you want to ask me before we go? You don't have to, but just in case there's anything you wanted to ask me.
Nothing that I can think of off the top of my head
worry,
because
it's
I've
fine.
been with your book and everything. You know, I got the facts, I think, but it was amazing chatting to you. It's an honor, seriously.
Well, it's great to talk to you, and thanks for being so. There's a thing in life, we have to be brave and curious and not fearful and suspicious. And you are an example of brave and curious. So, well done to you. You take care.
Thank you so much.
And stay safe.
You too.
Cheers, cheers. That was Elodie and someone, a French person, a mum being French, and is pushed to learn languages in Spanish and English, which is great. And yes, if you'd like to donate and help me and Elodie and everyone I've been talking to help make humanity great again with the charities we're doing, then eddieizzard.com, the easiest place to go. And there are numbers there. And you can text them. If you have a UK phone, you can see the text number 70810. And all you do is you write either the word 10 for £10, TEN, or 20, TWENTY, for £20, and you just write it to 70810. That number is on eddieizzard.com as well, so in case you didn't hear it. And then you can donate from anywhere in the world using credit card there. You can buy tickets for tonight's show, which is in German. And so, yeah, that is what is going on. So that's happening. We're going to do a second. We've just done the first film, so we'll do the second film in a bit, actually. Middle film. Can we move? Oh, we can do it after social media? Yeah, we'll do it after social media.
Yes.
So now it's social media questions. Sarah, do you want to?
Yes. So, we'll do some questions from social media now. So if you have any questions, if you put them on the live stream, the chat or the comment section of the live stream on YouTube, Facebook or Twitter, and we'll try and get to them. If you put them through a little earlier, do repost them because we can sometimes miss them if they were a little earlier in the day. So do repost them now, and we should be able to pick them up and get through as many as we can.
Very good, and that's in a couple of minutes, is it? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, a couple of minutes. Yep.
Yes, indeed. Hi there. We have COVID safety marshals outside now.
Oh, we do. Oh, yeah.
Together.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we've waved a few times. Yeah. I didn't realise COVID safety marshals.
Yes,
there you go.
Exactly.
Okay. We've got a road painted now outside as well, haven't we?
Oh yeah, we got a centre line.
So on the towpath here, where we are in London, Hammersmith, there is a towpath. So it's lovely out the window. We've got the river, and there's like a promenade, which is the old towpath, and a couple of days ago, some little white lines were painted in the middle of it, so it looks like a little road now. So it's the idea of keeping everyone on the left-hand side, because we drive on the left-hand side here. So it's like a pedestrian road. So I think it's to stop people crossing paths with each other with our COVID safety.
I would say it's not actually a towpath.
Oh, is it not a towpath?
Because towpath was because they used to tow, the horses used to tow the boats in the old days down the locks.
Yeah.
So the locks definitely had those actual towpaths, and they would be towed by horses until they invented steam. Then you had steam-driven ones.
Maybe it's a bit too high then for a towpath.
If you think about the Thames, these were all boats coming and going. They would be docking here. They would be bringing supplies. So the whole of the Thames, especially up to where it's tidal, which is beyond Richmond, was boats going up, down, deliveries, everything you sort of get now in vans which didn't exist, cars that didn't exist. You had horse and carts, but you could get the big stuff coming in, probably at Tilbury docks and all the big docks down at towards the mouth of the River Thames, and then they'd come up here by boat. So these would all be tied up here, and people bringing stuff on. Slip lanes, you can see that slip lane for the boats going down.
Yeah, just up here, actually on the corner, isn't there? Yeah.
And in Dickens' time, because I have a solo show, Great Expectations, the Thames, all the major rivers of Europe were just full of boats that were going up and down like taxis, like delivery vans. And that's all sort of gone away now.
So they wouldn't have been towed then? They would be the ones that would have been here?
No, they would have come under sail.
Yeah.
Under sail, I feel.
Oars? Was that what?
Yeah, oars.
Yeah,
They did
would they
oars,
do
yeah.
oars? Okay.
Sail or oars would have been the thing. But a towpath has to be actually very low to the thing, and it's actually specifically designed for canals. I think you wouldn't have made it be too wide. If you look at the heights of the change of the river, I just don't think it could have been an actual towpath.
Yeah.
Which is the thing. So I'm being pedantic here, but...
No, it's a nice... yeah, I suppose it was just where they all tied up, isn't it? And then now, in present days, it's all modernised and is like a lovely walk, a lovely river walk, really. I suppose it just keeps going and going, doesn't it? It's the Thames, so it's...
It is indeed. If you look at the history of the canals, it links to the history of the railways. It was before the railways. It was the big thing. It was the first thing, like in the industrialisation revolution. And canals, lots of them happened in France, well, the rest of Europe, I presume. And amazing canals were being dug just from there to the Manchester Ship Canal. Was used to bypass Liverpool as a dock. Because Liverpool, being a major dock, could charge whatever it wanted to, and went from this small kind of small town with a dock to a huge city with a dock. Unfortunately, slavery being one of the things a lot of money was made of, but the Manchester Ship Canal was actually cut from the sea below Liverpool to Manchester, so that the Manchester business people who put the money in could get the boats coming straight in without paying.
Oh, interesting. So it's to get around Liverpool.
Yes, that's
wow, like a what would it be? It would be a what's the word?
Bypass.
Monopoly. It's a monopoly they had, I guess, Liverpool, and they.
Well, for that area, they had a monopoly. It's like a bypass thing, and you know, there's obviously a rivalry because there are two big cities, Liverpool and Manchester, and two big football teams. Obviously, or three big football teams. Only four.
Oh.
Everton.
Oh, in Liverpool.
Yeah, you've got Liverpool. Everton is further over in the world. That's further down, but it's in the Liverpool area, and then you've got Man City and Man United.
All right, yes, in total,
So
it's quite a big workaround, wasn't it, to do that with with Manchester?
But a lot of those canals were arranged to be built in huge operations, and navvies digging them out, and some of them turned into railway lines because the railways took over, and they dumped some of them as actual shipping, as actual waterways, and they became railways. And some of the canals also were above the land. You can actually see a bridge going over, and that's where the ships are, and it still happens. That's actually the water being taken above the ground level.
There is one, isn't there? There's a famous one where you can be on a, or maybe like a narrow boat, and you're sort of in the sky, which...
We need to do a tour that way.
We could. That would be nice, wouldn't it? It'd be quite relaxing.
Yeah.
It would take a while.
Well, it wouldn't matter. We we've already worked that one out, and you could do one Mediterranean tour. I'm going to do a Mediterranean tour.
I like that idea.
A boat. And you pull it, and I play it in French, Spanish first, then French. Then I'll be playing in Italian. Yeah, I could get those languages up and running.
We need a big boat so we didn't get seasick. We need a big old...
No, well, you just pull it, and if it gets rough...
Yeah.
We could pull it, and slightest sign of stuff.
Just a giant ship. Oh, well, the thing we talked about, if you had a big enough one, you could have the theatre on the boat.
No, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that, okay.
That's too big. Yeah, because then you never see anything of the local.
It's true. You just, you just be on a boat.
We got social media questions.
Yeah. So let's see what we've got. Okie doke. So. Okay, first question. Eddie, do you have any keepsakes from movies or TV that you've done? And were you given them or did you pocket them? And they say, I heard actors make off with all sorts. That's from Kendrick Horde.
No, that's an interesting thing, a bit like hotels. Now, I ask if I could buy them. I wouldn't take props. I mean, I could ask, you know, for the end of the thing, especially 6 Minutes to Midnight, my film that I co-produced, well, exec-produced and co-wrote and I'm starring in. It comes out on 26th of March, a thriller set just before World War II. I could have there said, can I have this, can I have that? Well, the Treasure Island, I kept the crutch that I used for John Silver. And, but no one else could have used it. It was beautifully made. And so that's with me. Where is that? That's in storage.
You didn't keep the leg.
No, well, it was my leg.
Yeah, was it CGI? It was CGI, wasn't it?
You see, it's the removal of the leg as opposed to the addition of the leg. You can't really keep your non-existent leg.
Oh, you didn't have any... I was thinking you had a wooden leg, but you didn't have a wooden leg, did you? It was no leg.
No, it's no leg.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if you did have... Anyway, it was decided we had no leg. So, that was that. So that was one. But I did ask that, and there's nothing they could do with that. You know, you couldn't say, well, we'll reuse that, and that's, you know. So that was allowed. But everything else, I would also ask some of the clothes sometimes, if they're made for you. I ask if I can buy them, and they check with production, and sometimes you buy them at a reduced price or full price if you like them, or sometimes they might give them to you depending on how well off the production is. And there's some posters from Valkyrie. I snaffled a few posters from Valkyrie, but that was for the opening night. They're never going to use them again. So again, I did do this. I said, can I have this? As I was walking out of the theatre at the Odeon Leicester Square. So it was, yeah, that was fun. But no, I always ask or check or pay for them because you know you're getting paid for doing it, so you can always buy them. And I don't think I've ever had a thing where I really wanted something, and it's not usually because I've got enough stuff. I have enough stuff, but I do love doing films, and I love being inside the film, doing it, and watching the shots being set up. You can see it through the camera, through the monitor, the composition of the shot, the lighting being done. It's just beautiful. In dramas, it's beautiful. In comedy, we have to get the 2 shots or the 3 shots. I don't do comedies in films. I occasionally do, but they're always character-driven comedies if they are, or quirky comedies, or black comedies, like Get Duked, which is available, I believe, on Amazon. Not Netflix, I think it's Amazon. Get Duked, which I was in, but an Indian Door film. But yeah, do love them. Do love those films.
Okay, next question is what is the something you have done and wish more people knew about? Movies, activism, etc. And that's from Andrew McCullough.
What is a film that I've done that I'd like more people to know about?
Or anything you've done that you'd like people to know about. Yeah, something you've done and wish more people knew about.
Something I've done. Well, some films, Catch Me Out, it's a lovely film. I'd love if not more people knew about that. Victoria and Abdul, a lot of people do know about that, but I'm happy for more people. Yes, Lost Christmas. It's a wonderful film. Not Last Christmas, but Lost Christmas. And the BBC needs to release that. I'm not sure if it's available. So I need to talk to someone at the BBC about that. Anything else? No, people tend to know most things about me. So I'm not too worried about the rest of things. Yeah, everything else is okay. Yeah.
Okay, next question. What is your favourite stand-up routine that you've done? And this is Brian King, who says, Dress to Kill is my favourite of all time, all comedians combined. And that's Brian.
Well, Brian, I'm not sure. I've got a few favourites. All the stuff about Julius Caesar, this bizarre way that, well, he was removed, assassinated, but he was a megalomaniacal maniac who had murdered a million, and that's back in the old times, 1 million Gaulish people, and enslaved another million. So this is not this is someone who's very happy to there's a term, throw people under the bus. He even threw people under the hell of death, or enslaved them, and quite happy to do it. What he did to Vercingetorix was bad enough. Taking him prisoner after the Battle of Alesia, keeping him prisoner, I think, for 6 years, then showing him off in a triumph in his own honor of his ego, of Caesar's ego, and then he was strangled when he went back to the prison. That's just crap. That is not good. So Caesar was what we call a scumbag, and anyone who became a Kaiser or a Tsar after that, naming them after Caesar, again, that makes you a scumbag, I'm afraid, because you're giving a salute to someone who was a megalomaniac. And anyone who's come since, all those dictators, he was a dictator after Sulla. Sulla, but it's like, you should learn about Sulla, look him up. Yeah, does that answer the question, or have I roved away?
I think that, yeah, that's all right. I think so.
Roved around.
Next question. Here we go. So, good morning, Eddie, Sarah, and crew.
Hello.
Hello. Sydney Pizza Man here again. Yes, this is Shane, who we mentioned previously doing good stuff at their pizza place during COVID for everyone in the
Sydney?
area. Yes.
Oh wow! Hello, Sydney.
Yes, I think they were doing good stuff and making sure everyone was getting enough food, and they were helping out. They were doing their bit to.
And this is Sydney, Australia.
Sydney, Australia. Yes.
Cool.
They were doing their bit to make humanity great again.
2:40 in the morning, man.
Wow. Okay.
You're up late.
Making pizzas either late or early. Yeah. I guess late. Probably late. They say, great to see you keeping on. Oh, here we go. We're running a fundraiser and donating our arcades takings this month. That's great. So they say, so happy to be doing my bit for your cause. My question is, what is your favourite pizza? And that is Shane Obe.
My favourite pizza? Oh, yeah. Well, it would be La Reine with extra pepperoni. I don't know if they're all standardised, but it's a prosciutto pizza with the sausage. What is it? Pepperoni sausage. That's I like that now. I haven't had a pizza for ages. When did I last have them? I'm allowed a slice of pizza. Is that what I'm doing?
I think you'd probably be allowed a slice of
But
pizza.
it's probably if I do that, I might get the taste of it and go back to it. But I don't really eat pizza now because I have no brake system. But thank you in Sydney, Australia. Salute to everyone in Australia. Anyone who's up. When I play there, as I've said before, it's always a home gig for me. And New Zealand and Canada. Well, yeah, I suppose it is. It's just the way it feels to me. So I enjoy playing there. And Sydney, in front of the Opera House on the steps. What a gig that was! Just after Australia Day, which is supposed to be completely sunny, but it wasn't. It was lashing with rain. But the rain gods, the weather gods, we've got to deal with them. They seem to be. If you try and make humanity great again, the weather gods will treat you all right. And they stopped raining for our gig.
Yes, it was monsoon rain when we were setting up, and our Australian promoter Adrian, I think bought 3,000 ponchos. I think last minute to make sure everyone was okay. And then it cleared, so I think somewhere he still has 3,000 ponchos.
Was it 5,000 one each or 3,000?
I think he had 3,000. Yeah, I think he hedged his bets and went 3,000. I think, but they must be sitting somewhere still. But no, we were lucky. It just cleared, didn't it? As just before we opened the gates. So
Did indeed.
that was a good gig.
Thank you, Sydney, Australia. Best wishes, and I believe Australia and New Zealand in a better COVID situation than the rest of us. There's some lessons to be learned for the future. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just because you're a massive island. You're both massive islands. Well, obviously Australia more massive than New Zealand. But I just want us coming out of this to learn for the future. They who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And we know that from people trying to do the 1930s again, doing the lying, overt lying as a tool of policy, the big lie as a tool of policy, as a tool of politics, I should say. And that's what Hitler did, that's what Trump did about the election, the big lie. So watch out for that. It always comes from the extreme right. Always be fearful of the extreme right, I'm afraid. Anyway, there we go.
Next question, a bit similar. Here we go. Eddie, what is your favourite cuisine? And that is from someone on here called Oh the Chit Chat.
Oh, the Chit Chat. My favourite cuisine. Well, I think it's pepperoni pizza. It says Laren pizza with pepperoni. So I would like to, yes, I'm very happy to eat pizzas again. You get them later on in films. If you shoot late in films, you quite often pizzas turn up as delivery, and a slice of that is nice. Cuisine. Well, Thai. Let's go Thai. There's a very good Thai near me. I'm having Thai.
I think it's tonight. Yes, we're going to do that tonight. Yeah.
And Nick, who runs that, runs it very well, and does obviously only takeaways at the moment. And the Thai food always has a pretty good standard. Everywhere, Japanese as well. A number of different Asian ones. You sort of, I find this rule of thumb. Say, let's go Japanese. You know, say, let's go to this one. It doesn't really matter because they tend to be pretty damn good. The Japanese, the Thai, and there was obviously the Chinese takeaway in the old days, which has changed now. I think it's even fine in our second generation kids who are from Asia, who are growing up in different countries in Europe or America, and they come in and they say, let's do fusion stuff, let's do it in different ways, and so you can get wonderful Chinese food as well. And at some point, Sarah, we will be, and you'll be tour managing, and I'll be playing in a Mandarin Chinese area, and we'll be learning Mandarin Chinese, and you're going to have to,
because Mark's going to be ill again.
Well, no one's going to speak English.
No, that's true.
It's going to be a complete cut-off, and we will both have to get it.
Well, that'll be a thing.
Tones and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, tonal, isn't it? Wow. Yeah. Okay, that's a whole other level.
Yes. Okay. Next one, please.
Next one is here we go. If you could be a superhero, who would you be? And that is from Nigtel Curtis.
Superhero, well, I'd be Captain Transvestite. Captain Trans, Captain Transvestite was a comedy superhero of mine, but very confident. But would come in and have makeup for emergency situations. It's only really if you're going to an opening night or something, or a big interview, and I can sort out your makeup, and I could do that. But yeah, I'd like to fly with it, so I'd love to. That would be my superpower, and then the makeup I know how to do makeup, so if I could fly around doing emergency makeup. It's harder on someone else, but I'd like to be able to, I'd love to just, well, I wouldn't mind doing a TV program where they took me through learning to do makeup, because I can take whatever I've learned and see if that's in the right area or not. Yeah. Yes,
Next question. This is what are your plans after the marathons have finished, Eddie? Apart from a long lie down, and that is from Debbie Thompson.
Well, it's just basically a long lie down is the main thing, and I can't break the eating codes. I've got to still keep eating healthily, and but a lie-in. I want a lie-in, but I will be training on the second day. That's the weird thing. I know this, but I'll have one day off. So that Monday the 1st of Feb, my birthday week, in fact. Yeah, I'll be 59 that week. Then one more year, I get an Oyster card, go anywhere.
You can just go round and round on the buses and tubes and stuff.
Can I use it on the Thames Clipper?
Oh, I bet you can. Yeah, because the Oyster card works on the Thames Clipper.
Is that?
Yeah,
Sure?
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We could maybe search it when
Well,
we
look at that. Yeah,
go into the
I
next
think
one.
you can.
Yeah, so I will rest for a while, but not for too long. That's what I do.
Okay, let's find another question. This is, here we go. A Berlin question from a Berlin resident.
Oh, wow.
Here we are. Eddie, have you ever visited any of the huge old Nazi concrete bunkers in Berlin? They're fascinating monuments to a terrible time, and that is from Piero Serra.
Piero, I haven't. I know there's some very big structures. Looking at Nazi structures is not, I've seen them in documentaries. They're a bit big and dank, and they haven't torn them down, I think, because they're so big and dank. I kind of like looking at the Jewish memorial. That's very interesting. The memorial for the wall, the museum for the wall. When I did my marathon exactly 11 months ago today, I did go round and show my friends. It was the physio Tim and Dr. Gary, and I showed them that. So I go and see things, but I haven't seen those things. I don't know if they grab me so much. I think I have to do a gig in Berchtesgaden. So Berchtesgaden is this little town in southern Germany that was obviously very Nazi. Well, you don't know this, but it became a very Nazi town because Hitler had his place where he'd hang out up in the mountains up there. And so having been so just doing thumbs up to people donating outside the window, having been so very extremely right-wing in the wartime, hopefully it's more balanced today, and I think I have to go and do a gig there. I think they need to see a trans English person, British person come in and do a gig in German, talking about all the things I talk about, that I will be talking about tonight. Yes. So, yes, because my German gig is tonight at 7 p.m. London time. Buy tickets at eddieizzard.com. Yeah. Where are they?
Okay, next question from Twitter. At the gig last night, you mentioned Basingstoke. Curious to know if you have ever been to Basingstoke. And this is from Flimbies, who says, watching every day, supporting and donating what I can. P.S. Your secret is out. We now all know that you are Wonder Woman. That's Flimbies.
Well, Flimbies, I would love to be Wonder Woman. I really do. Back when it was Ms. Carter. What was her first name?
Oh, yeah.
What was her first name?
Shall I look
She
it
was
up?
gorgeous, but she's the tomboy, the action woman of her was exactly me, what I wanted to be, and with the latest woman playing Wonder Woman, both of those are just because it's very, come on.
Linda Carter.
Linda Carter, exactly. Linda Carter, gorgeous and feisty, and is it Gal Gadot? I think now Israeli woman.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Playing it, just. Wonder Woman, yes, I would very much like to be Wonder Woman. The lasso thing, I don't think I need this. I just like having those things where you can stop a lot of bullets coming in, going ping, ping, ping. That sounds good, but just, yeah, feisty and fighty. And, tomboy, I'm a tom girl. If anything, tomboy, tom girl, that's me. And I can use the Oyster card on the Thames Clipper.
Brilliant. There you
So
go.
in a year and a couple of weeks, I'll be able to jump on it. So if you haven't used the Thames Clipper, do use it once COVID stops. You can go up and down the Thames River, particularly at night, say in the winter time when the sun goes down, because the lit up London from a boat is beautiful. And there's a bar on board, so you can have tea, coffee, or a glass of wine, or a beer. So I find that very beautiful. Hang out the back of it. That's the fun place.
That's how it was a brilliant idea of yours, but that's how we got to the gigs at the O2, wasn't
Yes,
it?
yes, we did.
We got one of the. Well, we got a regular one up, didn't we?
Yeah, then we hired one.
And we hired one back because it was late.
Got all our guests back.
Yeah.
And that was just gorgeous.
It is quite a thing because the O2 Arena here in London has its own dock because it's right on the Thames, so it just docks there. And I think they put on special boats when there's a show as well. But it's lovely, isn't it? No traffic. It's great. I think it's a bit. I think it might be a bit of a well-kept secret almost. Using that just generally, if you're in London, it's a great way to get around. So
yeah, it's not what people immediately think of. So just say, look up Thames Clipper, go online and search it. Maybe you won't do it now because you're not about to go on it, but you know, a day like today, you could stay inside, you could look out the window and stay warm. They might have Glühwein and vin chaud, what we call mulled wine, beautiful for the winter months. And yes, we should get some of that. Let's get some
mulled
of that.
wine.
Yes, a glass of
Powered
that,
by
so
mulled wine. Yeah.
Well, you know, just I think treat ourselves. Ooh, my foot's just done something weird. Okay, let's just ignore it and hopefully it'll go away. Yes. Okay, we've got one more question. Then I'll have
Okay. Well, I mean, seeing as we're on food and drink, what flavour is your perfect birthday cake? That's from Monica Heslop.
Well, if I wasn't caring about calories, the coffee cake always appeals. Coffee cake. See, this is the trouble. If they gave me a coffee cake, I could eat the whole thing, and I could go for another, because I got no break. In fact, I think I've trained myself now that I would feel sick early, but the coffee cake just does it for me. So I try not to have it. If I do have it, I have this thinnest slice. Yeah, but but if I have a birthday thing, so can they make one of those cakes that don't have the bad stuff in it? So, and you can get cakes with different stuff in it that's not too bad, can't you?
Yeah, I think we were on tour one year and we managed to get one when it was your birthday, and I was surprised because it seemed to have nothing in it. So, but it was a physical cake. I thought it was just going to be a box of air, but no, it was. I think it was a chocolate torte, and it was sugar-free and dairy-free, something else free.
Yeah.
It was very nice. Yeah, remember.
Yeah.
You can. It's an effort, but I think you can find them.
Very good. All right, let's have a quick break, and then we'll talk to Eric. I'm running a bit late. I'll do that film. If I can flip that film, David, the Stolpersteiner film. Let's flip it to after Eric. Man, if I can. So I'm on time for Eric. Back in a second.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
So I'm going to talk to Eric Min right now, Zwift co-founder and CEO, Chief Executive Officer. Take me through to Eric. Eric, hello.
Hi, Eddie. How are you?
I am very good. How are you doing?
Good. Not working as hard as you are, Eddie.
Well, you know how it is. Thank you for, I'm sure you must have been at the end of the thing where we said, come on, let's go for this and support us. So thank you for the support of Zwift and yourself, because you have a vision.
Absolutely.
You have a vision at Zwift, one Zwift for all, and we have Make Humanity Great Again, and I think we cross over, don't we?
Yeah, it's fantastic. We love supporting causes like yours. I think what you're doing is just incredible. I think you're crazy, but you know.
It's good crazy. It's good crazy, isn't it? There's bad crazy and good
absolutely. Crazy. It's fun crazy.
Yeah. And it's
I'm actually watching you.
Oh wow. Because now tell us about the beginning of Zwift. So you co-founded it, and you've been running it since then. So tell us a bit about that so that everyone in the world knows. And just so that everyone knows, I am running. If you look on the screen, you can see with the blue team, people in the blue shirts who've adopted this. No one told them to. They decided to throw on blue shirts, like a blue top I'm wearing. and a lot of them have put MHG, Make Humanity Great Again. So that's the app that Eric is part of creating and is the chief executive officer of. So tell us the history of that.
Yeah, you know, I come from a background of finance and technology.
Yeah.
And when my partner and I exited that business, we wanted to do something which was more meaningful, socially impactful, mission-driven. And so we knew the kind of business framework we wanted, which was, you know, software, internet, global, and as a business subscription, because it makes it more sustainable.
Yep.
And then it was just a matter of looking for the problem to solve. And I looked at a lot of different markets, and this is the one that was closest to my heart. And it was really about, like, can we create an experience where we can just motivate people to be, and inspire them to be more active, you know, more often. This has been our mission from the very beginning. And I think, you know, we're on our way to really proving that this is something that people, you know, want as an experience.
And people have been cycling with Zwift since when? It was mainly cycling at the beginning. Would I be right?
Right. That's right. So we did the launch at the end of 2014, and we started with cycling. But from the very beginning, we had the vision of becoming a fitness company, but cycling just really took off. But our, you know, sort of greater vision is, like, it's running, it's you know, we think rowing is an interesting experience. Yep. and other modalities that I think suits sort of that indoor fitness activity. So yeah, I mean, today we have a fairly large international community. You know, we're seeing lots of different activations happening. In many ways, people think of us as a platform because you can create content, you know, like what you're doing today.
Yep.
Or building a community, and there are just, you know, hundreds of communities, you know, communities that have tens of thousands of people. So it's pretty exciting to see all of this, you know, come to life. And I have to be very honest with you, we didn't understand or expect the power of the community, but it just goes to show how much people crave that social connection. And, you know, digital social connection is real.
Yeah, it's because I've been talking to people, as you probably know. I've been doing basically a 6-hour podcast every day, and some people saying, you know, having these connections, Zoom connections, whatever they are, it's not the same as face-to-face, but it's a lot better than nothing, isn't it? It's
That's right.
It's like 80% of face-to-face, because you can see facial expressions and that you're just not quite there. So I think it's wonderful, and you've got it as avatars, people interacting, running along, cycling along, and all these wonderful landscapes as well.
Yeah, and there's so much scope to make that more interesting from our side.
Yep.
There's a lot of work we have to do, but, you know, we're looking at this as a long journey, and, you know, we still believe that this is at the, you know, very beginning of a long journey. And, you know, we're happy that we could be, you know, a platform where we can promote various initiatives, like, you know, what you're doing, for example. I think it's wonderful, and, you know, it brings a lot of happiness and meaning to those who are actually on the platform.
And I'd like to say thank you as a trans woman, as a person who is a trans woman, and you guys at Zwift have been very understanding about this. We know it's a tricky time, and people have to make a linguistic changeover or transition a bit. So people out in the world think, is Eddie, was a he, now a she, and that's tricky, but you guys have been very mature about it, very responsible about it, and we've tried to keep the communication going so that we can land in a good place.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a journey for us as well, but there's a lot of support and there's work for us to do around diversity, inclusion. I mean, that's part of our values.
Yep.
And you know, it's a message that's important internally, and it needs to manifest itself through the products and the services that we offer. And I think there's still a lot of work that we can do, but we're super, you know, excited about, you know, what this means for the various communities. So yeah, we're super happy, you know, excited and honored to support your charity.
Well, great for you to be working together. Tell us about your former competitive cyclist in you? When did you first decide to get on a bicycle? You say, did you see someone ride? Was it an Olympic event? What was it that made you say, I'm getting on a bicycle?
It's embarrassing for me to talk about this because so many of my friends are actually like Olympians and world champions and Tour de France, finishers. But when I was 14 years old, I caught the bug like many others do as teenagers, riding a bike and, that sense of freedom. And bike racing when I was, 14 years old offered me the world, traveling and seeing places that I otherwise would not see. So I fell in love with the whole idea of the lifestyle of a professional cyclist, and I had those aspirations. Of course, you learn over the course of a few years, you either have it, and a lot of it is genetics, a lot of it is just, your willingness to put, that much work and sacrifice into it. And I realized pretty early, probably at the age of 18, that I probably don't have it to make it all the way to the top. And so I chose a path back, when I was 18 or 19, that I would turn cycling into something of more of a sport activity and hobby, and then refocus my attention on, other areas, namely a way for me to, start a career. And so I started a career in finance. But like my love for the sport has never waned. And it was this opportunity that allowed me to get back into, the sport I love.
I understand, but you made it to the Olympic camp, is that correct?
Yeah, I made it to the Olympic, but that is nothing to brag about.
No, well, why not? Surely we should brag, because I know if you're competitive, and I'm very competitive, you notice that I win every single one of my marathons. I'm the only one here in the room. So this is my competitive thing. But wasn't that a good thing? I mean, were you so close but so far? Is that how you feel about it, the Olympic camp?
I got a taste of what real talent looks like, and I realized, wow, I am not that, and I better not waste my own, time and effort and refocus on something that I think I could be better at. So some people learn that early in their career, in whatever career that may be. Others take longer to figure out.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I learned that early.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask about J.P. Morgan and being in the financial industries, because I did accounting and financial management with mathematics at university, a big, long dual degree. So I could well have been in that industry. It was in my head. But then, like you decided you were in there, then you came out and you went to something else that really helped more in the world. What was it like in there? Was it just, what did you do at university? What was your journey to that?
So, I mean, school for me was a bit of an afterthought because I was so soaked up in the sport of cycling. I was in my own world and dreaming, and so school was really secondary to cycling.
Right.
But when I decided to go into school, I looked at pre-med. That wasn't right for me. Frankly, too hard for me, and I chose economics.
Eric, where was this?
It's Stony Brook University in New York.
Right.
And so I graduated with a degree in economics, which gave me, a lot of freedom to look at different areas, mostly financial.
Yep.
And so I landed a job at J.P. Morgan, where I joined a group ultimately building trading systems.
Right.
And when I spent 8 years, worked the corporate ladder within J.P. Morgan, became vice president, went through all their training programs internally. They invested a lot in me. But ultimately, I looked at the kind of career path that I would achieve at a place like that. We had 13,000 employees, a pretty big place. But my partner and I, we thought about, well, the business that we're in today, why don't we go and build a software business to support that? And so, we were pretty young. We had nothing to lose. We didn't have any children. We didn't have any mortgages. We didn't have, any debt. We said, we have nothing to lose. Let's go and start a business building trading platforms for the financial industry. And if it doesn't work, we'll just go back and work at another financial institution. That was our attitude about this was our journey into being an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And we knew nothing about starting a new business, but we managed to raise some money, and we started to build software. It took us 2 years of no income to build this business, but then we started to build it. We landed a couple of really strategic contracts, which brought me to London, where I live in the UK. And so that took us on over a decade journey of being an entrepreneur. So yeah, it was great, but I couldn't say that building trading systems and working for hedge funds and banks and commodities company was had any social impact or was mission driven. And that's what's lacking, right? I mean, we should all value the time that we have, and what we do should be meaningful.
Well, exactly. I have many mottos. You may have heard me go through, but one life, live it well is another one of those. Live a good and positive life. Get yourself to a good position, but then what can you do to change the world, to add to the human existence? That's what I think. And, and so you did it. So it's good that you took the turn, because not everyone does, do they? Because I assume the financial industry is really about making money and making more money. And that's all it is. That's all it is. There's nothing there at the end, and you have a big pile of money, and you can die on it if you want. So because I did want to, as a young kid, I thought that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going, to make a lot of money, and then what? And so
I think the younger generation, Eddie, are learning that career is not about making money. Career is, at least increasingly I'm hearing very young professionals saying that, they want to do something that has impact to society, which is refreshing. It's not about, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a banker. It's changing. People are going into technology, obviously, that's the growth area.
Yeah.
And there are many kids who come out of school and say, I want to be an entrepreneur. So it is changing from many years ago.
I do love the entrepreneur thing. I do love the building, creating new ideas, creating services, goods or services. That's what the humanity was built on, trading from the very early days. Do you think, I've read, the film The Big Short and stuff. I'm just talking a bit about the financial thing here, which is not your life, it's your old life. But I believe there was, I'm trying to look up the name of it, but there were some people in it who were linked to the Bank of Canada, Royal Bank of Canada, I think, and they set up a new system, a new financial model that was fairer. Do you think, because all the Big Short, everything that happened, the subprime market, isn't that always going to happen again? Is there any way out of this endless cycle of people in the business actually selling stuff that no one actually understands how it works? Or can we get to a more honest thing in financial markets?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it is becoming more transparent. But I doubt that's the last financial debacle we'll experience. There'll be others.
Yeah, I unfortunately think so.
Yeah, but the market is going really strong despite all the challenges that we have today. It's as it's reported, it's pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
But there should be a correction coming within a year, which is what a number of professional investors are saying.
Wow.
So
we should tell the world a correction means a kind of spike downwards, a downward spike of the market. So be wary for that, kids.
I've lived through 2 recessions already, and I don't think unless you've seen a real recession, and unless you know people close to you who've actually lost their jobs, you don't really know what that experience is like. And those, it happens every 10 or so years.
Yes, it does. There's there's another film like The Big Short that I watched, and they were going through and listing all the financial crises that had happened over the last 200 years, and it is kind of every 10, 15 years. Something hellish happens, from the tulip thing back in Holland and Amsterdam. You probably
really?
Yeah. Do you know about the tulip thing?
No.
the tulip bulbs were being sold as these amazing flowers, and so everyone was buying different tulips, and so there was a whole bubble that happened on the cost and the price of tulips in Amsterdam, in Holland, and it had a whole explosion and then a whole collapse. That's like in the 16 or 1700s. I think that was one of the first ones that's sort of well recorded. Anyway, enough of that.
There'll be others, Eddie.
Yeah,
for sure.
Unfortunately.
And this one's overdue, right? I mean, we're in 2021. The last one was 2008, so 13 years. It's overdue. But you know, the governments are printing money, and so you know, that's why the market is just so hot.
Okay, a hot market which needs to cool down. Okay, I'm going to ask you about your heritage now. So you're born in Seoul, so South Korea. Both your parents from Seoul, from.
Yes, yes. So I was born in Korea, and I came over when I was 7 years old, moved to New York. And so I'm a New Yorker at heart.
Right.
So I've been in the UK for 18 years. I'm glad the last 4 years I spent it outside the US, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, Joe Biden's there now, so you can go visit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'll be pleased to know, because you have built New York on Zwift, and we're going to be running it on the 31st.
That's awesome.
So that's another one of those people. Yeah, so that's good, because I have New York in here as well, because New York, I was Tony nominated, and I won nearly all the awards for Day of the Death of Joe Egg in 2003. I've done a lot of my stand-up shows there. So I've sort of lived there on and off for big chunks of time, and it's such a driving city, but it's sort of an open city. Anyone can come in, come one, come all, and work your ass off, and you can get something to happen in New York. And did your parents? Did they both move? Was it easy? They just emigrated?
Yeah. I mean, it's the classical. Immigrant story, first generation story. I mean, some people ask, did you take a boat? I'm pretty sure I took a Boeing 747 to New York. But my dad was a successful banker in the U.S. In Korea, and my mom was a homemaker. And when they came to the U.S., when we came to the U.S. They had no skills. They didn't have the language skills. So my mom actually started it. They both started a small business, and all of that sacrifice was really for their three sons, and because back then there was 4 years of military service for teenagers. That was pretty harsh.
Right.
And having three sons, my mom was adamant about moving us to the U.S., where we can just have a more full of opportunities, and so that we appreciate the sacrifice that they've made, and the three of us, my older brother who lives in Hong Kong and travels to New York frequently. I live in the UK. My younger brother is a doctor in New York. We're very grateful, because I'm not sure if we would have had the same sort of opportunities if we had stayed back in Korea.
Right, but Seoul and South Korea is quite a powerhouse now of ideas and finance and entrepreneurship itself, so that's a good thing. So you were born in an Asian country, and so was I. So that's...
where?
I was born in Yemen. I was born in the city of Aden, at the south of Yemen, south tip of Yemen.
Wow.
So West Asian country, because Asia is so big. But I look for connections, you see, because some people, well, in the world, the wars have happened for people who insist upon separations and differences.
Right.
And I'm looking for connections all the time. And even though we might look a little different, and your hair's darker, my hair's more reddish normally, this is out of a bottle, but still, you were born in an Asian country, I was born in an Asian country, so I look for the linkages. That's how I do it. I think it's a better way to work.
Yeah, I don't even I forget that I'm Asian. I mean, I don't even look at that anymore.
Oh, really?
And I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'm not proud of being Asian, but when that is not just a factor. I just don't. When I associate with others, connect with others, race and religion just doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That's how it's been for me from the very beginning.
Well,
I do want to say one thing
Yeah.
before I forget. My partner, who I co-founded Zwift with,
Yeah.
he said the funniest live comedy show was watching you in New York City. I don't know when it was. It must have been some time ago. But he said you were the funniest stand-up he's ever seen.
Well, thank you. Well, the American nation, the United States of America, have given me 2 Emmys for Dress to Kill. That was in 1998, 99. But I played in New York at PS 122 down on in the East Village, and then I was in the West Best Theatre, which is in the West Side, and now I've played everything. I've played Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
And Radio City Music Hall, and the Beacon for multiple shows. So, yeah, New York and me were kind of locked together in mindset.
That's great.
So it's a beautiful thing. So I'll link with you on New York as well. I'll link with you on anything, because I just look for linkages. But as you were saying, I think new generation is growing up who are color inclusive. They are color inclusive. They're LGBT inclusive. They just are sort of more open and saying, what does it matter where anyone's from, what sexuality they are? Let's just build something, make something, do something. It's a hope for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you spend most of your time in the UK now, or?
No, I'm UK, America. If I'm filming, it's wherever I'm filming. If I'm touring, it's wherever I'm touring. And I'm performing in French and German and Spanish as well.
Wow.
And
fantastic.
Tonight's show is in German because we're running Berlin. So heute Abend, ich werde mein Show auf Deutsch machen, and the tickets are on sale at eddieizzard.com, as you can donate at eddieizzard.com. Not you, but I'm talking to the world here. But yes, at 7 p.m. London time, I will do my show, Alles auf Deutsch, all in German. And it's good to make connections. You see, this is at a time when some people are saying, let's separate and be more nationalistic. I'm saying, no, be patriotic, proud of your countries, but make connections. And you're doing it on Zwift. People are connecting from around the world. You're making that happen there. So thank you for that. And thank you for our new strip. We're going to get a strip, I think. Make Humanity Great Again. Colors, do you know about this?
No, I don't know about this, Eddie.
The on Zwift, they're coming out with a top.
Oh, yes.
Yes?
Okay. I thought that was going to be a surprise. Someone leaked that already.
No, it's good to know, because I need to tell people that so that they can have that.
Yeah.
So, because I have to do it, and it probably won't come out before the 31st, because it's very hard to make one. But anyway, they told me about that, but that's good. So we're running in with the blue.
I'm sorry we couldn't do it sooner. It was just a timing thing.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
It's okay. We got this going pretty quick, didn't we? We just got in there. We got together.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're super excited to be part of this. And I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah.
How are you holding up? I mean, this is how many days now?
This
Day
is 23.
23. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it now on your screen.
This is
So how are you feeling? I'd love to hear about that.
Well, I tell you, when you do the first 10 marathons, train you for everything else. So you can't really train for this, even though I was fairly fit to come in. But the first 10, get it going. And then, just like in your app, you have to sync up between the machine and the brain of your app. The brain in doing these endurance things has to sync up with your body so that every day it's happy to do this. Right now, I'm stronger, but more exhausted. And my body, each bit of my body on the legs, it's basically the legs, they keep going about like blisters on one side, blisters on the other, toenail lifting up, strap up the left leg, tenosynovitis. So we strap it up and we keep going and we do what we can, and then people donate.
Wow, that's amazing. It's incredible what you're doing. I bet you sleep pretty well at night, or maybe not, because you're so exhausted.
Yeah, it's actually because of it's kind of like fight and flight. If you think fight or flight, that the brain is ready to, come on, let's go, you gotta run, and it does it through the night. So I have to take a sleeping pill, and I'm getting better sleep now than I was, but I was waking up every hour through the night.
Wow.
Which is not so good, but it's okay.
That's fantastic. What are your plans after you've completed this incredible feat?
Well, it's curious, but you become a bit like a soldier on a mission, and I'll have 1 day off, and then I'll carry on as normal. I know that now. That's what I do. I thought I'd need a week off, but you get really weird if you have a week off. So I'll do one day of nothing, and then I'll do a 5K run on the second day, and I'll go back into, well, whatever we can do in lockdown in early February. That's how I'm going to do it.
So you're a trained runner. This isn't something you do out of the spur of the moment. You've trained for this endurance effort.
You may not know, but I did the first one, 43 marathons with a day off a week back in 2009 in the UK. And then in 2016, I ran 27 marathons as a salute to Nelson Mandela in South Africa, which is very hot, 35 degrees, 40 degrees. And then 11 months ago, I ran around Europe in these actual cities that we're celebrating now. I was there doing that and traveling every day. And now I'm doing this. So this is the fourth one. I'm kind of used to it, but it's very difficult to stay this fit all the time.
Yeah. And, as much as I love Zwift, I mean, to spend that many hours on a treadmill is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's tough. It is tough. But I'm going to say thank you, Eric. Thank you for coming on. Thanks for helping us with this. And
absolutely.
And you can go and have a rest, or you can jump on Zwift, or do whatever you want. But I'll carry on doing this.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you so much. We're going to watch you and cheer you on all the way through the end. And thank you for allowing us to be part of this.
No problem. Thanks for joining us. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Cheers. So that was Eric Min, who is the co-founder and CEO of Zwift, which we're running on right now. Now I'd like the middle film, Dave, if you could throw that up. Not throw that up, but throw it onto the screen. That would be beautiful. And I'll tell you about this. It's about Stolpersteine, tripping stones. Have a look at this. I just want to show you this. I'm in Berlin, and these are Stolperstein, stumbling stones, tripping stones. An artist called Gunter Demnig. He puts them in the ground. Where's it gone there? There they are, in front of buildings where Nazis came in and took people away, and some of them escaped. A lot were murdered in concentration camps, but he does a memorial for the people who were taken by the Nazis. So it's a wonderful thing, and I give to that charity, and that is part of our charity. Stolperstein, look it up on Wikipedia. It's a good thing, and he's a very unassuming guy, Gunter Demnig, this artist who does it. So here we are, and they're all over. If you look at the map, they're all over. He's done them all over Europe, wherever the Nazis got to. So yes, do look down the streets and say people's names. Nice thing. Okay. Bye-bye. There you go, Stolpersteiner. Look it up online. Stolpersteiner, or tripping stones, or stumbling stones. It's basically a brass stone, like a cobblestone, that goes into the ground and has the name and the date of birth and the date of death of someone who the Nazis took away and murdered or tortured or whatever they did with them, so that we never forget. Nie wieder, never again. And of course there's a lot in Berlin. A lot of, unfortunately, Jewish people were taken away. A lot of people, political people, gays, homosexual people. The extreme right, be very, very wary of them. They always come with hate. That's it. That's the end of the story. If there's anything to fear, they always look to blame someone. Unfortunately, they are the ones who the blame should lie at. And I don't want to hate, but they always come with hate. So you feel in the end you gotta hate them back, because they use violence and the threat of violence. That's what the extreme right does.
Hey.
Oh,
Louise and Tim.
Let's talk to Louise. I was going through a political thought. Hello, Tim.
Hi, Eddie. How are you doing?
Okay, I was just talking about the extreme right and how to be very wary of them, as they always come bearing gifts of hate. There you go. So
that's a nice light topic of conversation for a Saturday afternoon.
I know. Well, we are trying to make humanity great again, and it is a thing. you know, there's this blame culture. People like to blame, and the extreme right loves to blame. They just look around. It doesn't sort of matter who they blame. You know, it could be the Jewish people, it could be the Muslim people, it could be black people, it could be, you know, whatever. But they always start from the extreme right. So I've realized it's them that you have to watch out for, because they always started with this hatred. So I'm just saying to everyone in the world, watch out for them. Be very wary.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, Eddie, our next guest is more by luck than judgment on my part, but I'm very glad that I made an error, and as a result of that, we've got a very, very impressive lady called Louise McCulloch, and I think the starting point was that she was born in Northern Ireland, so I'm just going to let the two of you go on from there. Hi, Louise.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Louise. How you doing?
Hi, Eddie. Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. I'm so excited to be speaking to you.
Very nice to speak for you. So we're in Northern Ireland, near Ballymena, I see, County Antrim. Is that where you're born?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I was born just outside Ballymena. Went to school there.
Right.
My husband comes from Bangor, actually.
Oh, really?
Which I think is where you.
Yeah. When I was 3, 4, 5, I sounded like this, and I went to Ballyholme Primary School with my brother Mark, and we sounded like this. And I found out recently that to the local kids, I'm probably at school, I talked like this. And I talked about this. I remember saying this wee thing and that wee thing. I do remember that standing by the coal bunker at the back of our bungalow on Ashford Drive. And but in the house we would speak English, more with an English accent, because the parents are from Kent and East Sussex. So I think they thought, well, our kids are going to sound different to us, so let's keep them sounding English. But outside we sounded Northern Irish, which I love. I would been very happy to have had a Northern Irish accent. So I'm very happy to do that. But anyway, so that's great. And you're normally a surgeon in Aberdeen, yeah? Am I right in this?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Tell us about
I'm an orthopedic surgeon.
Orthopedic surgeon. And so tell us your journey getting to that, because I'm very interested in empowering young girls, young women to strive and succeed. And then we'll go into the SAS Who Dares Wins thing after it, because as you all know, women are now allowed in special forces, so they can be anywhere in forces now. And that's happened in the Nordic countries before this. So yeah, let's start about so what was your journey from Ballymena to, or just outside Ballymena, to getting to be a surgeon? Because it's very male dominated, isn't it, so being a surgeon?
Absolutely, particularly in orthopedics. And actually, I was due to speak to you, I think, on Thursday, but I had this international women in orthopedics forum trying to encourage, to see what some of the companies and industry can do to encourage women in orthopedics.
Right.
But my journey into orthopedics, I suspect, is I've got a fairly extraordinary family.
Right.
My dad was a vet. And I have a twin sister, and I've got she's an identical twin, and I've got identical twin brothers.
Oh, wow.
And whenever I was growing up, I suspect probably because of being a twin, I've always been incredibly competitive.
Yeah.
And I think I wanted originally to be a vet.
Right.
And then my sister decided that she was going to do that, and I kind of didn't really want to do the same thing.
Right.
I wanted to do something different where I wasn't competing again.
Yeah.
So I went into medicine from that, and I suspect I've always wanted to do orthopedics, even from before I went to university. And then university just sealed it. I just loved everything about it. I'm kind of old school. I went through the old surgical training where I did a little bit of vascular surgery, a little bit of general surgery, orthopedics. And whenever I was doing my surgical training, I worked with a guy who did orthopedic oncology.
Right.
And that's a pretty uncommon kind of niche specialty. And I absolutely loved it. And that's kind of has been my goal really since I'd qualified for 3 years.
Okay.
But I left Northern Ireland.
Hang on a sec. I'm going to interrupt you, Louise, because I'm dyslexic and I never know what words mean. So orthopedic, tell us exactly what that is, and oncology, just so that everyone listening knows.
So orthopedics is bones and joints.
Okay.
I specialise in trauma. So if you were to go out and have a road traffic accident, I would fix any of your broken bones.
Thank you.
Or
I said thank you. I said just you said if you go out, so I said thank you in advance.
oh, thanks. And then so oncology is kind of fairly niche in that soft tissue sarcomas and bone sarcomas are very rare cancers that people can get.
Right.
So orthopedic oncology essentially deals with those. There's only there's maybe 6 of us who operate on them in Scotland, and there's 5 surgical centres for bone cancers in England.
Wow. So I was interrupting your thing. So you went in and you started doing that. You met someone who was doing orthopedic oncology. You thought that really grabbed you. Is this when were you qualified at this point? Are you a practicing doctor in the early years?
Yeah, so I qualified. I was going through my surgical training. I'd probably qualified maybe 3-4 years. But surgery was always what I wanted to do. I never wanted to be involved in medicine or general practice. And I suspect growing up with my dad and kind of helping him do veterinary is what's always encouraged me to do surgery.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. And did your twin sister become a vet?
Yeah, my twin sister's a vet in the States.
Wow.
She works kind of basically everywhere in the States. She does a lot of chiropractor and acupuncture and soft tissue work, and a lot of the sort of sports horses and international show jumpers and dressage horses in the States. So she travels up and down the East Coast depending on where they're all training or competing at the time.
Right. And she's your twin sister, identical, but is she older or you older by a few seconds? By a few minutes?
I'm older by 13 minutes.
13 minutes, there you go. But you've also got identical brothers. Were you quad
Yeah.
Four babies all at once? Wow.
My identical brothers are 4 years younger.
Oh, 4 years younger.
But identical twins are fluke. We're just, they're not inherited or anything, they're just fluke. So we must have some bizarre gene that I don't need to investigate because one of my little...
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Carry on.
I was just going to say that one of my little brothers has had identical triplets.
Identical triplets. So hang on. So they're 4 years younger than you, but they look very, very similar to you or identical to you?
No, they're identical to each other, and myself and my sister are identical.
I got you. Because I was going, wow, that's history making. Oh no, it's not. So I've got it. Okay.
It's pretty unique.
And the fact that you're 13 minutes older, when you were growing up, did that matter? Could you say I'm the oldest? Or no?
Not really.
No. I just wondered,
Well, I don't remember it making a difference.
I just wondered if you ever say, I'm the oldest, so I'm having that cream bun or something, But no.
No, but my mum, if we had to share something, one of us had to cut it and the other one had to pick.
Okay.
To make sure that it was fair.
Me and my brother, my brother's 2 years older than me, we looked quite similar. We looked like twins, particularly at a certain point. And I actually went, I think it was on an outward bound course or something. I went on some course and somebody called me Mark, my brother's name, and I just let them call me that all the way through. I don't know quite why, but people would get us mixed up. And I just let that happen. So, yeah. So I had a little bit as a kind of dental, but now we look quite different. So
we tried whenever we were growing up, going through school. Yeah. We were in 2 different classes for English, and we swapped one day.
Oh wow!
And it was a total anticlimax. Nobody even realised. We were like, "What's the point in that?"
That's kind of fantastic. So you're part of the medical team for Scottish Rugby Union? Yeah.
Yeah, I work a bit with the Scottish Rugby Union, and I doctor for Aberdeen Grammar and do a lot of kind of covering boxing and Muay Thai and combat sports as well. So I do a lot of sports injury stuff.
So you do Muay Thai boxing as well, and weightlifting and running and cycling? You do these things? Or that's part of what you work on?
Yeah, no, so I do them as well, but I cover, if there's any like boxing competitions or Muay Thai, I'll provide medical cover for them.
Wow. So what is Muay Thai boxing? I don't know that what style is that? What does that entail?
So Muay Thai originated in Thailand. It's the art of 8 limbs, so you can kick and elbow and knee and as well as punching.
Oh wow, that sounds vicious. So
I think I use it as a release. that's my pressure valve.
And you can beat the hell out of people and then patch them up afterwards, hopefully, and mend their bones.
Yeah.
You have that ability, even though it shouldn't come to that. I understand.
I can certainly stitch them up.
Yeah. Well, now tell us about the SAS Who Dares Wins. You may not know this, but I've said it before, and I'm sure people in the Special Forces are annoyed at me, but it is true. I was going to be in, I was seriously considering being in the forces. I had the officer cadetship papers. I was going to go to university. They pay you when you're at university, and then you go off and you give 3 or 5 years to the forces. And I wanted to do Marines or Paras and then get into the SAS. So I was quite seriously considering it. I knew about David Sterling, who set it up, the Long Range Desert Group, the Desert War. Paddy Mayne took it over. So I know the history. But you went and did that as obviously a TV program. And what was that like? Had you always thought you'd like to test yourself in that kind of arena?
Well, I suspect a lot of it comes down to 6 years ago now. Sorry, I became a consultant, and the whole way through your training, you always have like goals to achieve and sort of exams to pass and jobs to get. And once you become a consultant, you don't really have that. And so I kind of looked out with. I'm not a researcher. I looked out with my actual job for to get those goals and to get those challenges. And I suppose it all really started with the charity boxing. It was an opportunity for 8 weeks of free training, and I did this boxing thing, and a lot of my charity stuff I will try and raise money for Sarcoma UK. So it really all started with that, and then I started doing a bit of Muay Thai, and then I started teaching an exercise class, and I kind of had run out of challenges, and it was just by pure fluke. I saw an advert on Facebook, and it was the first season that they'd had women on it.
Right.
So I was like, well, what's the worst that can happen? I can not get picked to do it, or I don't make it through, the actual exercise test, and then I kind of just entered it just to see what it was like.
Yeah.
And then got into it, and an absolutely amazing experience. I cannot speak highly enough of it. I absolutely loved it. I would go back tomorrow if I got the opportunity.
Could you? I didn't see it. I have seen bits of it. I didn't see your one. Can you tell people, because we're going out around the world, and I want to encourage, young girls, young women, to reach for the stars. I have a thing. If you reach for the stars, you can get to the moon. So to be ambitious, and you've obviously been ambitious in a very intelligent way, and using your hands, and being orthopedic oncology and all that, and it's very much using your brain, and then you go and use it with your mental stamina. So you're covering everything here. So you're a great example for women around the world. So what was it like going in? Were the tests? How many people went in at the beginning? How many people were there?
So for the actual program, I think 7,000 people applied, and I think it was maybe 750 who went through the actual exercise tests in at the very beginning. Wow. And the interviews, and then there were 24 recruits plus a mole who was one of the Swedish Special Forces, Petra, who was beautiful. And
I did see that. I did see that. So I've seen an episode with you in. I've got to go back and watch all that thing now. I will watch that. I don't know if I can do it at the moment because my brain just melts when I get home. But yes, she was brilliant, wasn't she? And she was
absolutely.
and she was Swedish, she did Swedish Special Forces, and we were just, I think right now, in the UK, women can be in Special Forces, and they weren't before.
Yeah.
And we've had all these kind of, oh, you can't, this sort of Victorian attitude, but women are great.
What are your...
Yeah,
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
no, carry on.
I was just going to ask what your thoughts were about that. How do you feel about what are your thoughts about women being in the Special Forces?
I think absolutely. I think go for it, because this is it. They say they used to be against gay people being in the forces, but the Spartans weren't. The Spartans encouraged gay people because they would fight for one another.
Yeah.
They say that if you see a woman being horribly injured or killed, that's going to just slow you down. But in the end, there's some women who are very good at defense and if we think about what we need the forces for in the modern world, in the 21st century, we're not invading anywhere. Britain's not going to say we want to take over another country. That's just not going to happen anymore. We're going there to defend people. We're going there to save lives. So we need people who can go in there and do it. And there are going to be a whole number of women who are way better than a whole number of men. That's just going to be true because their brains are lined up right. They're fit enough. You don't have to have ridiculous, testosterone is the only difference. I tried to analyze masculinity and femininity, being a trans woman and trans person, and if you say, oh, masculine, they're very determined. Well, women can be determined, and athletic. Oh, women can be very athletic, good at football. Women are great at football. You just run out of things. They're not only the ability to build muscle mass, which is due to the amount of testosterone in your body, and that's it. And that's not the key thing of Special Forces. A lot of Special Forces people are quite small, smaller than your average height, but they're quiet, determined, they think out of the box, and they never say, they always go on and on. This is the thing, when the mission finishes, and they say the mission is over, they're ready for another one to happen immediately. They've got to be ready for that. That's part of selection. So, so how was it for you going in? Because I'm fascinated with this. I'm going to go and watch it, so I'll know more about it later. But
how was it? I absolutely loved it. We went to Chile, so just for people who, if you haven't seen it, we were based in Chile, and there was 3 DS and Middleton, who was chief.
Right.
And we went in with 24 people plus Petra, who was the mole, who'd previously been in the Swedish Special Forces. There were 8 of us who made it through to the torture and interrogation.
Right.
And then there were 3 of us that passed.
Louise, hang on. The sound went a bit weird. How many made it through to the torture and interrogation bit? How many made it through? How many made it through? Sorry, we lost the signal there.
So there were 8. There were 8 of us.
Eight?
Oh, sorry, there were 8 of us who made it through to torture and interrogation. 4 female and 4 male.
Right.
And then there were 3 of us who passed. I was the only female to pass.
Wow. And did you sense that Petra was a real Special Forces person? Could you sense that?
In retrospect, yes, but it's actually really there's 25 people there, and you're there for the whole thing was just over 2 weeks.
Right.
And there's so many people to interact with that I never really had very much to do with Petra, because she was on the other side of like our accommodation, and I kind of feel that we had we were a little. I don't know whether the guys identified fairly early on that I was kind of mentally and physically tough enough, but they certainly played mind games with me really early on. There was a lot, and some of the stuff that you saw on screen was edited. So there's a particular bit whenever Petra is identified as being the mole, and she stands up in the front platform with Ant and the DSs. And one of the questions that Ant asks is, who could you not work with? And that's all that comes across in the edit. But in real life, what he said was, who could you not work with and why? And she said, I was number 24. And she said, number 20, selfish and not a team player. number 4, selfish and not a team player, and number 24, selfish and not a team player. And for it's particularly given my job and my own personality, that was really hard. That was definitely one of the lowest moments.
Right.
Whenever you've got somebody who you don't really know at all, and she feels like, and she's questioning your, probably the 2 things that you kind of rate yourself, do you know?
Yeah,
and that was the hardest part for sure.
Well, and she's, I gotta assume she's wrong, otherwise you wouldn't have won the bloody thing. Yeah?
I hope so. I like I say, I think that I feel like they were playing mind games. I like to hope they were.
It's, yes, okay, that's curious. Okay, that muddies the water, yeah. Well, it does sound like a tough old thing to do. Now, you asked me the question, I ask you the question. Do you think women should be in Special Forces?
Yeah, so absolutely 100% they should be. I think I would question how they would get introduced into teams, because I think the main problem's not going to be with the women themselves. It's going to be with the teams of men that they're joining into, and that's not a reflection of the women. I think it's a reflection of the male mentality.
Yeah. Well, that's weak character men. Now, this is important because I think weak character men have been destroying humanity since the beginning of time. There are weak character women as well, and some of them worked as guards in the SS camps in Auschwitz and stuff. So we know that, but unfortunately, well, due to the fact it's been a male-dominated thing, it's been mainly people of weak character are the problem in humanity. So,
100%.
I know a woman who is a stunt coordinator now, and I did a film back in the day, and she was Uma Thurman's double, and she loved playing football, she loved her husband, she loved her kids. You'd think, oh, okay, this is a woman, she's gay. I know she wasn't gay, so she's so very much in love, but very much, you know, super. I hope you'd be happy with me to say very tomboy, you know, the top of the tomboy ladder, because I think I'm a tom girl. And when we were on the top of the thing, because Uma Thurman, I had to have a fight with Uma Thurman on top of a set, and it was quite high up, and she just said, just stand back and I'll cover this and I'll tell you when you can come in. And I felt totally safe, because the way she thought is just like I would assume a woman in Special Forces. She was professional, she knew what she was doing, she knew what she's capable of, and she knew that I wasn't as capable of doing things that she could. So she would just say, back off, I'll do this, I'll tell you when you can come in. She didn't say back off, but it was, and I realized that. Also, I learned to fly. And I was in my 40s when I learned to fly, because I was scared of flying. And my instructors were in their 20s. And that's a very interesting thing to do. To be 20 years older than a kid, and you have to do everything this kid, young adult, tells you to do. And a number of them were women instructors. I was very happy with them. And I realized I could do this. I could switch off the ego, the girls telling me what to do, all that rubbish. And, and I just said, what do I do? Tell me what to do, tell me what not to do. Okay, I can't do this, could you land the plane? Because, you know, we're in a crosswind or something. And I trusted them. And it's you know, some old-fashioned men, some weak character men, they have to change their mindsets. And I think women could be a fantastic, like they're usually 4-person fire teams, I believe, small teams. And if a woman's in the team, I don't see why not.
It's interesting your analogy with learning to fly and younger people having to teach you.
Yeah.
I think that's possibly where a lot of resistance to change maybe happens in orthopedics as well.
Yeah.
That the kind of older generation orthopedic surgeons maybe don't quite like being put under pressure by their female counterparts.
Right.
That certainly doesn't happen in our unit. Our unit is the most inclusive, supportive unit you could possibly imagine. But can see that there's still a bit of that goes on around the country.
Now, Tim, sorry, you've been sitting there, I've been asking a lot of questions. Is there anything you'd like to ask Tim?
Yeah, I'm quite interested to know the male contestants. When you won, what was their reaction to you winning?
So I passed with Mark and Milo, and whenever you're in that situation, you're treated exactly as equals. There was like no disparity between male or female. We were all in the same accommodation. We were all using the same holes in the ground. We were still like everything was. There was no discrimination whatsoever. So we were kind of all just a team, and it was just 3 of us passed, and but there certainly wasn't any. I don't feel that they didn't feel like I didn't earn it. I didn't think.
Which is great. That kind of goes to prove Eddie's point, doesn't it? Is that there's no reason that women can't stand alongside men in these situations.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
So what? I know that you went and did some cold water swimming today in the North Sea. What's your next challenge?
So, I think physically it's difficult to even compete with anything with regards to the program. So physically, hopefully, I'm going to do a half Ironman at the end of the year, COVID dependent, and hopefully a strong women competition. I'm doing a bit of motivational speaking, and I've started doing a lot of painting.
Oh, right.
Okay. And do you have a watch that has 36 hours in a day or something? I mean, how do you fit this?
Well, I don't know, but my Garmin keeps telling me that I need to have a rest day and that I need to sit down, and it's really irritating me. Just not. And anytime I go for a run, it's like, okay, you can do 6 kilometers today. So I need to fix that.
Yeah.
Or if anybody can get rid of it for me, I'd be grateful.
Well, my watch kept telling me I was overreaching, didn't it, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what mine does. How did you get rid of that?
Well, I didn't. I just, well, I don't know. There must be a way, but
We just ignored it.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of overreaching. Yeah, carry on, Tim.
I think Eddie was really intrigued. I could tell. I can kind of like pick up on you. He was speaking about your painting. What painting do you do?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, so maybe 18 months ago, I suppose after the program, and I was sort of looking for a different outlet, particularly around the start of COVID. And I just started painting. I started drawing, and particularly animals, and pretty much animals, to be honest. And then I just picked up some oil paint, and I was like, oh, I'll have a little shot at that, and started painting. So what I do is normally if people, I'll do some commission stuff, or if people have interesting pictures online, I'll often just paint them. So
right.
I love it. I love your attitude, and it reminds me a lot of my daughter, who is just the same as you. You know, she'll paint, she'll play the guitar, and it's just, you don't put any barriers in front of you. It's such an awesome attribute to have.
I think it's really important that that you try not to limit yourself. I had a really interesting conversation with the husband of one of my friends, who he just goes, "Why do you keep doing this? Why do you have to have a challenge on the go all the time? It's like you're always chasing something." And I'm like, I'm actually really contented. It's not. I don't feel like I'm chasing something. I feel like I just want to be the best person that I can be, and do as much as I possibly can. You have to live every day like it's your last.
Very good.
Well, I think it,
Tim,
without being crass. Sorry.
I'm sorry. If you,
I was just saying, without being crass, it's one life, live it, isn't it? You've got to do that.
I've added a word to that. One life, live it well.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm adding to it. One life, live it well. Because, you know, Donald Trump was living his life, but that was not well. That was badly. So we have to put a little coda on there. Caveat. Thank you, Louise. I'm going to, Tim, for the moment, thank you. I'm going to talk to Sanjeev now, so I have to jump off. And thank you so much for sharing and encouraging women around the world, young girls, you know, to aim, shoot for the stars and you can reach the moon. That's...
Eddie, can I ask you one very quick question?
Yeah.
You were sitting on the portrait artist of the year.
Yeah.
Did you get to keep a portrait?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Did you get to pick?
Yes, you do. You get to pick the one you want to keep, and that was the one that won. That the artist went on to win. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So you do keep the portrait. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it? The experience.
The experience. It's fine. It's great to encourage young artists to do stuff. I'm not wild about being the subject. I kind of like to look prettier, but I don't. So. But it's great if it helps them. I thought that was good. It was a good use of my time. But I don't like sitting still much. But yeah, it was good to do it.
No. Do you paint yourself?
I don't. I have a bit of an ability, but I haven't really pulled it out of me. So I have to develop that. So I hear what you're saying about the painting, and I need to get down. But I'm afraid we're going to have to move.
Oh no, sorry. My apologies.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Tim. Time to talk to you soon. You take care. Stay safe.
Yeah, you too.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay, Sanjeev, I'm sorry. Sanjeev Bashkar is waiting, and I'm ready to talk. Who went doing... Well, I'll talk to him about Goodness Gracious Me, which started at the Riverside Studios. What's the story?
Just doing the switch over on Zoom at the moment.
Okay. Running towards mountains. That's where I am. Oh. Sanjeev, hi.
Hey, Eddie.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, I noticed in your conversation the other day with John Bishop when he was on a bike, and obviously I was going to be on some sort of excessive muscle-moving machinery, but then you said that you prefer to see calm backgrounds.
Exactly. This is it. It does weird things with your head. The blue screen kind of version. So when you move your head, it does weird things, but it does look beautiful behind you. And is that where you
keep my head very still?
Yeah. Is that no? Don't worry about that. But is that where you are? It'd be quite nice for you to have that as a picture background, then pull it down and reveal you are actually there. But I take it you're not.
You take it correctly, I'm afraid.
Are you on lockdown in the London area or somewhere in the UK or?
Yeah, I'm in North London, as you can see, and as everybody else, just been trying to cope as best we can, and been following your progress on this. I've tuned in a few days actually, and what can I say? It's what you're doing is incredible. It kind of reminded me that, you know, there were ancient Hindu sadhus that would kind of roll the length of India or sit on top of a pole, but I don't think their reasons for doing it were quite as good as yours.
No, this one does seem. I'm seeming to be quite inclusive. Make humanity great again. I don't see anyone could have a problem with that and going, oh, not all of them, not all of humanity. I don't want these people or those, but then you're voting yourself out of humanity, I think. So, yeah, it's nice to be inclusive. So, we're at the Riverside.
I think so.
Sorry.
So yes, the Riverside is. So I have a connection with the Riverside, which is. The Riverside Studios was where we did our very first Goodness Gracious Me audition. Oh, wow. So we kind of performed there for the purse string holders at the BBC, who then decided whether they were going to give us a radio pilot. So the Riverside is a place that I have a deep affection and connection to.
And when you auditioned, were you with a group of other people also auditioning for a position, or was it just you guys coming in and they said, let's have a look at it?
It was exactly that. So it was 5 of us, plus it was Nitin Sawhney at the time, now grand composer of film and television and his own stuff. And we had 5 days to put on a show.
Right.
And so we met on the Monday and put the show on the Saturday in front of a small audience down there.
Oh, wow. So had you guys worked together before?
No, we hadn't. So Nitin Sawhney and I had been doing things together. And in fact, that's the first time you and I met, which is now about 24 years ago, something like that. And you were doing a bit of stand-up at the Lewisham People's Day.
Yes, indeed.
In a tent. And we were there beforehand. And it did lead to one of my most personally embarrassing moments, which was meeting you. And because I was a fan, because I'd seen your thing at the Ambassadors, and so I was already a fan. And so we performed to about 5 people, all tattooed, including a baby, and to Silence. And then we went backstage, back of the tent, and I saw you walk in, and I had a Cheshire Cat grin, walked towards you. I had a pair of cheap sunglasses that I'd bought in Turkey that were plastic. Took those off, which I thought in a stylish manner, and strode towards you, and one of the tent pegs had gone up my trouser leg. And so I kind of went straight over, didn't realise that there was a tent up my trouser leg, got up, tried to move again, went over again, smashed the plastic glasses in my hand, which was now bleeding, at which point you arrived and said, "Are you all right? Your hand's bleeding." I was going, "No, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing." And I was just horrendously embarrassed. And we just figured that how is Eddie going to deal with these 5 people and a baby? And of course, by the time we went back out there, it was
6
400 people.
Well, I must have been, I do remember that gig. I don't remember you falling over, but I think it was like a car crash, that you wipe it from your mind on your behalf, even though I didn't crash the car. You sort of crashed your glasses on your hand. So I've wiped that, so don't worry about it. That's not traveling with me. But yeah, I do seem to remember that I was in my groove by that point, because as you may know, I started as a sketch comedian, and sketches is something that it was in your wheelhouse, and I started that in 81. My first Edinburgh was 81, 82 and 83, when Hugh Laurie and Stephen Fry, Emma Thompson won that first ever Perrier. I was there. Yeah. I was there doing, and even was recorded for the BBC in one sketch, a Jacques Cousteau parody, where, Stephen was there. I was talking to Stephen about this. And then, the next time I really see Stephen, he is Stephen Fry, and he's doing the Hysteria 3 benefit, and I'm just arriving as a stand-up, having gone through street performing and stand-up. But I think that's beautiful as an accidental training of sketch and then street and then stand-up. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't choose it that way. And I accidentally went through ninja training in comedy, which means I can do, because I'm doing a show after this, you probably do know that, but I'm doing it in German tonight, and I wouldn't even consider that if I hadn't gone through all this tough training. But yes, it was, I do remember.
Well, I was going to ask you about this. I watched your show last night, which was great, and as ever, I mean, listen, I've kind of basically professionally stalked you because apart from seeing all your gigs from the Ambassadors onwards, you also did a short run in the West End of sort of total improv nights. I think there was a group of about 5
yes.
of you.
One word improv,
and
yeah.
That's it, one word improv. And in fact, that was the first time I met Terry Jones, who sat behind me.
All right.
So I was super starstruck on that particular evening. But I was going to ask you about your gig last night and the gigs that you're doing after these runs, which is that how do you kind of try to, where do you have to go in your head to perform that kind of stuff without an audience in front of you?
Oh, well, that's not such a problem. I thought it might be a problem, but early on in the shows, I was telling people, when I was a street performer, I had I don't think honor is the right word, but I had the experience of performing twice to no one. once with absolutely no one there, and once with a lot of people there, but no one stopped. And I was a pretty good performer, street performer at this point, and it was joyous. It was actually joyous, because you couldn't really fail, you see. I can't fail out there. If I say something's not funny, who gives them, no heckles are coming in. And I have done, as I said, ninja training. I've played, 45 countries, doing it in 4 languages. If anyone says, I really, gives a review or something, 1, I won't read the review, but 2, I don't think this is really comedy, is it? Well, screw them, I don't care, because I know it's good. I know it's playing all around the world, and so, some of it's improv, some of it's just what's on my mind. Did you see me fall asleep at a couple of times in certain lines? Did you notice that?
I did, and you did it in a very entertaining way.
I actually fall asleep in the middle of lines. And then you come up, and sometimes I'm saying words, and I go, I don't know what I'm saying. A little bit scary, that, or not scary if I'm falling over scary, but just weird, really. Who the hell falls asleep at a gig? But,
So what was the point? Was there a point at which, presumably, when most people are starting out, the reviews and reactions, do matter. So was there a point at which that changed for you?
Yeah, well, they always mattered at the beginning. So university, Sheffield Uni, they mattered. Sheffield University Fringe, we set up, we took it up to the Edinburgh Festival. I was only 19 when I took my first show up there. And the reviews, no reviews the first year at all. Second year, we had some reviews. The Scotsman, which is very powerful in Scotland and in the Edinburgh Festival, as you know. And it said, "This is a load of shabby old tat," was their opening line. But later on they said, but occasionally they come up with something which is totally unexpected and devastatingly funny. So totally, as a quote, totally unexpected and devastatingly funny. They must have known they were giving us this gift. And we took it with us for 10 years. That was my only quote in the Scotsman, which unfortunately doesn't quite resonate as strong as it should do around the rest of the UK. So it always meant that something that I was street performing and it didn't matter at all. And I developed the it thing. And the it thing, we all want to make sure we get the it thing. And I saw people perform and they had it. And I remember the day when I realized I'd got it, which was in Edinburgh. And I'd started street performing on my own. I was a solo act by then, because I wasn't before. I was in a 4-person sketch performing group, and then I was in a double act. And when I went to my own, I could sort of control how much I worked and everything. So I'd started doing shows. I had tea cozies in the shapes of a duck and a penguin and a hippo. So animal tea cozies. I'd put them on the floor very carefully. I had a 5-foot unicycle. And so you're putting out props, and that shows something's going to happen. But still, there's a lot of stuff going on. I remember just standing there, and I would talk to no one. I would talk to invisible people. This thing of performing to no one. I'd got used to starting by saying, "Hi, good to have everyone. You're fun. I like the look at you," and there's no one there. And I'm just imagining a massive audience. And it's kind of beguiling for people who are wandering around. I go, "Nice to see you. Well, I'm going to set fire to myself today. Maybe I'll die. Maybe I'll live forever. Maybe I'll play a banjo until..." And I knew if I just keep talking, it sounds pretty confident. And I saw a guy in front of me. So I was up the top end of the mound, if you know, in Edinburgh. I take it you know Edinburgh, yeah? So there's the 2 big galleries there. So I'm up by the second one, higher up the hill, in front of that. And this guy went, "Ooh," and ran away. And I thought, it seemed like a positive ooh, but then he ran in the wrong direction. So I thought, I don't know, I'll carry on talking to no one. And then 2 minutes later, he's dragging his entire family up the hill. And he plonked them down. And it was obviously, watch this. Something's going to happen. And I thought, wow, that's the it thing. And I knew I didn't know what I was going to do. I was just improvising. I was going off. I was saying things. I was mucking about. I was imposing scenarios. One thing I did on the street, which I loved, if say an older man, older lady were walking together, I would say, "This is Jack and Siobhan. They're friends of mine. They're dressed up as an old man, old lady. They're very in character, very in character. Never break character. Jack, Siobhan, Janine, Siobhan." I keep getting their names wrong. She keeps changing their names, so I get it wrong. "How's it going? Are you all right? Everything good?" And they'd probably ignore me. Or if they looked at me, Good look, Jack, good look. Look, he's looking askance. That's askance, I think. He's in character, he won't break character. He's like Robert De Niro, he will not break character. There's a $5 in the post for you guys, and I'll see you later. And I'd say they'll be back in 5 minutes, dressed as other characters. And then there'll be maybe a mother and daughter. There they are, there's Siobhan, there's Jack. Now Jack is dressed as a younger woman, and Siobhan is a very young girl. And they've completely changed their bodies, they've morphed. Excellent work, Jack and Siobhan coming back as two different people. You know, and I'd do this, and everyone knew it was rubbish, but it fit beautifully. So I was beginning to get the it. And in that state, I played, so there's a long answer to the question, I played at Oxford Town Centre to no one, and I knew I could do this. I knew it was quite funny, escaping from handcuffs on a 5-foot unicycle. And no one was there, so I said, well, can I do this? You ask me if I think I can. I disagree with you, sir. And you, madam. And you couldn't lose because it's this massive invisible audience. And then a small child turned up, a kid of about 10, wandered into this square. And I thought, this ruins it. Now it's a sad show. So I stared at the kid. I stopped doing everything. I just stared at the kid. I stared at them for 5 minutes. Then the kid went away, and then I carried on.
50 minutes to run.
So as Dave is reading out, Sanjeev, can you see that clock there above on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, that's how long I've got to go. So 50 minutes to run, just under 50 minutes now. So
under 50.
Just under 50, so not long now.
Yeah.
So I don't find it too problematic out there. I think it's older material, some of the things I've done before. I know they kind of work, so I'll just say them and see where we go. And anyway, it's a charity ticket, you know. If it's not that good, what the hell, you know? No one's going to. I'm going to my MP. That's how I think. So, now goodness gracious me. So your parents are from India, I take it, and came over.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about this on a Monty Python documentary, and that they came over.
That's right.
In partition, but is it before, at the time of partition they came over?
They came over after, so they were both impacted by partition, which remains the biggest exodus of human beings in history. There were 15 million people.
Can we explain partition to the world who's listening, just in case they don't know?
Yes. So India was a British colony, and then a number of chaps, the most famous of whom was Mahatma Gandhi, agitated for an independent India. And that happened in 1947, in August 1947. But where the border was going to come down, and the idea was then that the British would leave India, but create a separate country for majority Muslims, which would be Pakistan. But the border that came down was pretty arbitrary because Muslims and Hindus and Sikhs and Christians and Jews lived right across India, which is quite a big country. So the border that they put down, which impacted my parents being not Muslim, so they had to head towards what became India, as millions were moved. They were given about 2 or 3 weeks or something.
Wow.
To pack up their stuff and go. So my dad ended up as a refugee in Delhi with his mother and his brother. And that was in 1947, and 9 years later, my father moved to London. And you know, the interesting thing about those that were impacted by partition is that it's no surprise then that it's most of them that then moved abroad, came here, came to Canada, came to the United States, because they'd already been uprooted once, and that was the bigger trauma, if you like. And so my dad came here in 1956, my mum came here in 1960, and then I arrived here in 1963. So that's how partition impacted them. And the interesting thing was that, you know, I was brought up with my dad's sort of view of what Britishness was. Right. And then when I did a documentary series about 11 or 12 years ago now, and I went around India, I asked people then, I said, you know, when I say Britain, what comes into your mind? And at that point, 12 years ago, it's different today, unfortunately in many ways, but 12 years ago, they said the same sort of things that my dad did 40 years earlier, which was Britain, yes, you know, fair play, good sense of humor, the arts, politeness, all that kind of stuff. And I just thought, wow, it's amazing that even 12 years ago that we didn't aspire to the qualities that were sort of associated with us. I think that's changed now, unfortunately, because of mass media and the internet and everything else. But nevertheless, that's what I was brought up with.
There's so you're born in '63, yeah? Did your parents meet here or meet over back in India?
They met in India. So my dad's older brother was married to my mum's older sister. So we did a sort of cut price Bollywood musical, which was two brides for two brothers. So yeah, they kind of knew each other. Right, and you were born I was born in '62. So, and I came back to the UK in '63. So, yeah, similar landmass at a similar time. There you go. We have seen similar things. We have seen many similar things. In fact, the other similar thing is, because you mentioned the other day, Pinewood. Yes. You breaking into Pinewood. Yeah. And so my best day out ever to date was Pinewood had an open day in 1978, I think it was. Only one day? Only one day? Only one. Only one they ever had. Yeah. You could go around and wander around the studio, and for me it was just amazing because, you know, I was besotted with films and wanting to be involved in films from 4 or 5 years old. So that's my Pinewood connection with you. But now I've said it out loud. How did you? Isn't this interesting? How did you hear about it? I mean, were you living right next door to Pinewood or something? We weren't far, but shockingly for me, given that my dad was not, didn't take my kind of interest in films and television particularly seriously, it was my dad who suggested it. Oh, wow. My dad said, you know, Pinewood are having an open day. And we lived in Hounslow, so we weren't a million miles from there. But I remember wandering around, and at the time they were filming Superman, the first Superman with Christopher Reeve there. Yeah. And then the big 007 stage that had been built for The Spy Who Loved Me was the North Pole. And I just thought every aspect of wandering around there was just incredible. Although, you know, I was 15 or something at the time. And it took me to 33 to actually start, 34 to start being involved in something I'd wanted to do pretty much my whole life. But now you do, would you say you do more drama than comedy? Because you came up through comedy, but I've seen you in a lot of dramas. I haven't seen them all, but I can see you, you know, up there in the frame. So is that something you push for? Did that accidentally happen? Do you prefer, or are you doing comedy? Is it a mixture of comedic roles and dramatic roles, or is it more dramatic? I think it's a mixture of the two. And actually, to be quite honest, I mean, you've done both as well. And I don't know if you approach them any differently, but I don't. Do you have a different approach? Yes, I approach them completely differently. Interesting. Yeah, I don't. Well, I have played 1 or 2 comedic roles. Like I did a film called Get Duked, a young director, Ninian Dorf, that's on Amazon now, and got some really nice reviews on it. But it was a quirky black comedy, so I just play it for the character, and the humor I let take care of itself. Whereas my stand-up is, well, the bottom line of my stand-up is to be funny, and the bottom line of my drama is to be truthful. So I approach them differently, and my early dramatic work on film is not good because I switched off all my comedy muscles, so I didn't lean on them. I do find, I don't think you do this, but some people who come from comedy, they know their comedy instincts and muscles, and if they can't get a scene, if they don't know how to make a scene come alive, they will lean into, you know, a line that could be just a straight line, a normal line in a drama, but if you say it in a weird way, it comes out comedically. And I won't do that, because I don't want to do that. I want to get in there and work the emotions, and I'm an emotional actor, I'm not an intellectual one. I try and use my instincts, but I had to develop them, so I push on them separately, it's like driving a car and, I don't know, flying an aeroplane. There are similar bits. I do both, but there are similar bits and there are very different bits. But you approach them the same. Yeah, I don't think, well, the interesting, so I've only done one sort of solo show on stage as a sort of stand-up, and I only did that once. And it was interesting when you were talking about watching people who had it. Yeah. I spent, before I ever got on stage, I went to see a lot of one-man shows. I remember going to see gosh, at that time I saw Rowan Atkinson and I saw Dave Allen and Peter Ustinov. I saw as well, and what I was interested in trying to find was, what made one person fill a stage, whereas you could go and see a play with 5 actors in it and the stage still looked empty. What were they doing that connected them, that made them the kind of focus? And so I watched a lot of stuff then, and I did one solo show, which was in 2000, so a long time ago, which I really enjoyed. It's the 10 minutes before I went on is the most terrified I've ever been professionally.
Right. And you only did it
I remember
once?
kind of thinking.
You only did
I did two shows. I did a Saturday and a Sunday on the South Bank.
That's not enough.
And
that's not enough. If you're going to test your solo abilities, you need a whole Edinburgh. You need 26 shows, and then you'll know if you hate it at the end. Don't do 2. Anything. Yeah. It's just it's not giving you. It's like being a tightrope walker for 2 days. How are you going to know what you can do? But did you learn anything about these solo shows? How do they fill up stage? Was there any key thing about them filling the stage, making it work?
Yeah, the one thing that they all had, because they were all successful, was that they were able to, communicate, and they communicated very, very differently. So Peter Ustinov didn't move at all. Dave Allen just sat. Your movements were kind of minimal but incredibly expressive. And I actually was watching you. Actually, that was the thing that I thought. Oh, wait a minute! I really love this. I really connect with your form of storytelling. And so when I did my 2 vital shows, and to be quite honest, the main reason I did those 2 shows was we were about to tour with Goodness Gracious Me, and I thought I don't want to be on stage as the only person who's not been on stage before and let everybody down by suddenly getting stage fright.
But you hadn't been on stage before then?
No, I hadn't, and I didn't do any warm-ups. I didn't know you had to. I had my set list on a piece of A4, and suddenly it was 1,000 people a night. And as I said, 10 minutes beforehand I remember looking around the dressing room and trying to see if there was something I could run at and bang my head against that wouldn't kill me. It would get me out of the show, but it wouldn't kill me. And I couldn't find anything, so then I had to go on. But what was interesting was that once you were on and engaging with the audience in whatever way, then I got lost in it. And I remember the first night I did 2.5 hours, and which was way longer than my set list. I don't think I got through my set list, but that feeling of being able to connect was what I think I'd seen in everybody else, and I haven't done it since. Go figure.
There you go. Well, I'm afraid, Sanjeev, I'm going to have to say goodbye, and we're going to talk to Bill Bailey in a second, and as we head towards the end. But thank you for...
He's got it.
Thank you for chatting. I've played in India, and I found that there's a lot of really good Indian stand-ups who are going to come in, I think, in a big wave, doing stuff in English. So that's...
Well, let me very, very quickly say that's the last time we spoke on the phone, and since then you've changed your number.
Have I?
I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
Yes, because I've tried texting you.
Okay.
I know this is suddenly a public forum, and I maybe shouldn't be saying this, but I leave it to you. But listen, congratulations on what you're doing. It's phenomenal, and I've kind of texted and donated money. It's really, really easy. People can see it on the screen, I'm sure, or go to eddyizzard.com and donate whatever they like. I will be donating again. God bless you, and I love you.
Do you have your phone there? Do you have a phone there? Sanjeev, have you got your phone there?
Yes, it's ringing.
That's me.
Yes.
Okay, is that my number?
Okay, brilliant.
You got it?
Yep, I've got it.
Okay,
Yep, got it.
Go. Very
Bless you. Lots of love.
Take care. Thanks, Angie. Okay. So yes, to donate, eddyizzard.com. Go there. You can donate from anywhere in the world, and you can also find numbers 70810. And if you write the word TEN, £10 will go off if you have a UK phone, or 20 TWENTY to 70810. Those numbers are all at eddyizzard.com, and you can buy hats and masks and shirts and everything. Now let's talk to Bill Bailey, the one and only.
We're just waiting on that connection.
Oh, I was just trying to be perfect. Oh. So, yes, we haven't got long, 35 minutes to go. Talking to Bill, Bill Bailey, who won Strictly Come Dancing. Now, I must admit, I don't normally see Strictly Come Dancing. When people came up to me the next day, Bill won it, Strictly Come Dancing. So, I'm going to check whether his ability in music helps with dancing, or whether actually he knew his dancing. I did do 6 months at Pineapple Studios, very similar, doing jazz dance. So, it's quite interesting as a trans woman to do Strictly Come Dancing.
Well, I think this year was the first year they had a two female couple, and it was Nicola Adams, who's a boxer, professional boxer, and her partner. So they were 2 women together, and then I think something happened. They had to pull out. I think maybe it was like a COVID exposure thing or something, which was a real shame. But yeah, they did some. I saw a couple of the dances they did, which were fantastic. So that was great. That was a progression, which is good.
Very good. Well, yeah, we're 21st century. I think you'll find, if you're watching around the world, you find we tend to go 3 steps forward, 1 step back. That's a general rule in humanity. Sometimes the 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Well, we're pushing for the 3 steps forward. I am a glasses 2/3 full person.
You're probably a 3 steps forward, another 2 steps forward person.
Well, it's you know, because I try not to do the steps back, but there's certain people who might be called Trump might be trying to drag humanity backwards, which is not good. Nicht so gut. German show tonight. If you speak German, if you're watching for Deutschland or Österreich, Germany or Austria, or your teacher, or doing A-level German, my show, 7 p.m. today. Oh.
Well, talking of German, I could do some more facts, couldn't I? Do some more Berlin facts.
We're not looking like we're ready at the moment.
Not that I can see at the moment. Stuff still going on, so I think there's some time for some facts.
Yes, do.
So yes, I was just looking at some specific to Berlin, and yes, you had a whole piece on opera singers, and it's saying Berlin is home to 3 world-class and active opera houses, which can accommodate over 4,400 opera attendees. No other city in the world comes close to that. And it also says Berlin has over 150 theatres and halls for every type of event. So as we know, Berlin, very, very big, cultural scene in Berlin. Always, really. It's in history and still, I think, isn't it?
Yes. Hey. Yes, well, we've got in London, we've got Colosseum and the Royal Opera House. Did we have 3? Or maybe we only have 2?
Yeah, maybe only 2. Yeah.
Yeah, you said. How much opera does the city need? This is the point. Well, you see, operas are often in German. You see, for German...
That's true, isn't it?
For German or Italian, you're sitting there and going, I am going down the road. I do not like this woman or this man. I am going to get my teeth rearranged. And surely that's a different emotional feel to someone who's going hearing... We don't know what's going on.
Like Ratatouille was in there, though.
Yeah. That was Rat-a-tat-a-tooey. That was the more machine gun version of it.
Yeah, it's different.
Oh.
Yes, I've never seen an opera. But my neighbour is a retired opera singer, and it's a lovely thing, Lisa, and I hear her singing now and again. It sort of floats across. It's lovely. So I really should watch some opera.
When Bill comes on, can I get another one of these?
Yeah, do you want me to go now?
No, just hang now.
Okay. Well, I'll do some more facts. Actually, the TV tower, we saw that. That's a very big landmark, isn't it? It was quite near us, I think, when we were there last year.
That was built on the eastern side.
Yeah.
To show off to the western side, kind of.
Ah, is that what? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
You can see over you and you can go up the tower.
Interesting.
Yeah. You can have a meal up there, which I don't think we did.
can you abseil off it? Like in like in is it the Sky Tower in Auckland, in New Zealand?
Was that bungee jumping?
That's right, it's bungee jumping. Yeah, it's sort of like a controlled sort of high-speed fall, like bungee jumping. Yeah, because I think I remember when we were over there, maybe we were in there or we were near it, but suddenly it looked like someone was just dropping past the window, and it was the thing that you could do.
Thank you.
I did not do that though.
No, not me. There's Brandenburg Gate, Brandenburger Tor. Tor is gate in German. See, there's no link there. Tor is German, and gate, we must get it from another word.
Was that rebuilt? Because wasn't that quite heavily destroyed in the Second World War?
Actually, no. It's still standing at the end.
Okay.
I think there's lots of bullet holes all over it, but and it's refronted. But I haven't seen a picture of it in rubble. I've seen lots of pictures of it still there. I think they might have blown
30 minutes to run.
Okay. Any news, Dave? Any news?
We're still working on the connection.
Okay.
Yeah, so this, yes, I should tell you the fact about the TV tower. Here we go. The Festum, or maybe that's its actual name. It's F-E-R-E.
Turm is tower.
Okay. Yes, TV tower around Alexanderplatz.
Yeah, what is it called? Festurm?
Yeah, F-E-R-S-E-H-T-U-R-M.
F-E-R-S-E-H. Fernsehen.
Yeah.
Fernsehen is TV tower.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
TV tower. Fernsehen. Yeah, I don't know why Fernsehen. Zane is in there, but looking at ferns.
Yes.
But, ich will Fernsehen heute Abend. I will TV watch today.
Okay. Yes, it is the tallest structure in Germany at 300. It's tallest structure in Germany. Oh wow, I didn't know that. At 368 meters high. I didn't know in Germany. Wow.
Yeah, I think they went for that. That was in Eastern June. Hello.
Bill's here.
Hi, Bill.
I'll leave you to it.
Hey, hi, Eddie.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks. How are you? I can't believe that you're in Hammersmith, that I'm in Hammersmith.
Oh my God.
But you might. I mean, I'm just literally round the corner, but. You know, we can't meet up. We can't.
No, we can't.
Say hello.
This is nicer. This is nicer way to do it. So yeah. I'm just ploughing my way through the day 23, and it's in Berlin, where you have been to. Have you played Berlin or just visited?
Yes, I have. I love Berlin. Actually, I was just. I have a very fond memory of playing a show there a few years ago, and I don't know. I loved it. I played a gig. You may well have done it years ago. It was in Hamburg. There was a festival in Hamburg.
Right.
And I remember at the time I was doing a song about Christa Berg, and I was thinking perhaps they haven't heard of Christa Berg in Germany.
Yeah.
And just before I went on, I said it was Thomas, this guy Hermann.
Thomas Hermann, yeah.
Thomas Hermann, you know, and I said. Do German people have heard of Christa Berg? And he just said to me, he is massive in Germany. And I was like, yes, good on you, Chris.
Yeah.
So I had a lovely time there, and I went back there recently.
You were playing the Quatsch Comedy Club, which is
the Quatsch. That's right. Yeah.
The
exactly.
rubbish. You know that means rubbish in German. It's the rubbish.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's the rubbish.
Oh right. Oh right. Well.
No, but that's them doing, being funny.
That's yes, exactly. No, I went back. I went to a couple of times recently. I did an extraordinary show. It was a gig, but I was invited to Berlin to interview Peter Gabriel.
Oh wow!
Right, for it was a convention. It was quite appropriate, all about human resources and about humanity.
Yeah.
And he asked me if I would conduct the interview, and I of course said, yeah, I'm a huge Peter Gabriel fan. And and it was a sort of an interesting kind of idea, like being normally they get someone just to sort of prompt some questions, but he wanted me to do it because I think he just wanted to have a bit more humour and a bit of fun with it. And at the end of it, he said, "And do you fancy playing a bit of music at the end? Maybe play Salisbury Hill or something at the end?" I was like, "What?" Beautiful.
I'm
from the West Country, Salisbury Hill has got a sort of mythical status for me. Not only that, I was a huge Peter Gabriel fan, and I knew this song like, you know, inside out. I was like, yeah, of course I will. But it was a fascinating interview. It was all about the formation of the Elders he did with Nelson Mandela. And, you know, the Elders, it's like a kind of an organisation which ex-presidents come together to try and sort of solve global problems. So I thought it was a fascinating chat we had. And then more recently, I went to see a show by a one-man show by Simon McBurney. You know, the sort of actor, director,
yes, Simon,
and founder of, you know, the Theatre de Complicité, who I'm sure you know.
Yep.
And it was, I don't know if you saw the show. It was called The Encounter.
I didn't see it.
It was an amazing show. It was about a National Geographic photographer who is sort of dropped into the Amazon rainforest in the 60s to make contact with local tribes. And he immediately sees the tribes, and he just kind of follows them into the forest and gets completely lost. And he spends months and months with this tribe and sort of communicates with them on a non-verbal level. And it was amazing. It was an amazing show, but there was the technical thing about it. It was amazing. He had a microphone, which it was an omnidirectional microphone. So what would happen? He would walk around the mic to the left, and everyone in the audience wore headphones.
Right.
So when he spoke in the left side of the microphone, his voice would be in your left ear, and then he'd go around to the right, and it would come in your right ear. So it was the most extraordinary immersive sound. I just thought, you know what, there must be an application for doing stand-up with that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, making it immersive like that.
Yeah, well, we're probably getting close to having holograms, so we can do our gigs. I mean, you probably know I'm doing a gig tonight at 7 p.m., which is virtual. In the other room, so that just goes...
How is that going?
Well, I fall asleep during lines, which is a little alarming, but because I start off, because this gives me endorphins, I think, doing this, and I'm obviously exhausted. My body is stronger but more exhausted, and then I go on, and I'm going to finish. Can you see the clock above your head on the screen? 23. That's what I've got left to do. I've only got 23 minutes left to go after.
Come on.
So, and then I go on at 7 o'clock, and I start off pretty well, and then I sit on. I never sat down in my life doing stand-up, but I have a bar stool there, and half the time I am sitting, and then I start feeling very tired. Towards the end, I just have to keep gearing myself up with whatever's left in the whole body to finish the gig. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's
honestly, it's an amazing achievement, Eddie. Well done. I mean, fair play. Honestly, it's incredible. But isn't it incredible what the body is capable of?
Yeah.
If you're willing to keep pushing, and you almost surprise yourself. Have you surprised yourself?
Well,
what you're capable of.
I don't know. I had this weird thing. You know, I came out as trans, as you'll probably know, way back. It was in '85. And that was so psychologically hard. It was really toxic at that time to say you're trans or TV or whatever.
Yeah.
But having gone through that, everything since then seems easier in a way. You know? I'm not having anyone throw things at me, and no one's shouting abuse at me. So even though it's tough, it's not that tough. So as long as I just keep going and keep going and keep going, and I'm quite good at that, I can get to the end. And then tonight's gig is going to be in German. This is the beautiful thing.
Wow.
Alles auf Deutsch.
Alles auf Deutsch.
Alles auf Deutsch, 19 Uhr, here in London, mein Show auf Deutsch. And das
ist unglaublich.
Unfucking glaublich, baby. And ausgefucking-zeichnet. This is the word. Do you know ausgezeichnet means excellent?
Ausgezeichnet, yeah, exactly.
So I say ausgefucking-zeichnet.
Ausgefucking-zeichnet,
If you swear in the middle of it, I like it because I know that my teachers at school would have gone, that is bad. You get out of the room for swearing, but come back in. But come back in because you're improvising in German. This is brilliant. So brilliant and bad at the same point.
And your accent, yes. I'm very upset with your swearing, but I applaud your accent and your application.
Yeah, they would like that because you were in a French theatre company, French-speaking theatre company.
Yes,
right?
That's right. I did for a year when I was at college. I got a bit I got a bit bored at college, and so I was studying English and drama.
Yeah.
And the opportunity came to appear to actually be part of a new theatre company, which was going to perform kind of set texts, like A-level texts, for A-level students in French. So we performed works by Racine and Corneille and Molière, and we performed at the Shaw Theatre, I remember, in Euston.
Yep.
And it was great fun. And I ended up, I mean, this is the most extraordinary thing, I ended up winning some competition, a concours dramatique, and the prize was to go to the Avignon Festival and perform at the Avignon Festival. It was amazing. So very early on, I got this incredible exposure to like the arts in Europe and how, you know, and how different it is there. You know, like huge festivals, street festivals. Of course, they got the weather a little bit on their side, but it's amazing how much, in a way, it's more sort of cherished in a way in Europe. I don't know if you've experienced that.
I have. It is that way, and when but I love it. Have you done your show, the show that you can do now? Have you? You know I do it in French. I'd love you to do it in French, but it's.
I'd love to try. Yeah. Do you know what? I'd always try and work different languages into my set more and more. I mean, I haven't gone as far as you, and that is translate the whole thing. But that is something definitely I'd love to try and incorporate.
If I come up with, because I play this place called La Nouvelle Scène, you would love it. It's 100-seater. It's called La Nouvelle Scène, the new scene, but new Seine. Yeah. It's on the River Seine. It's a barge by Notre Dame Cathedral. It has a restaurant above it, and the next time I'm going to play there, I might just float it out to you, and you'll probably, timings are always difficult and stuff, but. Anyway,
that would be great.
Anyway, I know how to do it, but you need to do at least a week of shows, maybe 2 weeks of shows, in order to make it, to bed yourself into it.
To bed it in. I was going to say though, when you're trying to translate, how do you translate? I mean, do you sort of try and just translate literally what you have?
Yes.
Or do you try and just get some nuance of what you're saying into the French, or you just do a literal translation?
Literal translation, but I have been arranging my comedy to be universal for some time. So if I thought of talking about being on the 159 to Streatham, thinking about Edwina Curry and John Major, and going, really? As someone hit me with a curly whirly, that wouldn't work. So I don't do that, because that's all British references. But I could say, I was on a London bus, on the bus in our capital city, we're going south, down to the Streatham, which is in the south of London, and then I thought of the old Prime Minister we had, his name was John Major. He had an affair with this woman called Edwina Curry, and we didn't think they mixed, but they had an affair. It's crazy. And then someone threw a curly whirly. Let me tell you about the curly whirly. You couldn't use it as a punchline. You'd have to introduce curly whirly before and then bring it back and saying it's chocolate and nougat, and it's a stick of it, and you can use it as a sword. And then once you've introduced that, you could use curly whirly all through your show. Je l'ai frappé avec un curly whirly. And il a dit non, pas le curly whirly, pas pour moi.
Non, pas encore.
Pas encore.
J'avais le curly whirly, non.
No.
Non, s'il vous plaît. Yeah.
Oui, un curly whirly, abso-fucking-lument, baby. You know, and this is how I do it. And I muck about like a child, and I improvise, and I get it wrong, and I get, the le and the la wrong, but it doesn't matter. But it's beautiful, it's beautiful. It's like I refound the last show, Wunderbar, I developed first of all in French, and then in German, and then in English, as a salute to Sam Beckett, who wrote Waiting for Godot in French. And I thought,
of course,
yeah, God, let's try this.
That's amazing. But do you think that, I mean, and this is a kind of, I suppose, the thing that, everyone would, the kind of stereotypes about how humour travels and all the rest of it. But when you translate something which works in English into French, how do you find it? Do you find that there's a similar appetite for the same kind of humour that you do and we do?
Yes, it's what it is. If you think about it, it makes sense. They talk about the British sense of humour, the American, the Chinese, the Venezuelan. It doesn't exist. Yeah. What there is broadly is we've all got mainstream comics who we know talk about sports stars, people on telly, who's in politics, what's in the in a supermarket. And then there's our small alternatives, and we talk about life and death and human sacrifice. So human sacrifice, there's the one. I just flipped it over. In English, I was saying, human sacrifice. Why did someone ever say, the weather is bad, the crops have failed, the gods obviously hate us, so we're gonna kill Steve.
Kill someone, yeah.
And then in French, qui a décidé, I forgot the word for crops. Crops, ils sont merdiques, le temps fait merdique, les dieux nous haïssent, et bien nous allons tuer Steve. And it's the same laugh as Steve, or Steve Claude, sometimes I call him Steve Claude. And it's the same laugh. They laugh in the same places at the same. But you have to find the alternative audience, which you would find at Le Nouvelle Scène. But if you got with the wrong promoter, it wouldn't work. But I think you could do a show.
That's interesting, though. Yeah. I think, though, do you know that I've noticed there's been an increased appetite for British kind of language, English language comedy throughout Europe.
Yeah.
In all parts of Europe. I know you're a real sort of like trailblazer in this regard, but you know, I've found places I never thought I'd be performing. Places like Latvia and Lithuania and Estonia. Like there's a big audience for this.
Absolutely. You can tour with English. It's now, you don't understand it. I've said it to people in other countries. It's a bridging language now. It's an open source language, just like on computers. Not because we British used to have colonies, but because of Hollywood and rock and roll. So English has come in a very unaggressive way to people's lives. And the old communist areas, the old Soviet areas, they said, let's learn English. That'll give us a passport to go on holiday, to do business, do stand-up, whatever we want. So all the kids are learning it. And I found the French kids performing in Helsinki, in Finland, to Finnish kids using the bridging language of English, which is a beautiful thing, and it's out there now. So we can do it too. Yeah,
that's right. I think the thing is that I discovered that, you know, I was asking a lot of people in the audience afterwards. I said, well, how did you know about this? You know, how did you even come to this gig even? And they were saying, well,
which gig is this? Which gig is this?
This was in Tallinn.
Right. Yeah.
In Estonia, and they were all saying, well, we've watched comedy on YouTube. You know, as kids, when we were growing, we were teenagers. And we would hunt around on YouTube for stuff, and we found this stuff, and we really liked it. And then we one comic led to another, and they sort of explored the whole, you know, world of British comedy. And so the fact that they're sort of like, this is, you know, what is it, I suppose 10 years on from that, and they're all got jobs and a bit of money to spend on a ticket, so they didn't want to just watch it on YouTube. They wanted to see it in person, in live, which I thought was very, well, from our perspective, I mean, it's quite heartening that exists, that desire to come and sort of be part of something live, when it's so easy to just click on a link and watch something online.
No, it is beautiful. Even in Paris, and the Parisians and the French are very strong on holding on to their language. But I know from my contacts there and the young French comedians I perform with, they want to see stuff in English.
Yeah.
And so if you come over in English, they love it. And then I do it in French as well, and in Berlin in German, and in Spanish in Spain. So it's the whole world is open. I'm just doing it kind of back to front, but that's just good training, because if you can do it in French, then the English gigs become lighter than air. You know, what's the problem in English if you're doing it in French? You know, it's so easy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's something. I read some really interesting research about speaking another language and just talking and thinking in another language, and what it does. There's something about how it works with the brain. I don't know the exact details of it. But I picked the bit that interests me was that if you speak in another language which is not your native language, it actually makes you focus more on your own language.
Right.
It actually improves your ability to communicate in your own language.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It sort of clarifies things. Do you think that's something? Is that something you've experienced?
Yeah, I think it does. I also, if you remember my early stuff, I used to slur my words together. I used to go, so you get another thing in a moment, I speak really too fast, and I've had to slow down I used to have signs saying slow down in the second language. Oui, je suis ici et and I also found I had to really articulate, really grab those words. C'est nécessaire de faire quelque chose maintenant. And tonight I'm going to be going, Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Ich werde mein Show machen auf Deutsch. Ja, auf Deutsch.
Yeah.
So I have to really grab it, otherwise they'll go, you just slurred all that together, and I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And therefore you come back to English, and it's clearer, and I'm better at communicating now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it sort of has a kind of, it has a crossover, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I found that as well. I mean, sometimes, like, when the bits of Swedish or German or little bits of other languages that I've learned, and it makes you sort of realise, actually, no, this is a better way of saying it, in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is actually more succinct. Yeah. I've basically boiled down the essence of what I'm trying to say to translate it, and I've actually made it better somehow.
Yep. And right, but they do say that mine is getting better. I'm going to just tell you this, Bill. We've got 10 minutes to go. Dave is going to say...
Come on.
Dave is going to say 10 minutes to go any second. Hang on one second.
All right.
10 minutes to run.
10 minutes to run. And
10 minutes.
And then Dave's going to say 5 minutes and 4 minutes and 3 minutes and 2 minutes. And then we count down in the 10. So just so you know, there's a voice that coming in. If you see the number, leave a gap for him at 5 minutes, and then he'll say...
Honestly, Eddie, it's amazing what you're doing. Most people, before a gig, they might just, like, sit in their dressing room, go through their notes, you know. They wouldn't run a... This is like ultimate warm-up. This is extraordinary.
Well, again, it's ninja training, and hopefully... Well, I'll see what my gig's like in an hour's time.
Yeah.
But,
it must be. It's a bit weird though, not being out and about. I suppose. We just got to adapt, isn't it, to this kind of way of working? Isn't it?
Well, it's so mind-numbing. Being the treadmill is great and it helps people. And I think, you know, do 5K on a treadmill, okay, but 42K, which is a marathon, every day. I said I need to talk to people. Please, could you get people for me to talk to? So I'm doing a 6-hour podcast every day, and that works for me. And I should ask... carry on.
No, I was going to say, I mean, I remember when you were doing the marathons around Britain, and you had Alfie, our mutual friend Alfie, with the ice cream van. That must have been a great sort of source of help and support.
Well, the ice cream van, if anyone saw it back in 2009, I took a day off a week, which was interesting, which I don't anymore, but 43 marathons, and the ice cream van was there because I wanted to sell T-shirts. Not to sell ice creams, but the ice cream van makers, they said, would you like to borrow this one? Thank you very much. And we'll put some ice cream in it as well, and you can give it away and ask for donations. Okay, that works. And I was supposed to sell T-shirts because I had a human political message under all my runs, and I ran with the English flag, the Welsh flag, the Scottish flag, and I invented a Northern Irish flag, which, as you know from our politics, is a very tricky thing to do. And I didn't know how they would grab this. It was the bottle green of the Northern Irish football team with a white dove of peace in the top corner. And I used to live there in Bangor when I was 3, 4, 5. I started like this, and we went to Ballymore Primary School, so I felt I had a right to do it in a way that it was a wonderful time. And in my autobiography, the chapter's called Wonderland because it's such a great time we had. But they didn't anyway, so we didn't sell the T-shirts. Too scared about coming up with them and what would that other flag mean. So So anyway, that's what that was it. But it was fun to do it and have a 99 every day, which was a diet thing.
I tell you,
it's
these things. They make a huge difference. I remember a few years ago, I did a couple of long distance walks. I walked the Ridgeway, which is about 87, 90 miles.
Right.
And I added on another 10 miles, and it was a charity walk. And, you know, you walk 100 miles, you know, you really know about it. And little things like that are such a treat at the end of the day, you know, or halfway along. Somebody left me a fruitcake in a hedge along the way with a little note on it. Dear Bill, I hope you enjoyed the fruitcake. And it was in a freezer bag under a hedge, and I was delighted with it. No one else would eat it. Everyone was going, no, I don't eat cake out of a hedge. What are you doing? Are you crazy? And I was like, come on, this is manna. You know, this is free cake. I'm not going to turn this down. And everyone's going, yeah, you don't know where it's been. And I was like, don't be so cynical. And things like that were just, it really lifts the spirits, because it's such a, like when you're putting in the hard miles, things like that really just, you know, they give you a huge boost.
cake in a hedge. And when I was at my first boarding school after Mum died, went to St John's School in Porthcawl. This is part of my book. People were chewing gum, and they looked very cool. They looked very American, and I wanted to be cool. And I was 6, and I found chewing gum in a hedge, again in a hedge, and there was no one there, so you could say I didn't know it had actually been in someone's mouth, and they chewed it and they flicked it into a hedge. But I thought if I washed it, surely it would be clean.
That would be fine.
Exactly, and I did. I chewed it for days after days, and I'd put it each night in my locker, and the next morning it was hard as rock. But I was cool in a 6-year-old mind, chewing one piece of gum all day.
Piece of gum, riddled with pathogens.
Yes, probably. Probably made me stronger. That's probably why I can do this. But
that's right.
We've almost got only 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes.
So tell us about your competition. Strictly Come Dancing happens probably all around the world in some shape or form. Tell us about this. I missed it. And I think I'm jealous. I think I'm jealous of you. So just tell us about it.
5 minutes to run.
Thank you.
It's a tough. It's a dance competition. Yeah, there's versions of it in I don't know, dozens of countries.
Yeah.
And you sort of train to a dance. You learn a dance over a course of a week, and at the end of the week, you then dance live on television in front of a TV audience of millions, and then you're judged on it, and then people vote, and then you get through, and somebody gets eliminated, and it goes all whittles down.
And this is with a partner. You're dancing with a partner, yeah?
You're dancing with a professional dancer, yes.
Yeah.
And they sort of train you during the week, and they teach you the choreography, take you through the steps, and then you train and train and train. Then you basically have to put on a dance and dance, live on television, and it's incredibly nerve-wracking and very tough. What I did, we were training for 12 hours a day.
4 minutes to run.
So we get in at 9 and we train all day, and it's incredible. I've sort of, it's changed my whole body. I lost weight. I've got a lot fitter. I feel energized by it. And also I found this innate skill that I never knew I had, which is the ability to dance. So it sort of took me by surprise a little bit. Doing the quick step on television. I never thought that would happen. It's sort of and be quite good at it as well. So, and it was an amazing kind of.
Can I ask? Do you think your ability in music helped your ability to dance?
I think it does help in as much as it teaches you rhythm. I was able to, when you're sort of learning the steps, you think, well, okay, so there's 4 beats here, then I've got to be over there, and then this happens at this bit of the music. So the fact that I understand rhythm and music and the way that music's constructed, that was a big help, sure. But yeah, it was quite overwhelming in a way, but amazing. It was amazing fun, and we got great sort of reaction. Got to dance to "Rapper's Delight" by Sugar Hill Gang, which was just like a dream, So yeah, it was good. It was a good way to keep fit. I tell you, it was a way to I was transformed by it.
And are you
I'm inspired by you, Eddie. I've got to say.
Well, I just, I think a lot of us performers, you either, when you start getting paid a bit, if it starts getting successful, you can quite often start eating your wages. Some people snort their wages, some people smoke their wages, and some people eat their wages. I was eating my wages, and it wasn't good. And I just I wanted to get back to the kid that I was. So you never quite be that, but I used to be quite a mobile little kid. So it's great to go back to that.
2 minutes to run.
And your diet, we've got 2 minutes, Greg, only 2 minutes. You're on a new diet now as well, is that right? New diet?
Yeah.
Hi there.
Oh, hey, Chris is there to say hi.
Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
How you doing? Hope you're well.
Yeah, he's saying hope you're well. Yeah.
On a new
diet. What?
I was saying you're on a new diet. Are you on a new diet, Bill?
Yeah, that's right. I've been sort of trying to kind of. I was a bit worried about blood sugar and all that sort of thing, so I cut a lot of the carbs out. Went for protein, a super low carb diet. Chris has been cooking up some lovely stuff, and it really helps. And it's really good if you're doing lots of the kind of thing you're doing as well, which is a lot of exercise where you're putting your body through it. But I've really found that I had to do it. It was a point, as soon as I got my 50s, I thought, yeah, this is what I've got to do.
Yeah.
You know, we can't carry on the way we were.
No, we've
60
got
seconds to run.
60 seconds to go, Bill. Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to make it. It's going to be the 23rd. For everyone watching, you can donate at eddyizzard.com. I'll be doing a
50
gig.
seconds.
A gig in 1 hour's time at 7 p.m. London time. I'll be doing a gig in German. I was going to say Latin.
Auf Deutsch.
Auf Deutsch.
40 seconds.
Unglaublich.
Yeah, unfucking glaublich. And thank you. Well done. Congratulations on winning Strictly Come Dancing. That'll be with you forever.
30 seconds.
And keep going. Keep having a wonderful time in Hammersmith. We're down here at the studios.
Next time I see it, I'll give you a couple of lessons.
Excellent. Yes.
20 seconds.
Yes.
Here we go.
Okay, only 15 seconds to go.
Down to the last 10 seconds. Come on.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it.
You down.
Gonna make it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
2, 1.
Thank you. People outside there in the street. Thank you. Hit the 0 button. Thank you so much, Bill. Thanks for joining us, Chris. You guys take care. Stay safe on the COVID thing.
Yeah, and you.
And enjoy yourself.
Keep well, mate.
And keep doing the healthy stuff.
Good luck with the gig.
Alrighty. Cheers. Ciao. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Zwift people. Yes, final video. Let's show the final video. This is the final video from Berlin. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll finish up with this video. EddieIzzard.com to donate, and you can send text on there. You can buy hats and everything, and buy tickets for the gig in 15 minutes' time. Alles auf Deutsch. It's a German show tonight. Beware of that. Be positive on that. Beware. Be aware of that. Put it that way. Thank you. And here's the last one from me in Berlin 11 months ago to the day. Cheers. Okay. So, Berlin, Germany, capital city. Just got up this way. Almost finished. My watch is going to go ding-dang-a-doo, as it does. There it goes. Upside down it's going. There you see. Wonderful big building. Must have got bombed to hell in the Second World War. Then rebuilt. This is the spray. There's the DDR Museum down there. Very interesting museum to see. It's been raining. But another marathon is done. Oops. Just had to press a button there. So I am still, in a very wet way, making humanity great again. In a kind of a soaking way. But now I can go and I put the clothes on the floor. I have to hang it up. You have to dry it as quick as you can. Anyway, thank you for supporting. Do click on the crowdfunding button. Let's go for the targets, kids. And I will tomorrow. Where tomorrow? I think I'm in Brussels tomorrow. I think. Anyway, now rest. Okay, and get my nails done because my nails are just fallen apart. Get my nails done. It's one of the things I find very important. Okay, bye-bye.